A very good morning to you all and welcome to Science at the Shine Dome 2024. It's wonderful to be with you here this morning in the iconic Shine Dome for a very, very special event, and the next 4 days are really going to be a treat for all involved. My name is Anna Maria Arabia. I'm the Chief Executive here at the Australian Academy of Science, and I'm so pleased to be sharing this occasion with you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal people, and acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging, and also acknowledge all of the traditional owners where the Academy's fellows work and live. They hold the memories, traditions, cultures and hopes of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people of Australia. To welcome us to country and to open Science at the Shine Dome, please join me in welcoming Ngunnawal Elder and a treasured friend of the Academy, Auntie Violet.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, but I'd also like to acknowledge you here this morning as well, but I'd also like to acknowledge President of the Australian Academy of Science, Professor Jagadish, and all the new fellows that are going to be introduced this week, and VIPs. So welcome all you to the land of the Ngunnawal people. This is my mother's country. My mother is a Ngunnawal woman. My father is a Wiradjuri man, but I follow my matriarch's bloodline. So I'll probably introduce you to, for those people that don't know my face. This is my country. I've lived here for many, many years before they decided to build the capital city and build that madhouse on the hill. We've lived here for many years, and they actually removed us out of country. And if you're familiar with a little place called Burrawa and Yass, in between Burrawa and Yass, my great-grandparents ended up out there, and they were named Queen Caroline Chisholm Lane and King Albert, and Albert's father was known as King Andy Lane. So they built a mud hut out there, which still stands today. And they reared my great-great-grandmother, and you know what's still out there? The old pit toilets. There's an old pit toilet still out, but I'm a very spiritual person. I have 4 children. My eldest is 51 this month. He doesn't want to be 51. I said, well, welcome. So I told him the 50 is the new 40. So just think about going backwards instead of forward. I said, I'll be 70 soon, and I don't want to be 70. I'm going 60. So I guess how many grannies I have? I've just got a new granny, a great-grandson. I have 30 grandchildren, 24 grandchildren and 6 great-grannies. And my new granny, who was born about 2 weeks ago, his name's Clayton. So we have an history here that we've been here for many, 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 many years. And I was actually with the Australian Academy of Science this morning, and I was overexcited because they give 3 awards out. And one of the awards that I was so interested in is a young woman that is going to do Aboriginal language in Braille. So I'm looking forward to that. So I've really enjoyed being in scientists. When I went to school, I didn't like science because we used to cut up those little frogs. But now I've been hanging around scientists. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I usually have me offside, or one of me offsides, my granny's. Noah, he usually comes with me, and I involve him in my welcomes, but he's off. I call him the Black Harry Potter because he's always studying something. He graduated last year from ANU, but this year he's doing a PhD. And I said to him, you'll be in debt forever with the government. So I better get on. So welcome, particularly all out-of-staters that have come from different TO areas. I believe a welcome to country is a traditional Aboriginal blessing, symbolising the traditional owners of the land welcoming you, but it also shows respect for the first peoples of the land you are meeting on. I suppose it's a little bit about not going to someone else's house or home unless you're welcome or invited. The reason for this custom is to protect your spirit while you are on our land. I am a proud Ngunnawal woman as I carry my ancestors in spirit, walking into the future, teaching the next generations about the oldest culture in the world, my culture, the Ngunnawal Aboriginal culture. I'd like to pay my respects to my elders past, present and future, and extend that respect to any First Nations people here today as well. But I'd also like to acknowledge all the non-Indigenous people in the room as well. And I only say this in Canberra, so listen up, because Canberra voted yes and supported us with that referendum last year. Sad, we put so much into it, but you know what? We need to move on and walk together. We need to separate, sort out our differences, because like I said, I got great grannies and I don't want them to continue doing what they're doing, because when I'm not here anymore, I will worry. So in keeping in the general spirit of friendship and reconciliation, it gives me great pleasure once again to welcome you to the land of the Ngunnawal people. And on behalf of my family and the other Ngunnawal families, I say welcome, welcome, and a big congratulations to all the new fellas here that's receiving. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Auntie Violet. You are always so gracious and generous with your time and with your words for us. I very much look forward to welcoming Noah to this stage one day, not to deliver Welcome to Country, but perhaps to be receiving one of the prestigious Academy of Science Awards. Thank you very much. Before I hand over to our President, Jagadish, may I please ask that you place your phones on silent or any mobile devices. There is Wi-Fi here. You will be able to find it as the Academy guest Wi-Fi, and it does not require a password, but I encourage you not to be distracted by your devices, because this ceremony really is very special and very historic. We do encourage you, however, when you can, to share the event on social media using the hashtag ShineDome24. I'd also like to make special mention of guests who are joining us via the live stream from across Australia and across the world. Thank you for being with us. One final note, official portraits of all of our new fellows will be taken during the breaks today, tomorrow and Wednesday. And I invite you to make your way to the Becker Room, which you'll find. The good thing about a circular building, just keep walking and you will find the Becker Room. It is on the left as you walk in from the reception. But without further ado, please join me in welcoming the 20th President of the Australian Academy of Science, Professor Chinapati Jagadish.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and thank you, Auntie Violet, for that warm welcome to your country. And I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet, Ngunnawal people. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present and emerging. And I also would like to acknowledge all the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, those who are participating in this event. Colleagues, it's an honor to welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science this morning, and to be celebrating scientific excellence with you over the next 4 days here in the home of science, the Shine Dome. Adding to the significance of this occasion, this year we're celebrating the Academy's 70th anniversary and Shine Dome's 65th anniversary. The Academy is proud to bring science to the service of the nation and to have made substantial contributions to shaping Australian and global science over our 70-year history. Our country has a deep reservoir of talent within the sciences, including some of the world's most eminent researchers and professionals, 614 of which are currently elected to the Australian Academy of Science for their outstanding contributions. Each fellow is nominated by their peers and chosen through a rigorous election process. You are no exception, and today you join our fellowship who are collectively the brains trust of the nation, a true national treasure. 2023 fellows, I personally and warmly welcome you and your guests. This morning's proceedings are to celebrate you and your achievements. We are delighted that you are here with us to be formally admitted to the Academy. The admission of new fellows is a time-honored tradition established by the founding fellows of the Academy and the fellows of the Royal Society of London before them. Upon admission to the Academy and by signing the Academy's charter book, fellows subscribe to the following obligation. I hereby solemnly promise to promote, declare, and disseminate scientific knowledge and to serve the Academy according to its charter and bylaws. The charter book was a gift from the Royal Society and has been signed by every fellow of this Academy. Your signatures today will sit alongside those of some of the world's most esteemed scientists, and you are welcome to look through what is a significant piece of Australian history at the conclusion of the ceremony to see how deep the traditions and knowledge of this learned academy run. To officiate the formal admissions, I will be assisted by the Academy's immediate past vice presidents, Professor Elaine Marsh and Professor Malcolm Sambridge. Malcolm and Elaine will announce the names of each fellow and read your citation. At the conclusion of the citation, I invite each new fellow to come up to the stage to sign the charter book and receive your certificate and lapel pin. I understand lapel pins are already placed at your seats. A photo will be taken on stage before we enjoy a video summary of your achievements. Fellows will be called in alphabetical order to come forward and join me at the charter book. The first fellow will call upon each from the physical sciences, so I will now hand over to Malcolm. Malcolm, please.
Thank you, Jagadish. So we are delighted to be here today at the admission ceremony for the fellows elected in 2023. So let's begin. The first fellow is Professor Li Dai. Li Dai is a chemist and material scientist, a recognized pioneer and leading authority in carbon nanomaterials and carbon electrocatalysis. His groundbreaking work on the birth of metal-free carbon electrocatalysis and its applications in renewable energy. Dai's pioneering work has ranged from polymer and carbon nanomaterials, design and synthesis through understanding physical concepts to device applications. His research has effectively bridged the gap between nanoscale science and applied research on polymers, carbon and nanomaterials and their related devices in micro-macro world.
Congratulations, Elaine, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship. Thank you.
Scientia Professor Li Dai had never thought about moving to Australia. But while learning English in his hometown in China, his Australian teacher asked him to fill out a PhD scholarship application form for the Australian National University, purely as a language learning exercise.
To my pleasant surprise, the teacher sent the form that I fill in to ANU, and he also acted as my referee.
The application was accepted, and Professor Dai was soon living in a city he'd never heard of, undertaking a PhD in chemistry. In the more than 30 years since, he has risen to become a global authority on using carbon-based materials in renewable energy and clean chemical production.
So we needed to develop cheaper and as abundant materials as a catalyst for decarbonization of the world.
Professor Dai and his team developed carbon-based metal-free electrocatalysts. As the name suggests, they are catalysts that can be made from carbon dioxide, biomass and other carbon-rich wastes without any precious metals.
Precious metals, including, say, platinum, palladium, uranium, and gold, are typically good catalysts, but they are expensive and also unsustainable.
Carbon nanomaterials have similar properties to that of precious metals, such as high strength and good electrical conductivity, but they're also abundant and much more environmentally sustainable. Professor Dai believes that makes them ideal for fuel cells, advanced batteries and water splitting systems. His team has found carbon catalysts to be 3 times more efficient than platinum in the lab for alkaline fuel cells.
It should be at the stage for industrial support to commercialize the carbon catalyst for clean energy production and also clean chemical production.
That will require industry partners to undertake broader scale pilots. Helping to meet zero emission targets through revolutionary carbon science is the central focus of the ARC Centre for Excellence for Carbon Science and Innovation, which Professor Dai is leading here at UNSW Sydney.
We should be able to commercialize some of the carbon catalysts for practical applications. We are leading the field.
Now proudly a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, he says he never regretted making the bold and unexpected move to Canberra. And although his career has since taken him around the world, Professor Dai and his family are very proud to call Australia home.
We love this country and we love people here, and also, of course, life quality and particularly the climate.
Professor Mariapia Degli-Esposti. Come on. Degli-Esposti is an immunologist whose work has provided fundamental knowledge into the functioning of the immune system and components that could be harnessed, including the cellular and molecular mechanisms enabling pathogen protection, novel interactions and immunoregulatory functions of natural killer cells and how they limit inflammation and influence the development of autoimmunity. She's also addressed the breadth of responses required for effective antiviral immunity and uncovered the importance of strain-specific antibodies in protecting against viral reactivation and disease.
Congratulations, Mariapia. I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Our immune system plays a key role in protecting us from microbial invaders, but its overactivity can lead to complications.
The capacity to respond to a pathogen is just as critical as the capacity to turn off the response when it's no longer required. When an immune response is not turned off, then the dysregulated immunity and ensuing inflammation can cause a lot more problems than those caused by the actual virus or the pathogen itself.
Professor Mariapia Degli-Esposti studies that delicate balance As an immunologist, she has made pioneering contributions to understanding natural killer cells and their role in the immune system. These white blood cells have long been recognized as a first line of immune defense, the early assassins that promptly kill infected cells.
We now know that NK cells have functions that are much more sophisticated than we previously thought. And our work has contributed to a body of knowledge that identify the regulatory function of NK cells. These functions are well beyond their capacity to attack and kill, and they extend to their ability to actively regulate immune responses and to adjust various facets of the immune system to ensure that the pathogen, the threats, is effectively handled while also turning off the initial response once the issue has been addressed.
Her team developed innovative preclinical disease models based on infection with a prevalent virus known as cytomegalovirus, or CMV, to better understand how the immune system functions. CMV is unusual in that once it infects a person, it is never completely eliminated. In most cases, the immune system seemingly manages the virus so that it doesn't cause symptoms. But when the immune system is compromised, for instance in transplant patients, the virus can reactivate and cause significant illness.
And it is in those clinical situations where we need to be able to intervene and take action.
Professor Degli-Esposti and her team found that using antibodies, specifically ones that matched the particular strain of infecting CMV virus, offered the best protection against CMV reactivation. That discovery won them the Eureka Prize for Scientific Research in 2019. It's impactful research that speaks to why Professor Degli-Esposti fell in love with science and immunology in the first place. Growing up in Italy, she had initially wanted to be a pediatrician, but she soon realized her passion lay elsewhere.
What I was much more excited about was the potential to understand the origins of diseases, as this would really enable us to alter their trajectory. And the best way to achieve this is by fundamental research, because that allows us to understand and ultimately target the processes that are at play.
Her critical work has now seen her elected a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science. She says she accepts the honour on behalf of her entire team.
Professor Zaiping Guo. Zaiping Guo is a world leader in the advanced materials for energy storage and rechargeable batteries. She pioneered potassium-ion batteries and the understanding of electrochemical reaction mechanisms via synchrotron, neutron-based techniques. She demonstrated the concept of built-in electrical fields at heterogeneous structured interfaces to boost fast charging, and the original concept of tuning chemical composition of electrolytes to stabilize electrolyte-electrode interface. Professor Guo.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zaiping, and I welcome you into the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
From mobile phones to electric cars, rechargeable batteries can now power just about all things electronic. But they're far from perfect.
Battery performance worsens over time due to a combination of factors, including the battery material degradation, electrode degradation, electrolyte breakdown, and also environment issue as well.
Here at the University of Adelaide, Professor Zaiping Guo is focused on developing the next generation of rechargeable batteries.
So if the battery has a, perfect performance, let's say high energy density, can be fast charged with long lifespan, very safe, and also very, cost effective, then we are happy. That's our target, to develop rechargeable battery with excellent performance.
Her research group investigates novel electrode materials and electrolytes for lithium-ion batteries to increase the amount of energy they can store and extend their cycle life. They're also exploring more affordable and sustainable alternatives to the widely used lithium-ion battery. This includes potassium-ion batteries, which Professor Guo herself pioneered.
Potassium is in the same group in the periodic element table. So in terms of chemical properties, quite similar to lithium. Potassium is more abundant, it's cheaper. That's a key thing.
While these battery systems are still in very early stages of development, Professor Guo believes they have great real-world potential. In fact, some of her innovations have already attracted investors. For instance, her team successfully synthesized silicon-carbon composites to use as anode materials instead of graphite in lithium-ion batteries. And they're now collaborating with a startup company to scale up this technology.
Graphite has a relatively low capacity. Therefore, the energy density of current lithium battery is limited, normally below 250 watt-hour per kilogram. But with this silicon carbon composite to replace the current graphite anode, we can boost the energy density.
Professor Guo came to Australia more than 20 years ago to do her PhD in materials engineering at the University of Wollongong. She says being elected a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science is a great honour and hopes it can inspire other young women in science to follow in her footsteps.
Being a woman in science is quite challenging but rewarding as well. You know, work-life balance is not easy thing to manage, but I'm proud today. I'm able to mentor the next generation, and I have very fantastic female scientists working in my team. I'm very proud of this.
Professor Elaine Holmes. Elaine Holmes is a computational biologist who's made pioneering contributions to the development and implementation of metabolic phenotyping in translational clinical paradigms. She's applied spectroscopy and chemometric modelling to disease diagnosis and prognosis in a number of clinical fields, including cardiometabolic and neurodegenerative diseases. Much of her work focuses on the chemical dialogue between the human host and their gut microbiome and the consequent impact on human health.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Elaine, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
The human body houses trillions of microorganisms known collectively as the microbiome.
We're more bacteria in terms of our DNA than we are human.
Professor Elaine Holmes has spent much of her career decoding the chemical dialogue that happens between us humans and the bacteria in our gut. These gut microbes contribute significantly to our metabolism. They process our food and produce compounds from the nutrients we consume. Some are beneficial to our body, but others could be potentially harmful. Professor Holmes pioneered computational approaches to capture chemical fingerprints that are biomarkers of disease.
Every disease has its own characteristic fingerprint. So, for example, people with liver disease might have increased bile acids or increased acylcarnitines.
More recently, her team has been on the hunt for biomarkers of risk that indicate if a person is predisposed to neurodegenerative disorders such as Alzheimer's. It's research that could lead to earlier detection and even prevention of these conditions.
If we know which metabolic pathways are associated with neurodegenerative conditions, then we can try to optimize the performance of those pathways or modulate them by lifestyle choices earlier on in life.
Lifestyle choices including diet. But what does a healthier diet look like? Professor Holmes says there's no one-size-fits-all answer.
If everybody eats a particular healthy diet, like the Mediterranean diet, does it have the same effect on everybody? And the answer is no, because everybody has a unique gut microbiome and they have unique genetics, unique set of environmental lifestyle circumstances.
So another strand of her research is looking at how we can personalise nutrition. That could extend to modulating food itself.
The same instrument that I put my blood sample into in the lab, I can also put in, an artichoke or an apple or some other carbohydrate. We can measure foods just as easily with the same technologies we can measure human body fluids.
Originally from the UK, Professor Holmes moved to Australia in 2019, along with several members of her Imperial College London research team. They were lured by the world-class facilities at the then newly built Australian National Phenome Centre here at Murdoch University in Perth. Since then, their team has continued to expand.
Science is really multidisciplinary, and because of that we have to search for expertise from different communities. So here we're really a big international family. We have, I think, 17 different nationalities here.
Now, as a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, Professor Holmes hopes to encourage even more bright young minds to join their mission in unlocking the secrets of the gut microbiome and its impacts on our health.
Professor David Keith. David Keith is an international leader in conservation science who led the development of biodiversity risk assessment methods and a global ecosystem typology which have been adopted as global standards by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, better known as IUCN. Scientists and practitioners, including in environmental management, draw extensively on his research innovations in threatened species conservation, ecosystem dynamics, fire ecology, and vegetation classification and mapping.
Congratulations, David, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Sydney's Royal National Park is home away from home for Professor David Keith.
I've spent a lot of time in this park doing research to better understand how biodiversity works and how to help it persist. There are 1,100 plant species that occur in Royal National Park, so it's an absolutely massive convergence of species represented there by plants in that example, but the plants also have an enormous web of dependent invertebrates that live with them.
These communities of species are at the heart of Professor Keith's work. He's considered one of Australia's foremost experts in plant ecology and vegetation dynamics. It's work that is fueled by a genuine love for nature.
We're on a mission from God, and that mission is to conserve, nature, to give something back for the way that it supports us people. Public good is a really important contribution for scientists to make.
But conserving nature is becoming increasingly difficult. He lists many threats, including humans' excessive use of land and water resources, a growing number of invasive species, and the rising frequency and severity of natural disturbances such as floods and fire. The impacts are obvious, even here in a protected national park, where some long-lived plants are undergoing sustained declines associated with changing fire regimes and novel diseases.
We've been able to show that there's been quite substantial declines over the last few decades in species that normally live for hundreds of years. About a third of plants that we tagged 30 years ago are no longer with us, and they're not being replaced at anything like the rate that they need to be by new seedlings to maintain a stable population.
But Professor Keith's research extends far beyond Sydney. He led an international team classifying the world's ecosystems into 110 functional types. He was also the driving force behind the so-called Red List of Ecosystems, a global scientific tool to assess the risk of ecosystem degradation and collapse.
There's no species that can exist without an ecosystem, a place to live in nature. What we're seeing, in the last few hundred years in particular, is a simplification of ecosystems where we're losing species that contribute important functions that keep other species afloat, because there are an incredible array of dependencies amongst different species.
But despite the mounting threats, Professor Keith remains hopeful. As a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, he wants to share his knowledge to ignite social change.
Ultimately, it's about what people value and what they want to do. If they value nature, then they will look after it. I'm utterly convinced about that. So sharing, what we learn about this might actually help a few people appreciate, nature a little more because of, its incredible diversity and intricacy and complexity.
Professor David Komander. David Komander is a leader in the field of ubiquitination. He unveiled the complexity and specificity of the ubiquitin code and uncovered fundamental principles in ubiquitin chain assembly, recognition and disassembly by ubiquitinating enzymes, DUBs, such as otolin, which he discovered as a specialised DUB in inflammation. He also determined the molecular basis for PINK1 Parkin-mediated macrophagy, a key pathway derailed in inherited Parkinson's disease.
Congratulations, David, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
As the sun rises over Melbourne, you'll often find Professor David Komander on a kayak.
It's just such an amazing way to connect with nature, and you cannot beat the serenity and the beauty of sitting on your kayak in the morning. Sometimes you have dolphins coming up and you catch a fish.
The biochemist and cell biologist started kayak fishing during Melbourne's COVID-19 lockdown and soon realised it helps focus his mind.
It does help my work because it gives me that balance and in my mindset that I really need to not completely get eaten up by the stress.
That stress comes from trying to unravel the mysteries of the ubiquitin system. Ubiquitin is a tiny protein that attaches itself to bigger proteins to modify the way they function or interact within our cells.
If you attach one ubiquitin to a protein, that's not so much the big deal. What is a big deal is the idea that ubiquitin can now not be attaching to itself, and we build what's called ubiquitin chains.
The fate of the targeted protein can vary depending on the structure of these chains. And here's why that matters.
What we're describing here is a possibility to turn our basic research insights into potential for new drug discovery.
The ubiquitin system plays a critical role in a wide range of cellular processes, and problems with the system can cause a variety of diseases, including cancer. One function of ubiquitin ensures that broken proteins and damaged organelles such as mitochondria are removed from circulation by flagging them for destruction. When this process malfunctions, obsolete and damaged proteins or mitochondria accumulate, which can cause neurodegenerative diseases such as Parkinson's. Professor Komander has advanced our understanding of that relationship through fundamental research into proteins called Parkin and PINK1.
PINK1 is a protein called ubiquitin kinase. Kinases have a well-studied function in taking a tiny chemical tag and attaching a chemical phosphate group to a protein of interest. What was a shock to the entire field of ubiquitin researchers, including myself, was when we and others identified that PINK1 is a kinase that attaches the phosphate group not to a protein, but actually to ubiquitin as a protein. So now we're talking about the modifications of a modifier.
PINK1 modifies the ubiquitin attached to damaged proteins on the outer membrane of mitochondria. Modified ubiquitin attracts Parkin, which attaches more ubiquitin to the surrounding proteins. A heavily coated surface initiates the disposal of the entire organelle to nearby proteins, creating a layer of modified ubiquitin that initiates their orderly removal. Importantly, failures in either Parkin or PINK1 cause certain cases of Parkinson's, particularly for people who develop the condition before the age of 50. The race is now on to work out how to activate PINK1 or Parkin to treat the condition. Professor Komander describes that as a perfect example of how fundamental and translational research can work hand in hand, and something his team does every day here at WEHI in Melbourne. A critical mission that's now seen him elected a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science.
It means everything. I feel so privileged to be part of this learned society.
Professor Sharon Lewin. Sharon Lewin is recognised globally for her leadership in infectious disease, basic virology. She established laboratory models to study HIV latency, developed novel assays to quantify the viral reservoir, and identified interventions to reverse HIV latency in patients. As director of the Doherty Institute, she's also been a leader in Australia's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its public communication.
Congratulations, Sharon, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus.
Can the spread of this highly infectious disease be contained?
As word spread of a potential global health emergency, Professor Sharon Lewin was up early every day. She'd jog while listening to COVID-19 updates from the New England Journal of Medicine.
I actually do really like physical exercise or ways to be completely distracted from all the other issues that cloud your mind in a busy work week.
And as director of the Peter Doherty Institute for Infection and Immunity, there was plenty on her mind. A joint venture of the University of Melbourne and the Royal Melbourne Hospital, the Doherty played a key role in formulating Australia's pandemic response. The Institute's scientists were the first outside of China to develop a lab-grown version of the virus.
And we made a decision very rapidly to share it globally, and the virus was available to over 70 different laboratories around the world.
The Institute also created the first COVID PCR test in Australia and diagnosed the first patient.
Professor Sharon Lewin is the Doherty Institute's director. Sharon Lewin.
Professor Lewin became a familiar face on Australian television, sharing findings from COVID modelling and updates on vaccine development.
I never thought to myself, we're under immense pressure here, we must deliver. I was very conscious that science, public health, it's a real group effort.
She says there are plenty of lessons from the pandemic, including the vital need to effectively communicate science to mainstream audiences.
Science plays an incredibly important role, but science is only useful if it's done in partnership with the community and also our political leadership.
And she believes the world's leaders must take steps to ensure low and middle income countries aren't left behind in the next global health crisis.
So we have to make sure we've got a system that can produce 7 billion vaccines or vaccines for everyone very quickly, and there's equitable distribution.
Fighting to improve health outcomes globally is a day-to-day job for Professor Lewin. She spent more than 2 decades unlocking the secrets of HIV and is now president of the International AIDS Society. Professor Lewin was at the epicenter of HIV science in the late 1990s, undertaking a postdoctoral fellowship alongside the famed AIDS researcher David Ho in New York. He had just become Time magazine's Man of the Year after pioneering the use of combination antiretroviral therapy, which transformed HIV from a terminal disease into a chronic disease. There was genuine hope it would pave the way for a cure.
And within 3 weeks of me arriving in New York in December 97, HIV latency was discovered.
HIV latency is when the virus goes into hiding within the body's cells, preventing its eradication. Her research has focused on not only finding where it hides, but coaxing it out so it can be destroyed.
About 1 in a million cells carries a virus that we actually care about. So you've got to sift through 1 million cells to find that infected cell. But we've now got ways to do it.
More a marathon than a sprint, but Professor Lewin, now proudly a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, remains determined to reach the finish line.
We now have widespread access to treatment. Treatment's relatively simple. The next big challenge is finding a cure.
Professor Jian Li. Jian Li is an international authority in antimicrobial discovery and development research programs that have combated life-threatening bacterial superbugs. His research has also led to the first dosing guidelines for the last defence polymyxin antibiotics and significantly improved clinical antimicrobial practice globally.
Congratulations, Jan, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
For Professor Jian Li, green tea is more than a drink. He credits it with helping him to think.
When I'm doing research, we sometimes need a great ideas. We need to be relaxed in some way. And tea probably is one of the catalysts, in my life, I believe.
The thought he puts into preparing tea reflects his broader approach to research, considered and meaningful with a desire for impact. Professor Li is an antimicrobial pharmacologist on a mission to combat superbugs, strains of bacteria that have become resistant to almost all current classes of antibiotics.
This means in the clinic, it's very difficult to identify an effective antibiotic to use in patients.
Superbugs are on the rise as bacterial cells develop ways to outsmart antibiotics.
For example, they can degrade antibiotics, they can modify the antibiotic target to minimize the bonding of antibiotic molecules with the target, and they can also pump out the antibiotic outside the bacterial cells.
The World Health Organization has identified antibiotic resistance as one of the 3 greatest challenges to global health. But it's a challenge that many of the world's major pharmaceutical companies aren't tackling.
Big pharmas have left antibiotic market because they're minimal profit.
So Professor Lee's team at Monash University's Biomedicine Discovery Institute is taking up the fight in 2 major ways. The first is to improve the way we use antibiotics already available on the market.
We try every effort to optimize antibiotic use in patients.
That means using just the right dosage regimens in individual patients to treat the infection while minimising drug resistance and toxicity. His research led to the first scientifically based dosing guidelines for last-line antibiotics known as polymyxins.
And that's very exciting because that have been widely adopted by hospitals around the globe and have changed clinical practice greatly. That's very rewarding.
Professor Lee is also developing novel peptide antibiotics to treat deadly infections caused by bacterial superbugs, something made possible by 2 decades of fundamental research undertaken by his lab.
We took the drug from concept in the laboratory through the drug discovery pipeline and then get into clinical trials. We can see the true value of our knowledge and also program can create for global health.
He says he's deeply honoured to become a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science and wants to use the platform to advocate for rapid clinical translation of breakthrough biomedical discoveries in order to target major global challenges.
Professor Gareth McKinley. Gareth McKinley has made outstanding contributions to viscoelastic fluid mechanics, understanding flow instabilities and stretching flows. His research group has developed novel instrumentation and customized rheological analysis techniques that have driven the field of rheometry for complex and soft fluids. McKinley's freely distributed code for analysing large amplitude oscillatory shear flow is used at large number of Australian universities and CSIRO, especially for characterising and distinguishing the nonlinear rheological responses of different wheat flours.
Congratulations, Gareth, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship as a corresponding member.
We're in Chile's Atacama Desert, said to be the sunniest place on Earth. It's certainly one of the driest. But while it rarely rains here, the hills are often cloaked in fog that drifts in from warm oceans nearby.
So the question is, can I harvest it? Can I find some way of sucking that water out of the air?
Professor Gareth McKinley studies the rheology of complex fluids, or the science of how these fluids flow.
And really, we're surrounded by examples of things like that. So if you go into the kitchen, open the fridge door, anything like a mayonnaise or Vegemite or something like that is going to flow in a very strange way. It still flows like a liquid, but it may look like a solid to start with. You have to push on it to a certain speed before it'll actually start moving.
In collaboration with colleagues in Chile, his team used fluid mechanics to figure out an effective way to harvest fog in the Atacama Desert for much-needed water. It wasn't a new idea, but their approach was. The fishing nets and meshes commonly used to extract water from fog tend to be far from optimal. So Professor McKinley's team undertook extensive lab testing to design an optimised mesh consisting of stainless steel filaments about 3 times the thickness of a human hair. They also coated it in a special polymeric substance that helps trap the water droplets blown across the mesh in the air, but also allows them to drain down into the collector.
And you could literally collect drinkable water at the bottom of it. In fact, you really don't have to do any purification at all. It's naturally desalinated. You can turn it into just bottled water almost instantly.
Their desert deployment successfully yielded a few litres of drinking water per day from each square metre of mesh, which is roughly the daily requirement for a single farmer. But they think they can do even better with different configurations. It's the sort of challenge Professor McKinley thrives on. One of his career highlights was working alongside researchers from NASA to better understand the spinnability of strong, stretchy materials such as spider silk.
So with a spider spinning its thread, it goes from a viscous liquid towards a soft solid that can hold an entire spider's weight. So we were really interested in measuring the properties or the stickiness or the stringiness of this. But of course, if you try and do that on Earth, then gravity dominates and your thread just sags to the ground.
He helped design special hardware known as a filament stretching rheometer that could be used to experiment with stretchable liquids on the International Space Station. Professor McKinley's other work is more down to earth. His insights on a range of complex liquids have been used in a variety of applications, from 3D printing to food manufacturing.
If I take the fat out of a product and try and replace it with something else that's vegan or vegetarian, then can I still make something that has the same taste? Or as what's used in the food industry, they call the mouthfeel. And mouthfeel is much more than taste. It's how does it feel in your mouth? Is it slippery? Is it slimy? Does it get stuck to the roof of my palate? And trying to match those kinds of properties is really what rheology is all about.
Professor McKinley first visited Australia as a student in 1985 and has worked closely with scientists here ever since, particularly at Monash University and the University of Melbourne. He says Australia has a strong reputation in rheology and calls becoming a corresponding member of the Australian Academy of Science a genuine honour.
There's very few corresponding members elected each year, and when I told my children this and they heard that David Attenborough was also a corresponding member, they were amazed. To me, if I can be mentioned in the same sentence as David Attenborough, then that's wonderful. But more importantly, it's really a great reflection of the collaboration and the science that I've been doing with colleagues in Australia for more than 25 years now.
Professor Belinda Medlyn. Professor Medlyn is a plant physiological ecologist and mathematical modeller known for her groundbreaking contributions to understanding and predicting plant responses to climate change. Her work has provided a compelling basis for long-term prediction of plant responses to rising carbon dioxide concentrations, warming temperatures and drought. Her work has been integrated into the mathematical models used to predict Earth systems dynamics worldwide.
Congratulations, Belinda. Congratulations, Belinda. I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science.
Just hold it tight. We're strapping in for a journey to the future. Wow. Here among the treetops in Western Sydney, distinguished Professor Belinda Medlyn is getting a preview of what forests could look like in the year 2050.
Humans emit a lot of carbon each year, but about 25% of that at the moment is taken up by forests.
But will forests continue to soak up our increasing emissions, and what impact will all that carbon have? This giant experiment at the Hawkesbury Institute for the Environment at Western Sydney University is trying to find the answers. Elevated levels of carbon dioxide have been pumped into this native eucalyptus forest for more than a decade. The result, published in Nature, shows the trees took in about 12% more carbon, but they didn't grow any faster. Instead, the extra carbon was quickly cycled through the soil and then released into the atmosphere. That means forests may not provide the salvation many have hoped they would.
And so one of the key uncertainties around trying to predict where the future course of temperatures might head is actually knowing how long we've got a forest carbon sink for.
Professor Medlyn is a theoretical ecologist who studies the impacts of climate change on plants. The data she obtains from experiments such as this one is integrated into mathematical models used to predict global environments.
A forest is photosynthesizing, it's respiring, it's taking up nutrients, it's using water. You can measure all of those different processes and understand how they're regulated by the environment. And using all of that information, you can bring it together to make some predictions about how fast the forest might grow, how much water it will use at forest scale, how it might change over time.
Professor Medlyn studied maths at university and soon found herself working as a merchant banker. By her own account, it was a job she hated.
And the wonderful thing about maths, the really important thing about maths is that there's maths everywhere. So if you've got a maths degree, you can actually work in pretty much any field that you want.
After returning to university to complete a PhD in theoretical biology, Professor Medlyn embarked on a career at the intersection of experimentation and modelling. Her research has shown how complex models can best incorporate experimental data and also the kind of data needed to support model development. It's a career that has now seen her elected a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science. But predicting the future can be confronting. It's clear that Professor Medlyn worries deeply about our changing environment.
It's a really weird experience to be a scientist and to be watching something that you think is really important decline and disappear. And to try and argue as much as you can, we need to do something about this, and then, people question it and are skeptical, and it's like, we've always had floods, we've always had fires, what's the problem? But when you're studying it and seeing what the changes are and thinking about what the implications are and, where we're headed in 10, 20 years and thinking, you just can't spend too much time thinking about it as a scientist, otherwise it does get to you.
Professor Lewin Moresi. Lewin Moresi has made major advances in the discipline of geodynamics, helping to expand the use of computational physics into mainstream geology and tectonics. His work combines deep physical insights into the nature of convection in the Earth's lithosphere and mantle with novel approaches to computation. His open source scientific software and community codes have made quantitative modelling accessible across multiple disciplines in the earth sciences.
Congratulations, Lee. Congratulations, Louis, and welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Professor Louis Moresi has some planets on the boil.
It's a big block coming down. Watch.
He often encourages his students to make lava lamps like these ones as a way of demonstrating Earth's evolution.
The density of the hot versus cold liquids, they play off against each other in these really complicated ways. So the blobs would be maybe continental crust, and the background liquid, we think of that as maybe being a little bit like the mantle of the Earth.
Professor Moresi is an expert in planetary scale geodynamics.
My interest is in how the Earth formed and how it became how it is today, with plates moving, turning itself inside out, creating mountains, creating the oceans.
Earth is covered in tectonic plates. Interactions at their boundaries can lead to major geological events such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Professor Moresi builds computer modelling tools to better understand the formation of those plates.
Now, the reason we're interested in that is because the process of plate tectonics stirs the whole Earth in 3 dimensions. So the plates going round into the interior and coming back out again, that recycles a lot of interesting elements, and those might well be elements that are important for sustaining life in the long term.
He also wants to know why Earth appears to be the only planet in our solar system that has tectonic plates.
And the really interesting question, I suppose, is if you look at exoplanets, planets around other stars, which might be a bit larger or a bit smaller, or maybe have a different history, maybe they have a different heat content, maybe they're made of something very slightly different. Would those planets potentially have plate tectonics? So the study of plate tectonics has very big implications for understanding whether distant exoplanets may be suitable for life.
One of Professor Moresi's software creations is called Underworld, which can be used in both laptops and supercomputers to study geological problems. He insisted on the source code being available to researchers everywhere.
It's very important to me because I really do actually believe in open science from that perspective, that if you want to do something, you want other people to be able to reproduce your work really quickly. You want other people to build on your ideas. So if they have access to the best tools, and I have a bit more time to think about how to improve those tools, then it's a win for everybody.
Born in London, Professor Moresi moved to Australia more than 25 years ago. Today, he's based at the Australian National University, which is also home to one of Australia's most powerful supercomputers.
It is sort of the national university, which makes it a little bit special. And, although we can access computers from anywhere, we can also access the people, we can talk to people. There's natural collaboration that develops with other people who you run into.
He sees becoming a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science as valued recognition of the earth sciences.
It also gives a sort of an opportunity to let people know about the importance of the Earth as a planet, the planetary evolution, to be able to explain a little bit how the Earth evolves and why it's important to understand that.
Professor Richard Payne. Richard Payne is an international leader in the fields of organic chemistry and chemical biology. He is recognised for pioneering a number of technologies for accessing precisely modified peptides and proteins for applications in biology and medicine. His lab is also recognised for the development of modified peptide drug leads for a range of diseases, such as inflammatories, antithrombotics, anti-infectives, including for COVID-19.
Congratulations, Richard, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Ticks don't have the greatest reputation. They are, after all, parasites that pose a danger to people and animals. But the very thing we despise them for is also what makes them useful to Professor Richard Payne.
What ticks do amazingly well is feed on blood for long periods of time.
That's because their saliva has powerful blood-thinning molecules, molecules that could help treat conditions such as strokes. That's where Professor Payne comes in. He's a chemical biologist who uncovers the functions of proteins and peptides made by plants and animals and then improves them for our use.
Nature has been evolving their molecular arsenal probably over billions of years. So they've had a lot of time to, hone the bioactivity and the selectivity of these molecules. And so that's a great starting point because we don't have to do all that legwork. We can take that and then use some of the chemical tools that we now have to sort of put on aftermarket modifications to make those molecules even better than what nature makes in the first place.
In the case of ticks, it's not just their blood-thinning prowess that interests Professor Payne. His team has also been able to synthetically produce the anti-inflammatory proteins found in their saliva.
So a tick can be sitting on your back and you won't necessarily know it's there. And the reason is it's producing really potent immune modulatory molecules that can suppress your immune system to stop you from basically itching and scratching the tick off.
So, can those molecules enhance treatments for symptoms caused by lung inflammation in respiratory illnesses like COVID-19? That's an example of the questions being asked within the University of Sydney node of the ARC Centre of Excellence for Innovations in Peptide and Protein Science, where Professor Payne is Deputy Director. The team studies everything from venomous species to native plants and Australian marsupials.
And we're particularly interested in molecules that are produced in the pouch of these animals that can have either anti-infective activity, so antibacterial activity to prevent the young from getting sick, but also immune modulatory activity.
Professor Payne's election as a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science is recognition of his pioneering work in developing powerful technologies to modify peptides and proteins for applications in biology and medicine. He says he's particularly proud of his role in mentoring the Fellows of tomorrow.
Mentoring is actually my favourite part of the job. I now have a large number of alumni that are working both in industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, but also running their own labs in universities all around the world. And I think that's just massively rewarding.
Professor Shuzhang Shao. Shuzhang Shao is recognised internationally for his landmark work in developing catalysis principles and next-generation catalysts for clean energy. His work has reshaped materials development pathways for catalysis, energy conversion, and energy storage. Its impact is evident in frontier catalysis science and applications in fuel cells, hydrogen production, CO2 conversion, and advanced batteries.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Mrs. Zhang, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship. Thank you.
Professor Shuzhang Chao is firmly fixed on our future energy needs. Here at the University of Adelaide, he's designing new technologies to help power our world in a more sustainable way. This includes novel catalysts for producing green hydrogen.
In traditional, the electrocatalytic process, they use fresh water, produce green hydrogen. But in Australia and some countries, fresh water is a shortage. If we develop a new catalyst, we can use seawater directly.
Before seawater can be used for hydrogen production, it typically needs to be desalinized and purified. But his team found a way to bypass that expensive process. They designed catalysts to suppress the formation of chloride byproducts. These chlorides can corrode the electrolyser quickly during direct seawater splitting. Their catalysts also prevent precipitates from forming at the electrode and impacting the electrolyser's lifespan. The findings, published in the prestigious Nature Energy Journal, have caught the eye of many prospective investors.
We talked with several companies already, so I think in next 2 or 3 years we can commercialize our technology and use technology in real application.
His lab is also exploring aqueous metal batteries as a cheaper and safer alternative to lithium-ion batteries for the storage of electricity in households and power grids.
For lithium battery, a lot of problem. First problem is cost. It's very expensive. Second one, is easily cross fire. That's the reason. So we need to develop new battery technology.
Professor Chow is a leading expert on energy storage and conversion. He says that's a result of a genuine passion for learning and discovery.
Even now, if we find a new research phenomena or a new research results, I'm very, very exciting and very happy.
As a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, he's eager to continue doing fundamental research to tackle the world's energy problems and hopes to inspire young researchers to do the same.
Professor Brajesh Singh. Professor Singh is a world-leading soil ecologist whose work has resulted in fundamental shifts in functional microbial ecology by providing direct evidence that the loss of microbial diversity leads to direct loss of ecosystems' functions on local and global scales. Professor Singh is best known for his global studies that have demonstrated the central role of soil microbes in predicting, mitigating, and adapting to climate change.
Congratulations, Belinda. Congratulations, Brajesh, and welcome to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Distinguished Professor Brajesh Singh says there's a very simple reason why we should all care about soil.
All terrestrial life is dependent upon the soils to sustain it.
A single teaspoon of topsoil can contain up to 6 billion microorganisms. That makes soil one of the most biologically diverse materials on the planet and one that is critical for plants, including most of the world's food crops.
They are entirely dependent on the soil microbes to provide them the nitrogen, the potassiums, the phosphorus and other chemicals the other elements that it needs to grow.
Professor Singh is a world-leading soil ecologist. His work has helped shed light on the highly complex nature of the ecosystem beneath our feet and how that ecosystem is adapting to climate change.
All the data we have today suggests that soil biodiversity is vulnerable to the climate change. If you change the soil biodiversity, if you reduce the soil biodiversity, the service and the functions they provide will be reduced.
Professor Singh helped edit the Global Soil Biodiversity Atlas that brought together the findings of more than 150 researchers across 26 countries. It was a major piece of work, but scientists think they've still only isolated around 1% of soil microorganism species. Professor Singh believes countries, including Australia, should keep track of soil biodiversity as part of their global reporting obligations.
You cannot deliver a solution for a global challenge without high-quality science.
His own high-quality science is helping farmers to implement sustainable approaches and minimise the impacts of climate change. That includes the development of patented technologies to detect a soil problem that becomes more common as the weather warms, food and environmental pathogens.
We need to understand where they are distributed so that our own human health is managed.
Professor Singh believes all soil ecosystems are now facing similar threats.
In the natural ecosystems, you're looking at how naturally planted microbes interact. But the pressures, now we're putting all sort of pressure there as well. We're putting climate change, we're putting pollutions. Not many parts in the world where there is no chemical pollutions.
He says becoming a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science is an unexpected honour and one he hopes will help make a genuine difference.
We need to come together, not just as a researcher, as a scientist, but as a society, to tackle these issues more vigorously than we are doing at this moment. Because unpredictability of its consequences means we can't plan. And if we can't plan, the repercussions can be more severe.
Professor Peter Taylor. Peter Taylor works in the general field of applied probability and is noted for building mathematical models for real-world systems that are driven by random processes. His work has been applied to provide solutions to problems across a wide range of areas: telecommunication systems and data networks, queuing theory, the management of natural resources, mechanism design in economics, extreme rainfall and bushfire events, patient flow in healthcare systems, epidemic modelling, systems biology, and blockchain modelling.
Congratulations, Peter. Congratulations, Peter, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
It's a cold morning in the mountains of Victoria's Yuyangs Regional Park, and Professor Peter Taylor is off the beaten track. He's in training for one of his life's passions, rowgaining.
The official phrase is long-distance cross-country navigation in teams.
The sport was created at the University of Melbourne in the 1970s, where Professor Taylor is now Chair of Operations Research in Mathematics and Statistics, disciplines that have given him a handy skill set for the strategic route planning required for rowgaining. Teams of 2 can be in the field for up to 24 hours, searching for checkpoints that are worth a differing number of points.
This is pretty challenging because you start midday Saturday, you're going to keep going to midday Sunday. It's totally up to you how you attack this. You've got the map, you've got where the points are, you have to walk, and it's amazing how fast some teams can go in that time.
Navigating complex scenarios is also part of Professor Taylor's day job. He works in the field of applied probability, where he's achieved significant advances in the theoretical analysis of models.
My niche in research is to come up with mathematical models that give insight into systems.
Particularly ones driven by random processes.
You know, designing algorithms, computational methods, things like that to get some type of information out of the equations and then sort of seeing what happens. And when you see something that gives you insight in what's happening in the real world, you feel like you've got your own little selfish piece of insight that I now understand that when I didn't understand it before.
Those insights could include applying queuing theory to the operations of a call centre.
Call centres don't have queues of people standing in line, but they do have queues of people queued up electronically. Then you have servers that have different skills, you have customers that have different requirements, so the whole thing can get quite complicated.
Professor Taylor is currently supervising a PhD student looking at that very problem, working out how to prioritise calls, ensuring the right servers are paired with the right callers. The same theory could be extended to many other situations, including healthcare.
Things like hospital emergency departments, you know, how do you prioritise the resources you've got? How do you make decisions about who treats who or who sees who? once you start thinking about it, there are many, many systems in society that are like this.
His ability to use mathematics to solve real-world problems has now seen Professor Taylor elected a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science. He says he hopes that serves as inspiration to people considering a career in maths.
You could be a mathematician, you could be a statistician, you could be a data scientist, you could be an analytics expert. They're all really requiring similar skills. And there are massive, massive opportunities for people with those skills.
Mentoring is something close to Professor Taylor's heart. He likes to think of his PhD students as his academic children.
What they collectively can do is more than what I can do myself. The way that you can multiply what you can do by influencing young people is something I'm really proud of.
And when they face inevitable challenges and setbacks, he gives them the same advice he applies to the sport of row gaining.
If you do it, and if you come through it, and if you feel like you handled it okay, it does something for your confidence in the rest of life.
Professor Linfa Wang. Linfa Wang is globally recognised for his contributions to bat viruses and bat biology and the successful translation of his discoveries into biomedical innovations that have helped combat viral outbreaks from Hendra virus in Australia to the COVID-19 pandemic. His breakthrough research and biomedical innovations have informed public health policies at national and international levels, and Professor Wang has served in multiple World Health Organisation's COVID-19 committees.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Lewin, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship as a corresponding member. Thank you.
He's often referred to in the media as Batman. Professor Linfa Wang's superpower is his vast knowledge on all things bat-related. He's one of the world's foremost experts on bat-borne viruses and led efforts to trace the origin of outbreaks, including the Hendra virus in Australia and SARS in China. So when COVID-19 hit, Professor Wang, who had been considering retirement, didn't hesitate to step back into the action.
I use this, a quote of, success favors the prepared mind. I've been doing this for the last 30 years before COVID. And when COVID came, I feel like I'm so ready.
His team here at Duke NUS Medical School in Singapore was the first in the world to develop a test that can rapidly detect neutralising antibodies against COVID-19 in blood samples, an indication of prior infection and protective immunity.
We made a beta test kit and we got a HSA, the Singapore FDA approval, and we launched as a commercial product in Singapore. All of that, 70 days.
The test, known as CPAS, could help untangle the starting point of the pandemic. In other words, identify how the virus first jumped from animals to humans and the early human-to-human spread, especially between those without symptoms. That's not the only mystery Professor Wang is working to solve. His research also offers novel insights into bat immune systems and why these creatures are reservoirs for many emerging viruses.
Bats, as a flying mammal, they have evolved a different immune system. Put it simply, that the immune system have a much good balance of defense versus tolerance than human. So if we get a virus, we fight very, very hard. Whereas the bats get a virus, they just fight hard enough so that they don't cause disease, but they don't necessarily clear the virus. What we want to learn is this anti-disease aspects that bats, can do better than a human.
Learnings that could help inform the response to future outbreaks of zoonotic diseases. In 1989, an unexpected phone call brought Professor Wang from California, where he was doing his PhD, to Australia. Without his knowledge, his close friend had submitted his CV for a position at Monash University.
The head of the department saw my CV and he was so excited. He called me that afternoon. So from Australia to California and offered me a job, so the rest kind of is history. So I went to Australia purely by almost an accident.
After a couple of years at Monash, he joined CSIRO, where he made his first big breakthrough. The deadly Hendra virus had just struck Australia and infected and killed many horses. Professor Wang led the team that sequenced this virus and developed the Hendra vaccine veterinarians use on horses to this day. Today, he lives and works in Singapore. But Professor Wang says Australia will always have a special place in his heart, and he's honoured to now be elected a corresponding member of the Australian Academy of Science.
Australia means to me is my second sort of homeland. Yeah, I was born in China, but my career in infectious disease was 100%, started and developed in Australia.
Professor Leslie Weston. Leslie Weston is a pioneer in the study and application of plant interactions with other plants, microbes and herbivores. Her work has identified the role of various metabolites and biosynthetic pathways involved in plant defence systems and the regulation of plant-soil rhizosphere interactions. Through intensive study and selection of competitive crops and ground covers, she's achieved sustainable and effective weed management in diverse agro-ecosystems.
Congratulations to Leslie, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
This is no ordinary scientific lab. These field sites in the riverine New South Wales city of Wagga Wagga help Professor Leslie Weston improve our fundamental understanding of crop protection.
My entire career has been developed around looking at mechanisms, how things work, why things are working, and commercially, what does that mean for a nursery industry or horticulture, or in this case, broadacre agriculture or livestock producers.
Professor Weston is a plant biologist. She studies how plants interact with everything around them.
So specifically, plant interactions with pathogens, plant interactions with soil inoculants, plant interactions with weeds, and plant interactions with insects, as well as biocontrol agents.
Charles Sturt University is the perfect research base for Professor Weston's team. The campus is home to not only a working farm, but also state-of-the-art labs.
We can now assess, using mass spectrometry and metabolomics, the presence of the whole complement of chemistry that's present at any point in time, either in a plant or in the recipient organism, the animal or the pest.
These techniques have offered new insights into how plant roots release various molecules into surrounding soil and the resulting impact. This knowledge is then shared with industry and other scientists to create what she calls big picture solutions for farming.
Together we work on a systems-based approach to understanding how competitive crops work or how we can protect a plant or livestock from interactions that are detrimental.
It's work that comes naturally to Professor Weston. As a child, she spent a lot of time in glasshouses, helping out at her family's commercial nursery and garden centre.
My family's enterprise in terms of the nursery, garden center, and production has probably always made me recognize that the industry is really what drives a lot of these discoveries too.
She sees her election as a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science as a recognition of the work from her entire research team.
I'm also pleased that we're from regional Australia. We're hoping that this will bring an awareness of the types of research and the impacts that we can have on the community. So, very pleased that this happened.
Professor Andrew Wilks. Andrew Wilks is a molecular biologist and cancer cell biologist. He and his laboratory made transformative discoveries in the signal transduction field, as well as in neurogenesis and angiogenesis. He discovered several important drug discovery targets, defined their roles in cytokine signalling, and founding one of Australia's most successful biotech companies. He also led the team that delivered the therapeutic JAK inhibitor momelotinib.
Congratulations, Andrew, and I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Deep thinking, where every move counts. That's a skill set Professor Andrew Wilks has refined through chess tournaments like this one.
Chess taught me how to think tactically and strategically. In the sciences, those sorts of skills are incredibly important.
He was amazed in 2017 when Google DeepMind's AlphaZero AI program triumphed at chess against world-leading specialist software within hours of teaching itself the game.
If you could apply these sorts of tools to a similar process, drug discovery, it's a process that has some rules, many unknown unknowns, then you might be able to advance your programs that much quicker, that much more effectively.
And that's what brings us here to the Bio21 Institute at the University of Melbourne. Professor Wilks co-founded a company based at the institute called Synthesis MedChem.
There are big machines, big toys, big equipment that can do amazing things here. And the sort of information that comes out of that structural biology, analytical chemistry, those sorts of things are incredibly important for us as we develop our drug discovery programs.
Professor Wilks is a molecular and cancer biologist. During his time at the Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research in the 1980s and 90s, he discovered and named the JAK family of kinases, enzymes that play a critical role in how cells interact with their environment. That discovery significantly advanced our knowledge of immunity, opening new avenues for therapeutics. Professor Wilks is also very much an entrepreneur. Before Synthesis, he founded one of Australia's most successful biotech companies, Cytopia.
Making the connection between the science and cash or investment, that's a little bit of a skill. There's still a translation gap in some way, where the potential value of a piece of science is still somewhat opaque to the people who have cash to invest.
Professor Wilks' mission these days is to generate enough investment for early phase drug discovery before then passing the projects onto larger pharmaceutical companies to complete clinical development. That mission is enhanced by machine learning technology.
The computer will develop an algorithm by which it can improve the way the molecules behave, and you kind of go along for the ride.
It's not all left to the computer. Ultimately, each hypothesis must be subjected to biological validation.
But you can get a long way down the path much more quickly, simply using these AI programs and computational chemistry. We're all cyborgs now in many respects.
Professor Wilks says becoming a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science is a massive honour, and one he hopes will encourage more investment in the complex chessboard of translational science.
Professor Xinghuo Yu. Xinghuo Yu has made outstanding contributions to the theory and application of discontinuous control of systems. He is a pioneer in terminal sliding mode control theory and technology, and an explorer in complex network systems and engineering applications. These developments benefit both industry and society more broadly, and have been directly applied to address industrial problems in areas such as smart grids, robotics, and cybersecurity.
Congratulations, Sharon. Congratulations, Shingo. I welcome you into the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Distinguished Professor Xinghuo Yu is at his happiest when he's making things. He built his first transistor radio at the age of 10.
Little radio I can hear. I was so excited.
Professor Yu grew up in China during the Cultural Revolution. Universities were closed, so he figured that once he finished school, he'd become a village electrician. But his plans changed after the death of Mao Zedong.
I had the opportunity to enter the university exam. Did pretty well, so I went to this University of Science or Technology of China.
And so began a long and successful career in electrical engineering, one that brought him to Australia in 1989 for a research fellow position at the University of Adelaide with legendary applied mathematician, the late Ren Potts.
I was so surprised. My English was very poor. Written was all right, but English so poor. But I think he probably sees some value in me, which I couldn't see.
Professor Yu was determined to experience everything Australia could offer, so accepted a lecturing position at what was then known as the Capricornia Institute of Advanced Education in Rockhampton. He was there when it became Central Queensland University and was soon named a professor. But Rockhampton was a world apart from his hometown in China, Harbin, known for its ice sculptures and winter days of minus 30 degrees.
That's the reason why I chose Melbourne. I went to Rockhampton so hot. This is actually just right.
His time here at RMIT has seen him receive international recognition for his contribution to the theory and application of discontinuous control systems. A simple example of these systems would be a light switch, where the control action changes suddenly, as opposed to a dimmer switch where things change more steadily. Discontinuous systems have a central role to play in things such as robotics and smart energy grids. Complex mathematical theories need to be applied to properly understand how each component interacts.
How to ensure the system, because there's so many on and off, like switching, on and off, and how to maintain the systems continue to supply when you need it. That's the challenge.
Professor Yu considers mentoring students to be a major part of his role.
So I always tell them that first thing, when you come here, you think about 10 years later, what do you want to be? And we design the program for you to reach your potential.
It's clear that many of Professor Yu's students see his success as an inspiration. He's certainly had an incredible journey from making transistor radios as a child in China to being a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science.
Professor Panku Sa. Panku Sa has made seminal contributions to understanding the function and neural connection of the amygdala, a region of the brain that has a central role in processing emotions, As well as defining the types and proportions of neurons and interneurons within the amygdala, he found novel synaptic plasticity types which have changed understanding of how the interneurons regulate the amygdala with emotional memory, processing and storage. His work has resulted in fundamental new insights into anxiety-related disorders, pathophysiology and therapeutic targets.
Congratulations, Pankaj. Congratulations, Pankaj. I welcome you to the Australian Academy of Science Fellowship.
Professor Pankaj Sah has one of the toughest jobs in science. But he says no matter your job, everyone needs a hobby.
I've got notes on every bread I've made for the last 3 years. I like mucking around with the starter, mixing the dough, kneading. It's kind of fun, it's very relaxing. And then watching it rise, and then cutting it the first time and seeing what it tastes like, that's just great.
When he's not in the kitchen, Professor Sah is studying something far more complex. As director of the Queensland Brain Institute at the University of Queensland, he leads some of the country's top neuroscientists on a mission to unlock the brain's many mysteries. One puzzle Professor Sah's own research has helped solve is around the amygdala. This region of the brain plays a key role in processing emotion, learning, and memory formation.
At the time we entered the field, there was virtually nothing known about it, as to what kind of cells there were, what their electrical properties were, what the local connections were like, and that's what we were initially doing. But then we moved on to thinking about connections to the amygdala with the rest of the brain, and then what it does behaviourally.
These days, Professor Sah's research group is interested in questions around how memories are formed at the cellular level and what happens once those memories are consolidated.
The world is coming into your brain, and then your amygdala, what it does is assigns what's called emotional valence to your sensory world, saying, oh, that was good, that was bad, that was insignificant, or whatever you like. And things which are significant to you, for whatever reason, are more likely to be remembered, basically.
That's why memories like your first kiss or a breakup tend to stick. It also helps to explain anxiety disorders such as PTSD, where amygdala dysfunction occurs because the memories have a detrimental impact on the person's quality of life. Professor Sah says fundamental research into brain biology is crucial to developing better therapies for mental health conditions, now one of the leading causes of disability worldwide.
And a lot of these drugs that we have right now, they're not targeted drugs, all right? They just work across the board, and they do a lot of things along with treat the disorder that they're given. Things like Valium for anxiety, sure, they treat those disorders, they sort of help along that way, but they do lots of other things as well. And that's because we don't really understand why is it that you're getting a particular sort of symptom.
Those knowledge gaps were the reason he decided as a medical intern in the 80s to pursue neuroscience.
We used to walk around, as students and as interns, and trying to treat these people during the psychiatry term and then also the neurology term, really. And really, it was just hit and miss, is what it felt like to me.
While scientists now know a lot more about the brain, Professor Sah says there's still work to be done.
We're not at the level of understanding as we have, say, with the liver or the kidney or something like that. But we do have tools now which allow us to interrogate the brain and try to understand its complexity.
As a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, he hopes to advocate for more funding into this fundamental research. In other words, the bread and butter of science.
The discoveries are going to be unbelievable. Things you're going to find in neuroscience you haven't even thought about today.
Thank you, Malcolm and Elaine, and congratulations and welcome to the fellows elected in 2020 through the Australian Academy of Science. Please join me in congratulating all of them. As I stand here today officially welcoming you to the fellowship, I cast my mind back to 2005 when I was elected to the Australian Academy of Science, took my own solemn promise to promote, declare, disseminate scientific knowledge, and to serve the Academy according to its charter and bylaws. As academicians, we have a unique responsibility to uphold standards of scientific excellence, to be inclusive, to shepherd the next generation, to provide scientific leadership, and use this platform to lift others. Our collective challenge is to harness the knowledge you generate and utilize it for public good. The Academy's independence means we have no skin in the game, we are impartial and are not beholden to any single institution. Our only interest is to ensure your expert knowledge can shape the actions and direction of our nation and its people so everyone can benefit. The current times demand that we bring to bear the full power of science and technology to meet our national ambitions. And I know that we work together, we can rise to that challenge and advance our nation and our globe. I encourage you to engage with the Academy to pursue this challenge. There are many ways in which you can become involved in the life of the Academy, some more time-consuming than others. In my address to fellows tomorrow, I will elaborate on this, and you will have the opportunity to familiarize yourself with our work and impact, as well as meet members of council with whom I encourage you to liaise with. I acknowledge that many of you have already made significant contribution in the past 12 months since your election, and for that I thank you, and I look forward to continuing to working with you for many years to come. I conclude by saying that the Academy is its fellows. You are the beating heart of this great nation and institution. I know I speak on behalf of my colleagues on the Academy's council and Academy staff when I say that our doors are always open. We want to work with you so that the Academy can continue to advance science. Again, my heartfelt congratulations on your election and welcome to our fellowship. It's wonderful you could be joined by family and friends. And I now invite Mariapia to close this morning's ceremony. Thank you.
Thanks, Jagadish. Fellows, although we have been working with you for 12 months, it's my pleasure to congratulate you on behalf of all of the staff of the Australian Academy of Science and say how much we look forward to continuing to work with you in the coming days, months and years. Ian Potter House is just across the car park. They are the offices of the Academy staff, but they are available to you at any time when you're in Canberra, even if you are in Canberra on non-Academy business. There are meeting facilities, offices, computing facilities, a fellows lounge, a recording studio should you need it, and many other things, just somewhere to pop your bag down, meet with others and connect. To draw this admission ceremony to a close, I'd like to ask that all 2023 fellows move to the foyer for a group photo. There will be plenty of time after that photo for you to come back and photograph the charter book, your own signatures, next to the greats, the Sir David Attenboroughs of the world, Dorothy Hill, and the royal signatures too. We have the late Queen Elizabeth and current King Charles. There's lots to flick through. Do feel free to flick through the charter book, photograph it. It is a very special document. I also remind that all newly elected fellows, you need to have your portrait taken over the course of today, tomorrow or Wednesday, and that's happening in the Becker Room. For the International Science Council Regional Focal Point for Asia and the Pacific mentors and mentees, your lunch is being served in the ballroom at Ian Potter House. For everyone else, your lunch is in the Jaeger room, the Dorothy Hill room, and the marquee outside. If you have dietary requirements, your meals will be in the Dorothy Hill room. It is such beautiful weather outside. There are marquees and umbrellas. Please do utilise the space to connect with others and to celebrate your election to the Academy. We'll see you all back here at 1 p.m. For the 2023 New Fellows presentations. Thank you.
think of the legacy of people that have come before me that have fought for a better future for our communities, and I'm just honoured that I get to do that now through my research.
You're watching time-lapse footage of dung beetles at work. Their remarkable ability to remove dung makes them the perfect biocontrol agents. Research has shown their presence significantly reduces the number of flies and other pests, while also improving pasture growth and soil retention. So, scientists like Professor Leslie Weston have been searching the world for the best species to bring home. But wait, doesn't Australia already have dung beetles?
We have 500 native dung beetles, but those dung beetles are geared to sourcing marsupial dung or drier, small, hard pelleted dung, whereas when cattle, sheep, horses and other livestock were introduced to Australia, they generate a larger, wet, moist paddy.
CSIRO began importing dung beetles to Australia in the 1960s. The program has been overwhelmingly successful. However, the introduced species haven't adapted to all regions of Australia, and some will simply stop working during certain periods of the year. Researchers are working to address these gaps with a joint venture called the Dung Beetles Ecosystems Engineers Project, supported by Meat and Livestock Australia, with federal funding from the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
So we'd like to have a full complement of dung beetles that are active all year round, because obviously cattle or sheep are producing dung all year round that needs to be processed.
3 new species have been introduced from the Mediterranean region, but they don't all deal with dung in identical ways.
We have rollers that create these rolled balls and bring them below. We have the tunnelers that bring the dung down and create the balls. And then we have those that remain on the surface and dwell above. The dung beetles actually subsist by sucking out the moisture on the dung. It's like a liquid milkshake. That's their nutritional source.
Researchers at Charles Sturt University in Wagga Wagga are helping to rear the new arrivals after their strict quarantine regime is over. The offspring will then be distributed to field sites across southern Australia.
These 2 scientists have something they need you to hear about the world's oceans.
My name's Matthew England. I'm a professor of ocean and climate dynamics at the University of New South Wales. I study how the oceans respond to climate variations and climate change.
My name is Adele Moresi. I study oceanography at the Australian National University in Canberra.
At the centre of their work is how water moves around the planet. Surface currents are powered by wind patterns, but deep underwater currents are driven by different layers of density in a process known as overturning circulation.
The ocean plays a big role in global climate by moving heat and carbon and also nutrients around, which affects ecosystems in the ocean. Changes that happen in one small location, like say near Antarctica, can then have a global influence because those waters move all throughout the whole planet.
And it's the Antarctic overturning circulation that has these scientists worried. They're 2 of the authors of a landmark study published in Nature that makes a dire projection closely related to the melting of the ice caps.
And what we see in that simulation is that the meltwater rate that we expect to play out over the next few decades is enough to slow down that overturning at a very dramatic rate, about 40% reduction by 2050.
Meltwater is a clear consequence of climate change. As ice caps melt, huge amounts of fresh water enter the oceans. The resulting reduction in salinity makes the water much less dense, meaning it doesn't sink with the same force.
So the dense water is important because it's a major driving factor in the global overturning circulation, which is this conveyor belt of waters that move around the whole ocean. And so this formation of dense water pushes that water down into the abyss, and then throughout the rest of the global ocean that moves up again in different places around the globe.
A slowdown in the overturning, particularly by 40%, would have a profound impact on marine ecosystems.
The thing about the oceans is that all of the marine life that we have at the surface, when it dies off, it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. So there's a lot of nutrient-rich water in the ocean abyss. If we slow down the overturning circulation that brings that very bottom water back up to the surface, we cut off a way that nutrients get back to the surface to regenerate marine life.
Their projection is based on advanced modelling that doesn't just factor in meltwater, but captures key regions of Antarctica with unprecedented skill.
And this is particularly important around Antarctica because there's a lot of small-scale processes that are important for this dense water formation.
A slowdown of the North Atlantic overturning circulation has already been documented. But this latest study shows that overturning in the Antarctic region could decelerate at twice the rate.
I should also say there's actually evidence in the ocean abyss that the mechanism we've described is already playing out. There's been significant warming of the ocean abyss, and that's exactly what our model projections show, that as the ice melt slows the overturning circulation down, you do get a warming of the ocean abyss. And if anything, our models are a bit behind where the observations are already tracking. So all the evidence we have suggests that we will have a slowdown of this overturning circulation in the next couple of decades.
The scientists say this probably means they are dealing with some new, deadly, sexually transmitted disease.
It's been 40 years since the first description of AIDS-related illnesses. We still don't have a cure or even a vaccine, but experts in the field say that doesn't tell the full story.
40 years seems a very long time. However, the progress in HIV has been extraordinary. I mean, in many ways, it's, to me, the biggest and most important scientific advance in the last century, because we developed a way of managing a virus that had a universal death sentence and make it a completely manageable chronic illness, all through science and the availability of antiviral drugs.
HIV is a virus that gradually destroys cells used by the body to fight off disease. It can severely damage your immune system, making it much easier to develop diseases such as tuberculosis and some cancers. The most advanced stage of HIV is known as AIDS.
Even in Australia, about 1 in 5 people diagnosed with HIV are diagnosed so late their immune function has deteriorated to a point where they have AIDS.
But overall, new cases of HIV in Australia have halved over the last decade. In fact, Sydney is on track to become the first place in the world to end community transmission of HIV by 2025.
It's time to make history.
Effective elimination is defined as a 90% reduction in new cases over a decade. The big improvement is largely due to high testing rates and preventative measures taken by gay and bisexual communities. But infection rates in the heterosexual population haven't fallen as sharply. The Kirby Institute's Professor Rebecca Guy says the data shows why regular sexual health checkups are critical.
The test is like the gateway to a whole range of things that are important for a person. So you think about HIV, if you have a test and you find out it's positive, you can start treatment straight away and you can live the same longevity of life of everyone else and remain healthy.
While accessing an HIV test is relatively simple in Australia, the same can't be said for many places in the world.
People at risk of HIV, men who have sex with men, for example, there are still countries that criminalise that activity. And so how can you get a public health message out if the activity is considered criminal?
Even where it's not illegal, the stigma around HIV can sometimes drive down testing rates. That's one reason the Kirby has led the push for more screening options, including self-testing kits for people to use at home.
They're not quite as accurate as a lab test, but I guess the way I always think about it is having a test, even if it's less accurate, is better than no test at all.
Professor Sharon Lewin is a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science and President of the International AIDS Society. As head of the Doherty Institute, she played a key role in fighting COVID-19, a virus that we managed to have vaccines for within 12 months. So why haven't we been able to do the same with HIV?
Well, HIV is a very different virus to COVID or influenza, which are viruses that can be completely cleared from the body. HIV is unable to be cleared from the body, and that's because it's a virus, part of a family, that's able to become part of a person's DNA.
And that happens within hours of a person becoming infected. Treatments allow the immune system to recover and can even stop the virus from being passed on. But the virus doesn't disappear. It's just hiding and will re-emerge if treatment stops. Professor Lewin has dedicated her career to understanding this phenomenon, known as HIV latency.
I've been on the hunt for understanding where the virus hides, how to mimic latency in laboratory models, and ways to coax it out of hiding.
While we don't yet have a vaccine, we do have access to a medicine that can help prevent HIV, known as PrEP. If taken correctly, the daily tablet can lower the risk of infection by 99%.
In Australia, we have a public health system that makes medicine free, essentially. We have a fantastically mobilised, vocal and articulate gay community that have done a lot of the education around accessing PrEP, and our uptake of PrEP is one of the highest in the world.
PrEP doesn't offer protection from other sexually transmitted infections, so doctors recommend the use of condoms. Professor Lewin says PrEP is just one of many advances in HIV research that goes to show the power of science. She believes it's only a matter of time before HIV is cured once and for all.
It's become a very important, high priority area of research because we now have treatment, we now have widespread access to treatment. Treatment's relatively simple. The next big challenge is finding a cure.
Billabongs are bodies of water left behind when a river alters course or after floodwaters recede. These are some of the last remaining in Melbourne and were once an important gathering place for the local Wurundjeri people and neighbouring tribes.
Slow, I've got to get through.
When Dr Joe Greet first started working here alongside the Wurundjeri Narrap team 5 years ago, things were looking grim.
And most of the sites were filled with weeds, there were few frogs, no water birds.
That's because the billabongs weren't getting the water they need to remain healthy.
The water coming down the Birrarung is only 2/3 of what it was pre-colonisation, so the Birrarung doesn't connect with its landscape, with its billabongs as frequently.
A collaborative effort involving the Narrap team and Melbourne Water has begun turning things around.
We are starting to introduce solutions, hopefully to increase the resilience of these sites.
Solutions such as creating a drainage swale to enable water to flow more freely between the river and Billabong. Dr Greet and Narrap Rangers are leading a monitoring program to better understand how native plants and animals respond both to these managed flooding events as well as natural flooding from the Birrarung.
We're seeing a drowning out or suppression of the terrestrial weeds, a flourishing of the native wetland vegetation and the increased condition of these beautiful old river red gums. Just previously, the water birds seem to know when these billabongs are full. We've seen eel numbers increase.
Who's getting the gloves on?
And we see through our eDNA sampling that those sites that are more frequently engaged with the river have a greater representation of native fish and frogs.
But Dr Greet says there's more to be done, not only to improve the health of our billabongs, but also to increase the role of traditional owners in water and land management. As a recipient of the 2024 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Scientist Award from the Australian Academy of Science, he hopes to continue efforts to do just that.
We want to get together and hold a series of workshops and understand better from a Wurundjeri perspective how we can better assess the health of these billabongs, the health of country, and better manage them into the future.
Indigenous-led research is also crucial in the field of cancer genomics, where fellow award recipient Dr Justine Clark works. In Australia, cancer disproportionately affects Indigenous communities.
Aboriginal people are about 14% more likely to be diagnosed with cancer compared to non-Aboriginal people, and also about 20% less likely to survive for 5 years after diagnosis. So there's a massive gap there.
Indigenous Australians still face many barriers in accessing standard and precision cancer care, but Dr Clark hopes her research will help change that. At Telethon Kids Institute in Adelaide, she's begun work to build up a knowledge base of Indigenous Australian genomics to drive advancements in clinical care for Indigenous Australians living with cancer.
The exciting thing about it is that we can learn about our DNA and find new treatments for cancer that are targeted to specific genes. And we can also find better uses for our current treatments, better diagnostics, better screening, and that's what we call precision medicine.
Dr. Clark plans to work with members of the South Australian Aboriginal community to better understand the cultural implications of this research and ensure it will ultimately benefit Indigenous Australians. She will also travel to New Zealand to meet with Maori colleagues with hopes of establishing collaborations there.
Doing it together is the best way forward to create a global agenda where we can improve cancer outcomes for every Indigenous person.
It's work that Dr. Clark feels incredibly proud to be a part of.
I always think of my ancestors, and they were the first scientists in this country. And I think of the legacy of people that have come before me that have fought for a better future for our communities. And I'm just honoured that I get to do that now through my research.
Michelle Hobbs spends a lot of time at some of Australia's most beautiful waterways. She's searching for one of the world's highly threatened and imperiled groups of animals, the freshwater mussel.
Typical day in the field, we rock up in the truck and we walk down and have a look, see if the site is suitable. We will deploy a water quality probe, take some measurements of that, and then we'll start looking for mussels. So that means sticking your hands in all of the dark holes and in the mud on the sides of the banks.
It can be laborious work, but it's all part of a critical effort to collect baseline data on mussel populations in Australia.
It's really important to get a handle on what the populations are like at the moment, so we've got something to compare to in the future.
It's important to be aware of any declines in numbers or changes in distribution, given the enormous role mussels play in our ecosystems and communities. Not only do they clean the rivers they live in by removing algae and bacteria from the water, they're also culturally significant to many Indigenous peoples worldwide. But mussels are facing increasing pressure from threats such as dams, water pollution and extraction, as well as climate change.
We really have to turn to the First Peoples to incorporate their knowledge. There's an enormous wealth of information there that we can make use of.
That's an approach Hobbs is taking in her own research as a PhD candidate and associate lecturer at the Australian Rivers Institute at Brisbane's Griffith University. She plans on working with First Peoples across Queensland and New South Wales to bring their insights on water management to the forefront. She's also looking to travel to Canada and the USA to collaborate with Indigenous researchers there. Hobbs is one of 2 recipients of the 2023 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Scientist Award, which recognises outstanding students and early and mid-career researchers in the physical and biological sciences.
It's a huge honour, it really is. I know I stand on the shoulders of everybody who's gone before me, so I just really hope that I can make a really positive contribution with my research.
Stephanie Bopark describes herself as both a scientist and an artist.
When I started out at university, I just knew I loved chemistry and I loved being an artist. And so I just studied both, and I kind of let it lead me to where I've come to today.
And that's to study the chemistry of eucalyptus dyes, including the ones she uses in her own artworks.
I want to know what causes the colour, like what compounds are involved, what combination bind together to make the dye itself. I just want to know the bigger picture of how dyes work.
This curiosity first came about when Bopark was doing an internship on Indigenous knowledges of climate and weather patterns in Western Sydney. The internship got her thinking about how natural dyes change across the Indigenous calendar seasons. To answer those questions, Bopark is now making her own dye in her lab at the University of Wollongong, where she is a PhD student and associate lecturer. She's in the process of doing this with her favourite species, the Eucalyptus cinerea, which produces a bright red dye. Bopark says she ultimately wants this process and her PhD project to be collaborative and community-led.
This project, I'm making it start off really open so that we can be driven in the direction that community wants it to be.
Beaupark says she's excited to receive the 2023 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Scientist Award, but not just for the recognition. She has been searching for a way to reimburse artists and knowledge holders for their help on her project.
So this enables me to do that the right way and just make sure that people get the benefit that they deserve for their knowledge.
There's so many people working in science doing great work.
We use research innovations to solve the world's biggest problems.
The link between science and a happy and healthy society is as important as it's ever been.
That's why I do what I do, because I want to see my science make a difference.
And I think that this is a great opportunity for recognition of that work.
To now be awarded for my contribution, for me, that's just truly incredible.
I highly encourage anyone to apply for these honorific awards. It's a good way to get our science out there.
Receiving this medal is a real honour.
It means a tremendous amount to be acknowledged by the Australian scientific community, because it means other people have seen there's a reason I do what I do and they want me to keep doing it.
I would absolutely encourage anybody who is passionate about their science to apply for one of these Australian Academy of Science honorifics.
I think it's the idea that you can't be what you can't see. So if we don't have women, people of colour, all sorts of diverse representation in science, the next generation is going to look at that and say, well, it's not for me.
My first position as a bioinformatician was in the computer science department, and you could really count the number of females that were in the building, let alone in leadership roles. When you have people who you can relate to, it certainly allows you to at least imagine that that could be possible for you. So I think that representation, that diversity does matter when you're trying to inspire the next generation.
There's been studies that show people with diverse experience bring new ideas, a fresh perspective, and just think of all the scientific breakthroughs that we will miss out on if people don't see this as a career where they are valued and their experiences are valued. I think it's the idea that you can't be what you can't see. So if we don't have women, people of colour, all sorts of diverse representation in science, the next generation is going to look at that and say, well, it's not for me.
My first position as a bioinformatician was in the computer science department, and you could really count the number of females that were in the building, let alone in leadership roles. When you have people who you can relate to, it certainly allows you to at least imagine that that could be possible for you. So I think that representation, that diversity does matter when you're trying to inspire the next generation.
There's been studies that show people with diverse experience bring new ideas, a fresh perspective, and just think of all the scientific breakthroughs that we will miss out on if people don't see this as a career where they are valued and their experiences are valued.
The majestic site of Mount Fuji is a well-known tourist attraction in Japan. It's also one of 111 active volcanoes in the country. For geophysicist Dr. Graziella Caprarelli, working in Japan was a rich cultural and scientific experience. Born in Italy, she moved to Japan on a postdoctoral fellowship in 1990.
Japan as well as Italy are very active volcanic zones because they are at the margin of tectonic plates. So there are high levels of seismicity and volcanic activity as well. So it is important to study the evolution of those margins, also in order to evaluate volcanic risk.
After spending almost 5 years in Japan, Dr. Caporelli moved to Australia and was elected as the inaugural president of the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science Alumni Association in Australia to promote the benefits of collaborating with Japan to other researchers.
Australians are highly productive. They have a great record of high impact research in all of the areas of science. Japan is certainly a world power in scientific knowledge. It has great technology, great equipment, and so it's basically a great marriage.
And for more than 50 years, collaboration between the Australian Academy of Science and the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science has involved thousands of researchers and many Nobel laureates, including Professor Brian Schmidt, who first visited in 1999.
It was a really formative time for me and a great chance to help build collaborations that last to this day. Just had a big Nature paper last year that was built on that trip in 1999, interestingly enough, and it came to fruition 23 years later.
Associate Professor James Sullivan has also been collaborating with scientists in Japan for more than 20 years. In 2001, he did a postdoctoral fellowship for 2 years, researching atomic and molecular physics at a synchrotron in Japan.
It's a big electron accelerator, and you use the light to look at the way electrons in atoms rearrange themselves and gain insight into the fundamental quantum mechanics that goes on that governs those interactions.
His research now focuses on understanding quantum physics and antimatter, which he hopes will lead to advancements in medical imaging technology. And Associate Professor Sullivan is returning to Japan in September 2022 to undertake a fellowship at Tokyo University of Science.
Collaboration's critical. You can't just look up a textbook to tell you what to do when you're working right at the cutting edge of science and technology. So being able to discuss those ideas with other experienced people, use their experience with yours to develop new ideas is absolutely the key to doing excellent research.
Our research and innovation is generating ideas and impact to deliver positive and lasting change for a better future.
As creators and innovators, together we work across diverse disciplines and 5 impact themes to solve the world's greatest social, economic, and environmental challenges.
We ensure the innovations of the laboratory and state-of-the-art technology translate to the ward and treatment rooms on health's front line.
We place sustainability at the centre of our research, prioritise the protection of all species, advance a circular economy, and support the transition to renewable energy.
With world-class research teams and resources to match our ambitions, we create smart and ethical technologies to improve lives and our economy.
We strengthen society, culture and commerce through creative, contemporary and intercultural approaches to education, the arts and business.
From increasing community resilience to cutting-edge cybersecurity, when we see problems, we build ethical and innovative solutions.
At Deakin, we're delivering positive and lasting impact for a better future.
Taking medicine in the future could be as simple as eating a salad.
The example that we're actually doing at the moment is to have a multiple sclerosis drug in tomatoes so that people with chronic multiple sclerosis could maybe have their Greek salad and have some level of medical protection from the disease.
These drugs are based on molecules known as peptides. They are smaller than proteins and carry out important biological functions such as regulating other molecules, and some even act as hormones. Several peptides have pharmaceutical potential, including as potent painkillers. But because most break down if they're taken by mouth, Professor David Craik and his colleagues have engineered them into more stable circular peptides called cyclotides. Cyclotides are naturally found in some plants, so Professor Craik's team can embed them into edible plants such as tomatoes.
One of the issues with current painkillers is that often they don't work, and then we also know with opioids there are horrible addiction problems in the so-called opioid crisis. This is a different class of molecule that doesn't have those addictive effects.
Professor Craik says the potential applications extend beyond chronic pain and disease to areas including agriculture.
We could be creating a new biofarming industry in Australia where farmers could be, rather than growing a crop that might be worth $100 a tonne, it could be worth $100,000 a tonne by producing a high-value medicine in those plants.
The innovation isn't far from becoming reality, with the first crops potentially commercialised in the next few years.
Obviously there's lots of regulatory and social and ethical issues that we would need to address in doing this, but I think it does open up a new world for combining agriculture and medicine and delivering medicines in a novel way.
Professor Donna Strickland's love for lasers began while attending an engineering physics course at university.
1/4 of the program was called Lasers and Electro-Optics, and I went, oh, that sounds so cool, let's do that. Because this is the 1970s, it's not now where everybody sees lasers everywhere.
Professor Strickland never expected to make such a groundbreaking discovery during her PhD that would see her recognized in 2018 with a Nobel Prize in Physics, making her only the third woman ever to receive the honor. She found a way to produce ultra-short, high-energy laser pulses, a feat that hadn't been possible because ramping up intensity creates pulses so strong that they destroy the amplifying material, similar to hitting it with a hammer.
We just figured out this very simple thing. Take your short pulse, stretch it and make it a long pulse, safely amplify the long pulse, and then when it's energetic, you can make it short again when it's outside the laser, ready for the application.
The technique, known as chirped pulse amplification, has many uses. It enables clinicians to safely perform ultra-precise procedures such as laser eye surgery and brain tumor removal. It's also used in micromachining to cleanly cut the glass that covers our mobile phones. Professor Strickland says fundamental science is key to changing the world, even though it can take time to realize the applications.
A lot of people don't know that it was actually Albert Einstein, who did so many things, came up with the equations that we use to make a laser. He did that in 1917, but we didn't have a laser until 1960. And so it took a lot of people to get from those equations to actually having the laser.
Michael, good to see you after all this time.
Good to see you, Robert.
About one of my favourite people in Australian history, Mark Oliphant. Would you remind us, what sort of scientific research was he famous for?
So when I talk to people who don't know who Mark Oliphant is and they ask what he did, I say, well, have you got a microwave oven? Because the cavity magnetron, which makes every microwave oven work, was an invention of Mark's team at Birmingham University when he was Professor of Physics there.
Taking medicine in the future could be as simple as eating a salad.
The example that we're actually doing at the moment is to have a multiple sclerosis drug in tomatoes so that people with chronic multiple sclerosis could maybe have their Greek salad and have some level of medical protection from the disease.
These drugs are based on molecules known as peptides. They are smaller than proteins and carry out important biological functions such as regulating other molecules, and some even act as hormones. Several peptides have pharmaceutical potential, including as potent painkillers. But because most break down if they're taken by mouth, Professor David Craik and his colleagues have engineered them into more stable circular peptides called cyclotides. Cyclotides are naturally found in some plants, so Professor Craik's team can embed them into edible plants such as tomatoes.
One of the issues with current painkillers is that often they don't work, and then we also know with opioids there are horrible addiction problems in the so-called opioid crisis. This is a different class of molecule that doesn't have those addictive effects.
Professor Craik says the potential applications extend beyond chronic pain and disease to areas including agriculture.
We could be creating a new biofarming industry in Australia where farmers could be, rather than growing a crop that might be worth $100 a tonne, it could be worth $100,000 a tonne by producing a high-value medicine in those plants.
The innovation isn't far from becoming reality, with the first crops potentially commercialised in the next few years.
Obviously there's lots of regulatory and social and ethical issues that we would need to address in doing this, but I think it does open up a new world for combining agriculture and medicine and delivering medicines in a novel way.
Australia is the world's biggest exporter of iron ore. China is our biggest customer.
Roughly 50% of iron the world consumes is produced in China, and the iron industry contributes 7% of the global carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emission.
That's because the process of converting iron ore into iron and steel requires a massive amount of heat.
And that takes a lot of energy, and usually coal is burnt to provide that energy.
So the challenge is to replace coal with something much more friendly to the environment.
If it was easy, it would have been done.
Professor Eric May leads the Future Energy Exports Cooperative Research Centre, or CRC. The centre is tasked with working out how to make Australia's energy exports greener and more sustainable.
The problem we're trying to solve is not a national problem, it's a global problem.
And that's why collaboration with China is critical. So Professor May turned to his longtime colleague from the University of Western Australia, Professor Dongke Zhang. Professor Zhang moved from China to Australia in 1988 to complete his PhD in the coal capital of Australia and steel-making city of Newcastle. Now listed as one of the most influential engineers in Australia, Professor Zhang has maintained close ties with industry and researchers in China. He convinced one of China's oldest steel producers and the major consumer of Western Australia's premium iron ore to take part in the Australian research.
Their specific interest in participating in the CRC is our work in using hydrogen and ammonia to reduce iron ore.
Both hydrogen and ammonia can be used as carbon-free reductants and fuels produced from renewable sources. The CRC is exploring the best way to produce, store and transport these fuels. Professor Zhang has experimented with renewable fuels in the lab, but the CRC will enable his ideas to be tested systematically and at a much larger scale. If all goes to plan, it will create a major new export for Australia while helping to reduce emissions overseas.
People in this field can make a real difference and help secure humanity's longer-term future, because we're going to need to have cheap, sustainable, clean energy indefinitely. How we get to that point is the journey we're on now.
So why does science matter?
Science is what drives our advances in medicine and what gives us new treatments, new vaccines, new techniques in surgery. All of those need to be evaluated, developed, many of which come from crazy ideas, from fundamental science. Other advances come from astute observations by clinicians. So science is so critical to advances in medicine.
And I think this was one of the most beautiful examples of science in action, where every biomedical researcher on this planet over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years has read a paper, and many have written papers, about a virus that they had never heard of. I find this mind-blowing to what degree we have, as a community of scientists, come and tackled this new threat.
I'm motivated to research antibody pharmacology because I see the human cost of deadly bacterial infections. I think science is fundamental to discover the mechanisms, and then we can use the mechanistic findings to develop novel therapeutics. This kind of translation is not come out from a simple thinking. It come up with a long-term research. So that's why science is so critical.
Science is just the way that we learn to think. You know, we learn to gather data, interpret data, make decisions based on data. And over the last few years, it's been really surprising and horrifying, actually, to see that not everybody thinks that way.
We live in a world where we need to make informed decisions about how we build our houses so that they use less energy, so that they're more comfortable, healthier, better places to be. Even just down to the simple decision of, you know, whether or not you put insulation into your walls or into your roof, science can tell you the answer, which is the better of the two things to do.
You know, if you think about thousands of years into the future, without science, we don't have a great hope of survival, I don't think. You know, science will underpin all of that. A better future for our kids, you know, that's going to come from science.
Kathleen Folbig has always insisted she never killed her 4 young children.
Did you kill Caleb?
No!
Did you kill...
No!
Did you kill Sarah?
No.
Did you kill Laura?
That's a position she maintained while exhausting all of her legal appeals and during 2 subsequent judicial inquiries. 20 years into a 25-year prison sentence, the justice system has now accepted there is reasonable doubt about her guilt.
I think the nation will look at the case of Kathleen Folbig as a major miscarriage of justice.
Ms. Folbig was convicted of smothering her babies Caleb, Patrick, Sarah and Laura. The 4 died on separate occasions between 1989 and 1999. But at the time of her conviction in 2003, there was no way of knowing if gene mutations played a role in any of the deaths.
In fact, it was only in 2003 that the first draft of the human genome sequence was completed. Now, since then, it has become possible to sequence whole human genomes and exomes in a much faster and affordable way.
That's Professor Carola Vinuesa, who analysed sequences from DNA extracted from old heel prick samples of 2 of the Folbig children.
She was concerned that the analysis of that genetic information had not been fully heard during the first inquiry into the convictions of Kathleen Folbig. And it was those concerns and her resolute understanding of her science and her scientific integrity that in some ways didn't let her sleep at night.
Professor Vinuesa took those concerns to the Australian Academy of Science, where she is a fellow.
The more we looked at it, the more we too became concerned around the way science had not been heard in that first inquiry.
The science was complex. Research undertaken by Professor Vinuesa and complemented by independent experts around the world showed that Ms. Folbig and her 2 daughters possessed a rare gene mutation known as CALM2G114R.
Which encodes for calmodulin. calmodulin mutations typically are associated with cardiac arrhythmias that can cause sudden unexpected death in children and adults, both while awake and while asleep.
The second inquiry, which was instigated at the urging of prominent scientists, including 3 Nobel laureates, also heard medical evidence about epilepsy and respiratory problems, which could help explain the deaths of Ms. Folbig's 2 sons, Patrick and Caleb.
There is a reasonable doubt as to Ms. Folbig's guilt.
Retired Chief Justice Tom Bathurst KC accepted that the weight of the evidence cast reasonable doubt about Ms. Folbig's guilt, recommending her pardon. A key difference in the way the second inquiry considered medical evidence was the role played by the Australian Academy of Science.
I think now that with this new evidence, it's beyond reasonable doubt.
This is a clear indication that the independent scientific advice has an important role to play in the justice system.
The Australian Academy of Science was granted leave by the inquiry to act as an independent scientific advisor to it. I think unique to this case, and the role the Academy's been able to facilitate, is that the inquiry's been able to hear from a range of experts from the right subdisciplines to give a complete picture of the sort of science that is complex, and some of it's still emerging, that's been able to shed light on the possible causes of death of the 4 Folbig children.
The Academy believes the case serves as a dramatic example of the need for a more formal mechanism to re-examine cases after appeals have been exhausted when new science is revealed.
Science is always emerging. Nothing is going to stop the advancement of knowledge, nor would we want to do that. It would be an enormous missed opportunity if we couldn't bring about some of the law reform that's needed so that science can more effectively inform the justice system.
For many animals, their sex is determined by their genetics. But researchers have found that the sex of some species at birth is determined by their environment.
They do it by temperature, and we've always wondered, how does that work?
Distinguished Professor Jenny Graves and collaborators at the University of Canberra have spent the last 2 decades studying this phenomenon in Australian dragon lizards. The lizard's sex is determined by sex chromosomes. When the eggs are incubated between 22 degrees Celsius and 32 degrees Celsius, the usual temperature range in the wild, ZZ eggs hatch as males and ZW eggs hatch as females. But when the temperatures rose above 34 degrees Celsius, the team noticed something strange.
Amazingly, what we found is at the higher temperature, the ZZ eggs, which should have turned into males, they turned into females. So they hatch as females, and amazingly, they're fertile.
Because these sex-reversed females can successfully mate with males, it has wiped out the female W chromosome.
So we've changed the whole sex-determining system. We've shifted it from genetic sex to environmental sex in 1 generation.
Temperature also drives sex determination in other reptiles such as alligators and sea turtles. It's a system that could have huge implications as the Earth's climate warms.
If global climate change keeps on getting hotter, we're going to have all-female lizards. We have all-female turtles and all-male alligators. Not going to work very well.
Scientists are now looking at whether different species could adapt to rising temperatures and avoid the disappearance of one sex. At first glance, this could be a plantation of Christmas trees in the Australian outback. But you're looking at what some are calling one of humanity's biggest ever scientific endeavours. This is an artist's impression of what's known as the SKA Low Telescope, currently being built in Western Australia. It's one of 2 critical components that, when completed, will together form the SKA Observatory, or SKAO. The second part is the SKA Mid Telescope, now under construction in South Africa. SKAO will consist of more than 130,000 antennas and almost 200 dishes across the 2 continents. That will make it the largest radio observatory in the world, promising to answer some of our biggest questions about the universe. ANU's Professor Naomi McClure-Griffiths is a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science who discovered a spiral arm of the Milky Way and is chair of SKAO's Science and Engineering Advisory Committee. She says SKAO will enable science to take a giant leap forward.
It's the chance to be able to see the very first stars in the universe and when those turned on. And then everything from the very beginning to us here and looking at how planets form in our own galaxy.
For that to happen, radio telescopes must be located a long way from other human-made transmissions, such as TV, radio, and mobile phone signals, which can interfere with the relatively weak radio waves coming from space. That makes this site on Wajiri country ideal. It's already home to precursor telescopes like this one. The site itself is called Inyarimana Ilgari Bundara, the CSIRO Murchison Radio Astronomy Observatory, which translates to sharing sky and stars. The traditional owners agreed to host the science facilities on their land as part of a broader agreement that will ensure educational, social, and economic benefits for community. And the benefits to society as a whole can't be overstated. Science Minister Ed Husick says SKAO's cutting-edge technology will expose Australian businesses to new skills and capabilities. We will see those changes flow on for generations to come. SKAO will also enhance Australia's growing space industry, with scientists from around the world making regular use of the observatory. Some will even be on the lookout for intelligent extraterrestrial life. If an alien species were out there trying to reach out and say hello, by the time that radio signal got to Earth, it would have been so weak we wouldn't be able to detect it, says SKA Low Telescope Director Dr. Sarah Pearce, but that changes with SKAO. The observatory will start producing science before the end of the decade. The impacts of climate change are being felt around the world, from extreme weather events to biodiversity loss. We've been put on notice to take urgent action. Countries, including Australia, have committed to limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures. But right now, we're on track for 2.1 to 3.5 degrees of warming by 2100. That's beyond what scientists consider manageable and could have potentially catastrophic impacts for the environment, people, and the economy.
So what we have is a world which is increasingly stressed by human activity.
The solution is to address the tens of billions of tons of greenhouse gases being pumped into the atmosphere every year. That requires not just dramatically reducing future emissions, but removing greenhouse gases already released.
This means drawing down or removing these historical emissions from the atmosphere for, if you like, geological time.
Natural systems such as our oceans and forests are highly effective carbon sinks, but they need help, especially given the further pressures from events such as bushfires and ocean warming. We don't yet have the right toolkit to effectively remove greenhouse gases at the scale required. So, the Australian Academy of Science brought together the country's leading experts to identify opportunities to expand research efforts and start the conversation in Australia. Beyond strengthening existing carbon sinks, new technologies will need to be developed.
I think the scale of the problem that we're facing means that we can't discount anything, and in fact, everything needs to be on the table.
Including things such as direct air capture, a technology that mimics trees.
We can develop these nanoporous materials that are really highly selective for capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and other greenhouse gases. So in the same way that a tree uses photosynthesis, it takes in carbon dioxide and processes that carbon dioxide and spits out oxygen and energy at the other end, we've got a way to do that, if you like, using technology.
The first air capture units in Australia, designed by Southern Green Gas, are now in the prototype stage. But there are many other emerging technologies. This Hawaii-based startup, for example, uses solar power to make seawater less acidic, enabling the ocean to absorb more CO2. Scientists are now working to better understand the implications of the various emerging technologies.
There's a big gap between doing things at a lab base and doing them at a real-world scale significant enough to actually make a difference to climate change. That jump brings a whole series of uncertainties, risks and costs.
Once we have a better understanding of those consequences, the technologies could well be used alongside other strategies to help fight climate change.
I don't think there's any such thing as a silver bullet. So this is going to take a mammoth effort across the world, including a portfolio of approaches, in order to get us to this point where we can indeed stabilise our climate and avoid a climate catastrophe.
You're looking at the largest single dish radio telescope in the world. It's called FAST and located within the mountains of southwestern China.
And that is by far the most sensitive radio telescope in the world. I first went there while they were putting the first few things on the ground, and it was amazing to see how quickly in China you'd come back a year later and the whole dish would be built.
At the heart of FAST is a primary multi-beam receiver designed and built by Australian scientists. China chose to collaborate with Australia because of our experience with the Parkes radio telescope in regional New South Wales.
The Parkes radio telescope is by far one of the greatest telescopes in the world. It's been upgraded many times, so it keeps getting upgraded. It's not a 60-year-old telescope. The most recent upgrade was just a couple of years ago with a very wideband receiver system that allows us to observe the radio waves over a much wider bandwidth than any other telescope on the Earth.
Parkes has special significance to Dr. Shi Dai. His first visit was as an international student.
I mean, the second you see the 64-meter big telescope there with wonderful weather, blue sky, I was really shocked. I thought this is the way to do astronomy.
He later returned to Australia to complete his PhD under the supervision of George Hobbs, before accepting a teaching position at Western Sydney University, where his research focuses on rapidly spinning neutron stars known as pulsars. The Parkes radio telescope has detected more pulsars than any other facility in the world.
Radio astronomy in Australia is really strong. The experience and expertise here are really the most attractive for a student in China.
That's thanks in part to the work of people such as Professor Elaine Sadler. For more than 30 years, Professor Sadler has been at the forefront of research into astrophysics. Her team discovered a 5 billion-year-old galaxy using the ASCAP radio telescope in Western Australia.
Now, 5 billion years ago, the Earth didn't exist. So in the time that signal's been travelling to us from this galaxy, the sun has formed, it's made planets, the Earth has settled down, it's got oceans, life has evolved, we've got a technology, we've built telescopes, and there we are just in time to catch this signal.
Professor Sadler started working regularly with Chinese scientists 7 years ago. She says international collaboration is critical to understanding our universe.
I think one of the great things about working collaboratively with people is it allows you to build up the trust and the common interests that allow you to make advances in science.
Astronomy is a very collaborative science. You can't just do your own research simply on your own.
It's about actually exchanging your idea with different people, different background, different expertise. If we don't have that, we're not doing the best science.
This farm near the New South Wales city of Wagga Wagga is a long way from war-torn Ukraine.
these varieties here, they're all spring canola, and in Australia we mostly grow spring canola.
But it's familiar territory for Marina Tsu and Svetlana Omelchuk.
Big surprise for me that we have a lot of in common things in agriculture in Ukraine and in Australia. It's really was like, Australia was something very fine, different from us, and when we are here we look and wow, we have the same thing. So we are very interested in
Marina and Svetlana research canola at the Ukrainian Scientific Institute of Plant Breeding in Kyiv.
For both countries, it's an important export crop, and for the globe, countries like Australia and Ukraine that basically provide the world trade of that commodity, what happens in those countries, in both of our countries, is important to world trade.
And it's what's happening in Ukraine right now that has brought these young scientists to Australia. When war broke out, the US-based Breakthrough Prize Foundation teamed up with the Australian Academy of Science to ensure Ukrainian researchers could continue their work.
Ukraine is actually a powerhouse, particularly in genetics and in plant science, so it's important for us to keep those links open. But whatever helps Ukraine also helps Australian science and international science.
Like everything, the work of scientists has been seriously interrupted by the conflict.
It's impacted all spheres of our life, not only science, because you always are under stress, you're always worried about safety of yourself, of your family, your friends, and it's hard to plan your experiments and projects when you think just how to survive.
Життя змінилося, але ми якось продовжуємо працювати. Дуже вдячні всім, хто нас підтримує, всім країнам, також Австралії, які надають допомогу.
One of their hosts in Australia was CSIRO agricultural scientist and fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, Dr. John Kierkegaard.
They told me sometimes they're travelling along roads which have mines. It takes them hours, 10 or more hours to travel safely to see some of their field experiments. Quite challenging, and I found them remarkable, but in their pragmatism and determination to sort of keep the work going.
Dr. Kierkegaard had hoped other Ukrainian scientists would join the Australian trip, but fighting-aged men have been barred from leaving Ukraine. Australia has made sure they still have support, including remote access to scientific infrastructure, including supercomputers, microscopes and telescopes.
Science and technology has clearly underpinned the growth of canola as a crop in both countries. The only way to sort of stay ahead of that game is that scientists around the world collaborate, share ideas, share information, and that's what conferences like this and exchanges like this can really promote.
Ukraine knows science will play a major role in rebuilding the country after the war.
And it's all about the human capital. We can rebuild buildings, right? It's not a problem, but we need to keep our human capital. It's our competitive advantage, the talent that we have, and we need to nurture the talent. We need to help the talent to grow, develop, and become better. And I think this will be of huge contribution to Ukraine's reconstruction eventually.
The support of Australia and Australian people are really important for us and for Ukraine now, because I know it's important to feel that we are not alone in this need. And we really appreciate all that you do for us.
Welcome back to the Ian Walk Theatre. I hope you enjoyed lunch, and I saw a few people have a scoop of gelato, or perhaps two. While you were waiting in line, you might have noticed that our gelato cart is sponsored by the Grant Ed Group. If you're an early or mid-career researcher, you might be familiar with this group. They are running a competition for our early and mid-career researchers at Science at the Shine Dome. And the prize is a place in Grant Ed's Sprint Research Grant Development Program. They effectively assist applicants of ARC, DECRA ARC Future Fellowship and NHMRC Investigator grants to develop grants for success, to write for success. So if you are an early and mid-career researcher, scan that QR code, have a look, and enter the competition. I think you have to describe in 30 words or something why you'd like to benefit from that program. So this afternoon we've come together to hear from the 2023 fellows and learn about their work. They earlier this morning signed the charter book and were formally admitted to the Academy by our President Jagadish, and it was a very special moment indeed. But before we get to our first presenter, I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous support of our event partners. Science at the Shine Dome certainly would not be possible without them, and this celebration of scientific excellence would not be possible. I am going to name each, and I warn that the list is rather long, but this is testament of the wonderful support that we are able to gather from across the science sector for this wonderful occasion. So I'd like to thank our platinum partners, the CSIRO, the Department of Defence and the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, our gala dinner partner, the University of Sydney, Diversity and Inclusion partner, the University of Queensland. It's with their support that we have many children across the Academy's precinct, you can't see them, or people who have needed help at home, perhaps caring for elderly people or young, but it's a very important partnership to remove barriers to participation. So thank you to the University of Queensland. Our gold partners, the University of Adelaide, Deakin University, AIMS, the Australian Institute for Marine Science, the University of Melbourne, and the Hawkesbury Institute for the Environment. Our silver partners, Queensland University of Technology, Proto-Axiom, our bronze partners, ANSTO and ARDC, and of course our EMCR supporters. These are institutions across Australia who have sponsored early and mid-career researchers to be with us today. And I am so delighted that we have more than 100 EMCRs with us at Science at the Shine Dome. It's a record number, and we're thrilled that our fellows and senior scientists are able to engage with early and mid-career researchers. I've already just heard in the hallway that some people have exchanged contact details and a new collaboration is being born. This is exactly what this event is about. So we're absolutely thankful to our EMCR sponsors, and they include Macquarie University, NCI Australia, SEAF, Swinburne University of Technology, the University of Melbourne, the University of Western Australia, and UNSW Sydney. Over the next few days, we'll hear from our platinum partners, and this afternoon, it's my great pleasure to welcome to Science at the Shine Dome Helen Wilson, who is the Deputy Secretary from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, one of our platinum partners, and a very good friend to the Academy, always willing to make time for us, listen to our requests, and they are usually many, aren't they, Helen? We're grateful for the Department's ongoing support of Science at the Shine Dome. And if I may add, your insights and your guidance across many years actually have been deeply valued. So over to you.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and thank you to Jagadish too. Good afternoon and welcome to Science at the Shine Dome. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are on Ngunnawal land and pay respects to elders past and present, and would like to acknowledge First Nations people here with us today. It is an absolute privilege to be here with our nation's science leaders. I want to congratulate all the new fellows who are being elected during this event. What an achievement. You are all an essential part of the scientific fabric of this nation, and I want to thank you for your contribution. And I hear that the videos that were played this morning are amazing and very inspirational, so I very much look forward to watching those. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Australian Academy of Science. Congratulations, and can I just say, and these are not in my speaking notes, I hope I look as timeless and stylish as this theatre does when I turn 70. I commend the Academy for bringing together scientists from a diverse range of disciplines and backgrounds under one roof, a fantastic opportunity to foster collaboration. Science is crucial to innovation, it's crucial to economic growth and to societal progress. It is vital that public servants are attuned to what you, our scientists and innovators, are saying. So our advice to executive government is informed by facts and evidence. When ministers are making big decisions about our nation's challenges, they need evidence of what might work and what might not. Science, research and scientific inquiry gives us the proper evidence base for policies that, for example, boost our sovereign manufacturing capabilities, allow us to harness AI and quantum technologies safely and accelerate decarbonisation efforts. It's also critical that we hear from you as we create policies that shape our science system. And I want to particularly thank the Academy for its valuable contribution as we designed the National Science Statement and the National Science and Research Priorities, which will set the direction for Australia's science and research efforts for years to come. Our attention in government is now working towards ensuring existing and future investment in science and research aligns with and backs in the government's priorities. We know where the work is already underway to support the critical research outcomes, but there's more to do to identify where there may be gaps. A particular early focus is on implementing Priority 3, elevating Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge. The government's strategic examination of research and development will consider how we lift the impact of our R&D system overall. The work we do on implementing the science and research priorities will be an important input to the examination, and we very much look forward to working with all of you and with the Academy on both how to implement the science and research priorities and on the strategic examination of R&D. The Department of Industry, Science and Resources and Minister Husic is always pleased to be a platinum sponsor of science at the Shine Dome. I hope all attendees have an enjoyable and rewarding time. Thank you, Anna Maria.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you for the department's ongoing support. I must pick up on the point you made about the strategic examination of research and development, which will commence shortly, and to thank you for hearing our calls for that and the great need for us to examine the research and development sector across portfolios and across sectors to enable it to be the best it can be to deliver the work that people in this room do to the nation. So thank you for hearing our calls and playing your part in realising that strategic examination. We will now hear from fellows, as I said, who signed the charter book earlier today. This session is being facilitated by Vice President of the Academy, Professor Ivan Moresi, and Secretary for Education, Professor Lynn Beasley. Now, we often introduce our Executive Committee members just by their titles, but they too are extraordinary fellows. And Ivan's field of expertise is in fluid dynamics. His studies are conducted in large wind tunnels and help us understand how fluids flow around a solid body, like air moving past you when you're riding a bike, but probably more importantly, air moving past an aeroplane when it's going through turbulence. His research has changed the efficiency of aeroplanes and ships. He serves as our Vice President and Secretary for Physical Sciences. Lynn Beasley's field of expertise is neuroscience, and she's contributed to our understanding of brain injury. But she's as well known for her advocacy in education and for science as she is known for her scientific discoveries. In 2009, a new species of sponge discovered off Rottnest Island was named, and I'm not going to pronounce this well, but you'll get what I mean, Manihinia linnae-beasleyii, after Lynn. She served as Western Australia's Chief Scientist between 2006 and 2013 and was elected a Fellow of the Academy in 2019. She currently serves on the Executive Committee and is Secretary for Education and has the Academy's most infectious smile. So over to Lynn and Ivan for the next part of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker, and that is Professor Liming Dai. Liming Dai is a leading authority in carbon nanotubes and electrocatalysis. He pioneered metal-free carbon electrocatalysts with applications in renewable energy. His research spans from designing and synthesizing polymer and carbon nanomaterials to applying them in devices, bridging all the way from nanoscale science to practical applications. So please welcome Professor Liming Dai.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to be elected as a fellow. I would like to thank you, the Academy, my nominator, supporters, and referees. Many thank yous to everyone who has supported me along the way, including my family members, group members, many colleagues and collaborators, particularly Professor Ruth Amon and Dr. Paul Ashworth at UNSW, Professor Ming Gu, Max Low, and Dongyuan Zhao, and Paula Salami, and Marcus Antoniati, Lee Baumans overseas. I did my PhD with the late Professor John White at ANU. My PhD project involved the synthesis of soluble conducting copolymers of polyacetylene and polyisoprene natural lab. The discovery of polyacetylene conducting polymers made by Professors Alan Higger, Alan McDermott, Hideki Shirakawa in 1971 was recognized by the Nobel Prize of Chemistry in year 2000. It was long-awaited recognition because the conjunctive structure with alternating single and double carbon bonds made polyacetylene unstable in air and unsuitable for processing, and hence no practical application for a long time. Unlike polyacetylene, many common polymers have a polymer backbone containing only carbon-carbon single bonds through sp3 hybridization without free electrons to conducting electricity. Hence, polymers have been used for a long time as electrically insulating materials. After all, metal wires are coated in plastic to insulate them. Just like metals have a high conductivity due to the movement of free electrons through their structure, for polymers to be electrically conductive, they have to have charge carriers and an orbital for charge carriers to move. The conjunctive structure with alternating single and double carbon-carbon bonds through the sp2 hybridization can provide p orbitals overlapping along the polymer backbone for charge carriers to move. The charge carriers can be created through the doping of the conjunctive backbones with electron acceptors or electron donors. Therefore, the conjunctive structure is play condition for polymers to be electrically conducting. However, one non-conjugated conducting polymer, namely iodine-doped polyisoprene, was reported in 1988, having 3 carbon-carbon single bonds between every 2 carbon-carbon double bonds without a conjugation. Polyisoprene natural lab is different from polyacetylene, is air-stable, and can be processed into useful forms. Therefore, the work from the AT&T Bell lab sparked immediately a worldwide research effort on non-conjugated conducting polymers. This was surprising claim. The conduction mechanism cannot be explained by existing theories and remained as a debate even after several years worldwide effort. Under the supervision of Professor John White, I discovered an entirely new iodine-induced conjugation reactions that produced the conjugated sequences along the polymer backbone through iodine addition and iodine eliminations. Therefore, the conjugated structure is still responsible for the generating conductivity in the so-called non-conjugated conducting polymers. So we have clarified the long-standing debate concerning the non-conjugated conducting polymers and also supported the Nobel Prize-winning discoveries that conjugation is necessary for polymers to be electronically conducting. Furthermore, our work inspired Sinopec to develop novel flexible conducting polymer fibers useful for flexible plastic electronics. Meanwhile, the conducting copolymers I synthesized in 1987 for my PhD project is unusually stable and had been kept in Professor John White's office for over 30 years without any change in the purple color characteristic of cis polyacetylene. After my PhD study, I worked in several institutes in Australia and around the world. Among many of my subsequent innovations, I discovered metal-free carbon-based electrocatalysis. As we can see, the graphene sheet is fully conjugated along the carbon network, leading to a metallic conductivity for polyacetylene. By cutting a carbon sheet into nanolabels with a conjugated polymer-like structure, we can convert the metallic graphene sheets into a semiconductor. But more interestingly, carbon nanomaterials can have remarkably different properties just by having different shapes. The importance for discoveries of carbon C60 packable, carbon nanotube, and the graphene sheet have been recognized by 1 Kavli Prize and 2 Nobel Prize. Although doping cannot modulate the electrical properties of metallic graphene, but we found that doping graphene with atoms different from carbon atoms can effectively tune its chemical properties. Based on this heteroatom doping concept, we, along the researchers around the world, have created numerous normal carbon materials, including carbon electrocatalysts and carbon photocatalysts for various applications. Catalysts are key for the global decarbonization. Instead of critical mineral catalysts, carbon catalysts can now be used for clean energy generation and clean chemical production to reduce or eliminate carbon dioxide emissions. Unlike critical mineral, carbon catalysts can be developed from carbon dioxide, biomass, and other carbon-rich waste. They are abundant, and so that we can avoid the risks and the costs associated with critical minerals from mining process. We use carbon catalysts to develop renewable energy with zero emissions. For instance, clean hydrogen gases can be produced from Australia's abundant carbon waste, seawater, and sunlight. Multifunctional carbon catalysts can also be used not only for clean production of value-added chemicals from carbon dioxide, but also ammonia fertilizer, hydrogen peroxide from air and water and sunlight. They can be produced on-site without carbon dioxide emission or the needs for transportation. So with the recently awarded the ARC Center of Excellence for Carbon Science and Innovation, we are confident that to develop breakthrough carbon science and groundbreaking carbon catalysts to transform the most air-polluted fossil fuel-based energy generation and chemical production sectors in Australia and globally. With that, I would like to conclude my talk by acknowledging the strong support from the ARC and also our center members, particularly Professor Ruth Amo and Suzanne Chiao, both are fellows of our academy. Many thank yous to you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Li Ming. Thank you, Li Ming. Now we'll open the floor to a Q&A session, just a couple of minutes. So if you have a question for Li Ming, please raise your hand, and we have some roaming microphones, so please wait for the microphone. Those of you online, please use a QR code or online form. Any questions? Francis?
Thank you. I enjoyed hearing about your work, but what I was wondering was about the stability of these carbon catalysts, although it may not be a problem because they're probably cheaper to produce, so it doesn't really matter that they get poisoned.
Thank you for the important question here. Actually, the stability for carbon materials depends what kind of structure people can make the carbon materials, and also for what kind of applications here, and under what conditions here. Say, for the carbon catalyst that we made for OR reaction in alkaline fuel cell, actually it's more stable than platinum. Actually, for many reduction and oxidation reactions, carbon is more stable than noble metal or other metal catalysts, because metal will be poisoned by carbon monoxide or other impurities, but the carbon will not absorb carbon monoxide or other impurities anyway. And also, say for electrocatalysis applications, depends the structure of carbon material we can control. Actually, if we can control structure well, we can reduce the over potentials for the reaction to make a carbon even more stable here. And also, some people in the field of fuel cell technologies tell me, say, if we use a carbon as a catalyst for fuel cell, even carbon degrades. Carbon still can be as a catalyst until it's consumed up here. And the metal you poisoned, you lost that activity fully anyway. So it depends how to make the carbon materials for what kind of applications. They should be able to be commercialized for certain applications.
Any other questions?
Thank you for a fascinating talk. You mentioned the mining industry as one of the possible targets. Could you share a little bit more about your thoughts on that one, please?
Yeah. Anyway, what I'm talking about, the mining technology is for the critical mineral production here. mining, of course, is important for our country and for the world. But now, as you know, many energy-related or environmental-related reactions requires critical minerals to be produced by mining process. And also, they are not sustainable. Say, when you're mining the minerals out and they will use up, or price will increase dramatically. That's why comparing with our carbon catalyst mining process may be too expensive, and also will generate carbon dioxide emissions more than the carbon catalyst. That's just a comparison. Not absolutely say mining process is not good for the economic growth anyway, here or around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have to move on, but I'd just like to comment. Thank you so much for a wonderful talk. So many important applications, and you see that important evolution from curiosity-driven fundamental research to finding the application. So thank you once again, and I'll hand over now to Professor Lynn Beasley.
Thank you, Ivan, and we're off to a wonderful start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor Mariapia Degli-Esposti. Maria is an immunologist whose work has provided fundamental knowledge into the functioning of the immune system and components that can be harnessed, including the cellular and molecular mechanisms enabling pathogen protection, novel interactions, and immunoregulatory functions of natural killer cells and how they limit inflammation and influence the development of autoimmunity. Mariapia has also addressed the breadth of responses required for effective antiviral immunity. Please join me in welcoming Professor Degli-Esposti.
It's a huge honor to be here today as a fellow of the Academy, and importantly to get the opportunity to share with you some of the insights from our research into how the immune system functions. If you think about the fact that we are continuously engaging with a world full of microbes, it seems almost incredible that we are overall healthy. And this is because of the fact that we are protected from noxious pathogens by our immune system. And in fact, in our study of the immune system, one of the biggest friends in understanding the complexities of our immunity ensues was one specific pathogen that I would like to talk to you today. The pathogen I'm talking about is a very common virus. It's called cytomegalovirus. It's present in over 50% of the population globally. In some circumstances, the virus can infect up to 90% of the population. Is contracted normally during childhood, and the infection is either asymptomatic or very mild, often similar to a mild common cold. However, one thing that distinguishes this virus is the fact that the immune system deals with the virus but never is able to clear it. And the virus remains lifelong with its host in a state of dormancy under the control of an effective immune response. In situations where the immune system isn't working effectively, this does not seem to be progressing. In situations where the immune system is not functioning appropriately, such as when the immune system is not fully competent and the infection is acquired, for example, during pregnancy, the virus can be passed on to the fetus, and this can cause severe disease. And in fact, cytomegalovirus infection is the #1 infectious cause of severe congenital problems in newborns. The other situation where the virus is highly problematic is when we suppress the immune system for clinical purposes. And in these situations, such as, for example, in transplantation, the virus can cause such severe disease that most transplant patients, whether solid organ or hematopoietic stem cells, are monitored at least weekly for reactivation of this particular virus. In the context of trying to get a better handle on how to deal with this virus in clinical situations, we were very lucky that through the power of collaboration, which really showed how important it is to bring together multidisciplinary approaches to deal with complex problems, we were able to develop the first model, preclinical model of CMV reactivation in the context of bone marrow transplantation. This was not a simple task, but importantly, this model then allowed us to get some really important insights about what is required in this setting to keep the virus under control and prevent it from causing disease. We were surprised to find that the best protection is provided by antibodies, but even more surprisingly was the fact that antibodies needed to be matched to the infecting viral strain, something that now in the face of what we know about COVID doesn't seem quite a surprise. But nevertheless, this also explained the failure of some current clinical approaches, which use combination of antibodies to fight this virus. And you can see here, when we use pool of antibodies that are partly mismatched, although they contain the right antibodies, they can't be protective. The other thing that these systems allowed us to do was to look for, in a model that is highly significant, to look for determinants of reactivation, and these will then be the target for vaccine development. A vaccine is obviously really important for a pathogen that can cause such severe disease in newborns and in situations of immune suppression. And in fact, a vaccine against cytomegalovirus was mandated to be of the highest priority back in 2000 by the National Academy of Medicine, and unfortunately, till today, we do not have a vaccine for this pathogen. We think that we have got at least one determinant that is a really good candidate for vaccines. We're taking this through the final stages of preclinical studies, and we hope to see these moving into a clinical setting in the near future. So this work illustrates to you what we have been doing in trying to ameliorate the clinical complications caused by this virus. But there is another reason why this virus is particularly fascinating for an immunologist, and is because, and this is illustrated by this study here, where workers in the US investigated variability in immune responses using identical twins. And the question was whether, in fact, the variability in how you respond to challenges is genetically driven or environmentally driven. Of course, the expectations would have been that genetic would be the key player, but in fact, genetics was secondary, and the environmental factors were much more important. And amongst the top environmental factor that caused variability in how we respond, our immune system response, was cytomegalovirus. So this is one virus that it can be an extremely important modifier of immune responses. This work supported many of the findings of our studies through the years, where we used the virus to elucidate unexpected complexities with within the immune systems, interactions between cell types that we didn't expect, and importantly, how these interactions and mechanisms at play in these settings were really important, not only to halt viral replication, but importantly to keep the host healthy and to turn off immune responses that could otherwise be pathogenic. And it's really this concept of effective immunity that has been a central driver of our research, and that has been a focus of almost all our recent studies. When we think of the immune system, often we think that improving responses, making responses as strong as possible is the best thing that we can do. Of course, a stronger response potentially can mean that we can deal with the pathogen more effectively, but at the same time, a strong response can actually bring the system out of balance. And one of the most important features of the immune system is this unique capacity to stay in this very finite equilibrium where immune responses are tightly controlled and turned off when they're no longer required. And you can see here the superactivation might bring clinical benefits, but it can also bring problems associated with it, such as chronic inflammation, immunopathology, and in some cases even autoimmunity. And in the context of this thinking, which we think is really powerful when we think about what we need to understand about the immune system, I'd like to share with you an example of some of our recent work where we were looking at one of our favorite cell types, natural killer cells. These are innate immune effectors, which are generally at play very, very early on in the phases of pathogen challenge, and especially challenge with this particular virus. We were really surprised to find these cells in tissues very late in the response to the virus, and we figured that perhaps they were there to help the host deal with the last phases of the chronic infection. In fact, we were absolutely wrong. The NK cells were not coming into tissue to deal with the virus. They were coming into tissues to deal with the immune response generated against the virus and to turn it off, because the consequences of not turning off that immune responses were actually much more damaging to the tissue, compromised tissue health, and gave rise to an autoimmune disease, which in this case presented as one of the most common autoimmune diseases, Sjögren's syndrome. So you can see how these studies are very powerful. They give us insights that we don't generally think of very easily. Common viruses, for example, can be associated with extremely common diseases. This has been validated recently by showing that Epstein-Barr virus, for example, can be a cause of multiple sclerosis, and perhaps it might actually explain why SARS-CoV-2 is associated with autoinflammatory diseases and autoimmunity. So some powerful insights there, but more powerful insights come from the fact that we actually, using these studies, we can recognize modulatory systems that we really did not understand existed. And these mechanisms we can really work on. And I think the most powerful thing is that they actually tell us about how to modulate the immune system to keep that really critical balance of responses that prevents disease. And I think it is really this fundamental discovery that has driven much of my research, because I truly believe that it is this fundamental scientific discovery that ultimately will make a difference to knowledge. And I really look forward to working with the Academy to continue to spread the message about the importance of fundamental research, both to the public and to government. And of course, this fellowship really recognizes the work of many people, my mentors, a number of fantastic collaborators through the years. I particularly like to acknowledge Professor Jamie Rossjohn, who was my nominator for this Academy Fellowship. And importantly is the people that you see in these pictures. You can see from the faces that the years have gone by, but many of the faces have stayed the same. And this is because I've been very fortunate over time to work with an amazing team of people that are both creative and really want to move knowledge forward. And lastly, and most importantly, I'd like to thank my family, whose support and encouragement has been a constant throughout my career. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for an inspiring talk. Now open for questions, please. I'm looking for hands which are going up first. Yes, please. From one of our other new fellows.
Thanks, Mariapia. That was wonderful. Listening to your talk made me think about modern-day immunotherapy, which is making great changes in treating cancer in particular, but yet has this flip side of autoimmunity. So what do you think about us ever being able to really regulate immune therapies to not have autoimmune complications? And your story of NK cells is a brilliant one, because you need to turn off the system as well.
I absolutely think that this is one of the things that we need to understand in immunotherapy. And so when I was thinking about pushing responses, of course, we do get clinical benefit, and immune therapy has changed how we deal with malignancies. But at the same time, it comes with severe autoimmunity in some cases. So I think it's really, this fundamental knowledge of understanding when to turn off a response and when you can do that safely, having achieved what you are trying to achieve principally, which is deal with the pathogen and or the malignancies. At that point, in fact, turning on these mechanisms might be more beneficial than just turning off the immune pathology, because in fact, you might actually also bring in mechanisms that help restore tissue health, which is something that happens and is compromised during immunotherapies. So I think that this kind of work is really where we should be going in trying to reach that balance. And I hope that we will reach that balance. I think knowledge will bring us there.
I can see nodding and smiling from our questioner. Yes, time for one other question. There's over here.
So CMV can either cause the Sjogren's-like pathology or it can cause lymphoma. It's just like EBV can either cause infectious mononucleosis, which is fairly benign compared to nasopharyngeal carcinoma. What determines whether it's going to do one or the other?
We really don't know, but of course this is, now that we have these insights about the fact that in fact perhaps, this is not an oncogenic virus unlike EBV. So we now have insights that actually make us think that dysregulating immune responses and having, cells actually kept into a response for too long might be highly detrimental. And so this is a type of studies that we actually need to keep on doing to understand the mechanisms that are at play in those situations, whether it be autoimmunity or whether it be malignancy such as lymphoma.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And maybe in 5 years' time you'll unlock the key to multiple sclerosis, to see that in your list too. How important. Wonderful work. Thank you so much. And I'm now going to hand back to Ivan to introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, Lynn. Our next presenter is Professor Zaiping Guo. Professor Guo is a world leader in advanced materials for energy storage and rechargeable batteries. She demonstrated the concept of built-in electric fields at heterostructured interfaces to boost fast charging, and the original concept of tuning the electrical composition of electrolytes to stabilize the interface of the electrode-electrolyte. Please welcome Professor Zaiping Guo.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great honor to be here present as a fellow of academy and present to you my work on the rechargeable batteries. So as we all know, energy crisis and climate change are the two greatest scientific challenges in the 21st century. In order to address these two issues, many governments have pledged to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2050 through largely adoption of clean energy. However, clean energy such as wind and solar energy are intermittent. To properly use this clean energy for various applications, we need to store them in an energy storage device, such as batteries. So my research group has been working on rechargeable batteries in the past 20 years. We work on lithium-ion batteries, sodium-ion, zinc-ion, different kind of metal-ion batteries. No matter what kind of battery, they share the same battery configuration. That include anode, cathode, and electrolyte. Of course, in between the anode, cathode, there's a separator to avoid short circuit. The electrolyte will determine the performance of battery, and the battery reaction actually is electrode-electrolyte interface reaction. That's why we need a stable interface to achieve long cycle life of the battery. So taking aqua-based zinc-ion battery as example, this kind of battery is one of the most promising battery systems for large-scale energy storage. So zinc-ion battery use water-based solution as electrolyte, so it's intrinsically safe. You don't need to worry about firing or exploration of this battery. Also, zinc is quite abundant in the Earth's crust and environment-friendly. The price of zinc is low, and zinc is relatively stable in the water-based electrolyte, so it can be directly used as anode. This guarantees the energy density of this battery system not too low. It's comparable with even better than the other aqua-based metal-ion battery. So as mentioned, the interface stability is quite important. For the zinc-ion battery, it suffers from a lot of interface issue. For instance, the anode could corrode in the electrolyte. There's corrosion issue leading to release of hydrogen, and also due to ununiform zinc flux, ion flux, the zinc dendrite could grow during the battery charge discharge. That could penetrate through the separator, leading to short circuit, and also the set reaction products could accumulate at the interface, increase the internal resistance of the battery, then the battery performance degrading with the cycling. Also, the electrolyte is another important component which acts as a medium, make sure zinc ion can transport between anode and cathode. So the electrolyte for zinc ion battery is water-based solution. Basically, we need just dissolve zinc salt in water. And those zinc ions surrounded by water molecule, we call it a solvation structure. This solvation structure, during the discharge, as a OHP layer, it could dissolve it. That means the water molecule will separate from the zinc ion. So this dissolution process, actually, we need to overcome energy barrier. So that's why the process is relatively sluggish. Also, the water-based electrolyte, because at very low temperature, it starts frozen. At high temperature, it evaporates and leading to very severe set reaction between the electrolyte and electrode. Therefore, the operating temperature range of this battery system is still quite limited. So we need to do something to improve the, to achieve wider temperature range. So next, I'll share with you 2 examples from my work. One is about using, artificial solid electrolyte interface to achieve, to improve the stability of the interface. Basically, we use fluorinated covalent organic framework as the coating layer on the zinc foil. So this fluorine in the nanochannel could, induce very uniform zinc flux, and also the nanochannel could prevent the penetration of electrolyte. Therefore, zinc will not directly interact with water. So in this way, we can supervise the corrosion reaction. Also, the fluorine atom exhibits strong interaction with zinc, so leading to very low surface energy of zinc 002 plane. So in this way, we can induce zinc deposition along 002 crystal plane. That means zinc deposition take horizontally arranged platelet morphology, so avoid zinc dendrite formation. So as evidenced by the optical microscope, even after 35 minutes continuing zinc plating strapping, the surface still quite smooth. Well, in comparison for the bare zinc, just 15 minutes, you can clearly see the surface is not uniform anymore, and the dendrite start growth. Due to this reason, the cell with fluorinated cough film exhibit much better cycling performance. And we also evaluate this sort of anode in the full cell, taking manganese oxide as a cathode. We can tell this cell works very well even under bending to different angle, and can be used as a power source to power the wearable device. When the manganese oxide mass loading is 16 milligram per centimeter square, the energy density of this battery reach 130 watt-hour per kilogram, which is much higher than lead acid battery. We also use water-based solution as an electrolyte. So to extend the operating temperature range and also probably the working electrostable window, we also did engineering, electrolyte engineering. So in this case, we employed a weakly solvating electrolyte as co-solvent. So this solvent, basically, you can tell from this image, from this figure. So basically, this co-solvent is miscible with water. So it could form strong hydrogen bonding with water. Therefore, it can break the water network, decrease the frozen point of the electrolyte. Also, this co-solvent has weak interaction with zinc ion, so it won't involve into the solvation structure. And also due to the interaction with the co-solvent with water, it could drag the water slightly out, leave space for the anion get into the structure. Then this ion will accompany with zinc during the discharge and reach the surface. So ion will decompose from very stable solid electrolyte interface layer that protects the anode in the following cycle from the Z reaction. So then we need to properly select the weakly co-solvating solvent. So based on the selection criteria, basically the co-solvent need to miscible with water, and also the interaction with zinc ion should be weak enough. That means the dielectric consistent and the donor number should be low. Therefore, the binding energy between the co-solvent and zinc ion would be weak. And also the melting point of the co-solvent should be low enough and the boiling point should be high enough, therefore we can achieve very wide operating temperature window. So then based on that selection criteria, we eventually select G2 as a co-solvent. Then get the hybrid electrolyte with 60% G2 plus 40% water. So this electrolyte, you can see at minus 60 degrees still remain liquid state, and the ionic conductivity of this electrolyte is quite high, even at minus 45 degrees, and the electrolyte can't be ignited. That means it's non-flammable, very safe. Then from MD calculation, we found by using this hybrid electrolyte, we can reduce the water amount in the solvation structure. That means the chance for the water getting to the electrode will be lower. In this way, we can reduce the side reaction. Also, we found that the G2 molecule in the solvation structure almost negligible. So, and in this way, we can reduce the dissolution energy barrier, achieve very stable solid state electrolyte, a solid state interface. By using this weakly solvating co-solvent, we can achieve zinc-ion battery with excellent cycle life. At room temperature, 8,000 cycles, you can see the capacity retention still about 90%. And battery works at minus 45 degrees and 60 degrees, even at a critical testing condition. So basically, my group focused on improving the performance of rechargeable battery through electrode design, electrolyte modulation, with a particular focus on the electrolyte-electrode interface. So with that, I would like to thank my students, my postdoc fellows, my collaborators, and also the financial support from Australia Research Council. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Zaiping. Such an important area given how omnipresent batteries are. So we have time for questions. I have one up the top, sorry.
Yes, we are doing recycling of, currently doing recycling of lithium-ion battery, but because electrolyte amount is very limited in the commercial battery, currently we just burn everything, yeah.
Actually, my question was related because I was wondering about the PFAS, because the fluorine compound is an aromatic one, and but you've already answered the question. You burn it. Thank you.
The PFAS, you mean? Sorry?
You were showing the fluorine compound, and it was an aromatic, and it was fluorinated. Yeah. So, but the question's already been asked. You said you burn it. You don't worry about recycling.
Oh, that fluorinated core film is just for the zinc-ion battery interface in stable, to achieve stable interface. Currently not commercialized, this battery, because the cycle life is still not satisfied due to the issues such as corrosion, dendrite formation, a lot of issues there still need to overcome. But the result, the cycle life and the performance is still quite encouraging at this stage. We're probably going to do some, scale up the technology in the near future. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll need to move on to the next talk. Thank you again, Zaiping. And I hand back to Lynn.
Thank you, Ivan. Our next presenter has already asked a question. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Sharon Lewin. Sharon Lewin is recognized globally for her leadership in infectious disease and basic virology. She established laboratory models to study HIV latency, developed novel assays to quantify the viral reservoir, and identified interventions to reverse HIV latency in patients. Sharon has also been a leader, I'm sure well known to so many of us, in Australia's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and to ensure public communication that we all needed to hear throughout. Please welcome Professor Sharon Lewin.
Well, thanks very much for the kind introduction. I'd like to start by thanking the Academy. I'm thrilled to be standing here as a fellow, and congratulations to a really wonderful induction ceremony or gala event over 4 days. It's really a superb organisation. I'd like to also acknowledge Jim McCluskey. He was my nominator. Jim is an outstanding scientist and been a wonderful mentor, colleague and friend to me over many years. I'm going to talk to you about my favourite virus, and that's HIV. And the management of HIV has dramatically changed over the last few decades. HIV is no longer a death sentence. People living with HIV have normal life expectancy if they can access antiretroviral therapy. Antiretroviral therapy has become simpler. On the left is what people would take at the onset in the mid-90s, and on the right is what people take today. A single tablet a day, co-formulation of at least 2 antivirals, and achieve a normal life expectancy and can no longer transmit the virus. 70% of the world's population have access to antiretroviral therapy, including people in low and middle income countries. And innovations continue. We now have injectable antiretroviral therapy. People can take an injection every 2 months, and soon we will see injectable antiretroviral therapy every 6 months. So what's the catch? Well, the catch is that antiretroviral therapy needs to be taken lifelong. As soon as someone stops treatment, whether they've been on treatment for 1 year or 25 years, the virus comes back usually within 2 to 3 weeks. Treatment is cheap now, but still costs the world about $25 billion a year to keep the current people on treatment. So therefore, there's high interest in finding a way to achieve a cure. Now, the main reason current antiretroviral therapy can't cure HIV is because there are 2 major forms of HIV-infected cells. There is productive infection, where the virus can infect an activated cell in the immune system, an activated CD4 T cell. The virus enters the nucleus, integrates into the host DNA, and then makes millions of copies of itself. And in that process, the cell undergoes cell death. So when you put a person on antiretroviral therapy, the whole process is stopped, and those activated infected cells die. But HIV is not a cure because there's another form of HIV, and that is latent infection. And this occurs when the virus gets into a resting CD4 T cell, integrates, and then no longer completes the viral life cycle. It doesn't produce any HIV RNA, it doesn't produce any protein, so the cell is not seen as being foreign, and in fact is primed to survive. So the major goal of finding a cure is to eliminate these long-lived, latently infected cells. They're extremely rare. Only about 1 in a million CD4 T cells carries a single infectious virus, but that can reactivate viral replication again. So my interest has largely focused on 3 main areas. The first is finding ways to measure very small amounts of virus. And this started in the late 90s during my postdoctoral fellowship in New York, where we used what was then new, real-time PCR, but has evolved over time using sophisticated sorting strategies to pull out cells that are enriched for HIV and new molecular tools to quantify very low amounts of virus. I've also spent a lot of time establishing models that we can study latency in vitro, given the cells are so infrequent in vivo. And finally, as a clinician scientist, I've been able to take many interventions that target latency into the clinic, into small experimental medicine studies to understand ways that we could one day eliminate this long-lived reservoir. I'm going to talk to you about one major area I've worked in, and that is called latency reversal. So here is the major barrier to a cure, a long-lived, latently infected cell, not expressing any viral proteins and invisible to our immune systems. If we could convert that latently infected cell in a safe way to a productively infected cell, it would now be visible and undergo cell death. And we can do that through something called latency reversal, or using a latency reversal agent, ultimately with the goal of inducing immune or viral mediated cell death. And we now know that latency reversal alone is not really sufficient to eliminate these long-lived cells, and we need to combine this approach with another immune-enhancing agent. So we have worked on many different latency reversing agents. They're summarised here and show you the different pathways that we can target to activate HIV. HIV really just becomes another gene in our DNA, so many factors that activate other genes can also activate the viral gene. We've taken several of these into clinical trials, such as histone deacetylase inhibitors, PI3K pathway activators, and immune checkpoint inhibitors. And what we've learnt from these and many other clinical trials is that we can indeed reverse latency in vivo, but the cells don't die. We need to find a better way to get the kill in what we call shock and kill through either immune-enhancing agents or pro-apoptotic drugs. And finally, most of the latency reversing agents, in fact, all of those that you can see in front of you, are not HIV specific. So we need more potent, less toxic, and more specific latency reversing agents. So I'm going to tell you just two recent projects that my lab has been working on, one on enhancing the kill and one on enhancing latency. I started by saying latently infected cells don't express proteins and are primed to survive. Well, over the last few years, other groups have shown that these cells express pro-survival proteins, just like many malignancies do. And one of those, a great Australian discovery, Suzanne Corey is in the audience, is BCL2. And of course, we can inhibit BCL2 with a drug, again, developed in Australia at WEHI with venetoclax. So we teamed up with a team at WEHI, led by Mark Pellegrini, and asked if we treated HIV latently infected cells with venetoclax, would we see depletion? And indeed, we did. This just shows you the amount of virus in a person's cells when we analyse those cells ex vivo. And if you treat with increasing concentration of venetoclax, you can see a dose-dependent decline in HIV DNA, a marker of the reservoir. And then Mark tested this in a mouse model of HIV, where the mouse is infected, treated with antiretroviral therapy. The viral load declines to undetectable levels. It's treated with venetoclax, shown here in red, or a control shown here in black. And when an antiretroviral therapy is stopped, it takes longer for the virus to rebound, demonstrating that we have indeed reduced the viral reservoir. And we're currently running a clinical trial of venetoclax in people with HIV and no cancer in Melbourne and in Denmark, and we're very excited that this has been able to get to the clinic. The other major project we've been working on is how do we get better, more potent, and HIV-specific latency reversing agents. And we've been doing this using some of the advances that we learnt about during the pandemic, or the incredible power of mRNA delivered through a lipid nanoparticle, not for a vaccine, but for a therapeutic. And we've been trying two approaches, delivering a viral protein, a protein called TAT, which is a very potent activator of the virus, and also using something called CRISPR activation. So CRISPR-Cas9 you would have heard about, which cleaves DNA. You can also use CRISPR-Cas9 to activate a specific gene. Now, the problem has been delivering these complex proteins and molecules to a resting cell, which is traditionally very hard to transfect. So we've been working on a new lipid nanoparticle by modifying the different lipids that create the particle so that it's tropic for a T cell and can effectively deliver mRNA. We've delivered TAT as an RNA, or the CRISPR machinery as multiple different RNAs, and tested these mRNA lipid nanoparticles on cells which we take from people with HIV. And in brief, we're seeing remarkably potent, highly specific activation. And this just shows you the amount of RNA that's inside an infected cell. If we treat it with a stimulus that activates the cell, if we treat it with a TAT, lipid nanoparticle, or a negative control. And we get vastly more HIV getting pushed out of the cell with this TAT lipid nanoparticle. So in closing, our goal is to basically eliminate or reduce the pool of latently infected cells. If you could reduce all of them, that would be ideal, achieving eradication. Most likely, these approaches will just reduce the pool of infected cells, allowing our immune system to get better, enhanced long-term control. I just wanted to thank a few of people that have made a very big difference to my career, and that is, of course, my laboratory, and particularly Ajantha Solomon. Ajantha is my lab manager, and she was the first person I employed on coming back from New York in 1999. We've been together for 25 years. Also, many collaborators around the world with whom I do this work, and funders who have supported the work on HIV. Thanks very much.
Absolutely marvellous, and open for questions now, please. Looking forward. I know I've got some to ask, but no, across, please.
We've got a question online from Sean Smith in Melbourne, and he's asked, could we use this shock and kill approach for people living with long COVID? Is that another example of a virus in a latency stage?
Long COVID is a lot more complicated than HIV, because long COVID is not a direct result of the virus sitting there in an inactive form. In fact, COVID or SARS-CoV-2 doesn't have a latent phase. And so therefore, I don't think we could use that approach, but we can use this approach potentially in other viruses that integrate in the host genome, a virus called HTLV1. There's quite a lot of interest, but I don't think it would be relevant to long COVID.
Francis again.
Suzanne.
I was wondering how these LRAs, latency reversing agents and therapies,
yes,
how they get how do they not attack other cells?
Well, all the latency reversing agents we've been using to date are non-specific, so they will activate lots of different genes. The latency reversing agents I spoke about at the end are actually HIV specific, because they either use an HIV viral protein called TAT that can only activate HIV, or we use something called CRISPR activation, where there is a guide RNA that takes the activation machinery to where you want it to go. So you design the guide to just recognise HIV. But this is really a new generation of latency reversing agents. We've previously relied on drugs that are not HIV specific.
Please.
Thanks for a great talk and great work, Sharon. I was interested to know, is it thought that there are other cell types in which there's a latent virus residing? That was my first question. Second question is, in your trials with venetoclax with Mark, did you see any side effects on normal T cells that would make you worry? Are you depressing the normal cells in the body as well?
Other cells that contain latent virus there are, and that's cells of the monocyte macrophage lineage, though they're much smaller in frequency than latently infected T cells, but they are still a potential reservoir that may well need to be addressed. And some of the latency reversing agents do work in monocyte macrophages, though those cells are a bit harder to kill, but still a very important area. And the clinical trial with venetoclax has literally only just started. It's going through dose escalation, but from other trials in SLE, a non-malignant condition of venetoclax, we do know that venetoclax will reduce the total T cell counts, but it's reversible. And so we're dosing the venetoclax with 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off. And of course, we're very conscious about this because HIV is a disease that knocks out your T cells, so we do not want these, particularly CD4 T cells, to decline too much. And so we're testing. It's only data we have really is SLE. Everything else has largely been done in the setting of malignancy. So wait and see. We should know in about, I'd say, 6 to 12 months.
Thank you so much.
Right, thank you.
Inspiring work, and obviously so much more to come. Great to hear, thank you. It's my honour to introduce to you our next speaker, Professor David Keith. David Keith is an international leader in conservation science who's led the development of biodiversity risk assessment methods and a global ecosystem topology with scientists and practitioners in environmental management drawing extensively on his research innovations in threatened species conservation, ecosystem dynamics, fire ecology, and vegetation classification and mapping, issues for Australia and the world. Let me welcome Professor David Keith.
Thank you very much to the Academy for this honour. I'd like to acknowledge the peoples of the Dharawal country on whose lands I live and work, and acknowledge their elders past and present. I also want to start with my thank yous. I want to thank my family for their love and support, and to my lab colleagues and a huge network of collaborators that it's been my privilege to work with around the world, and also to the University of New South Wales and the ARC for funding this work. The challenge of my work and my colleagues is simply this: ecosystems are undergoing transformational changes. And this is not particularly good because it's eroding biodiversity on a global scale, and it's also eroding ecosystem functions which provide the services that humanity depends on. Fortunately, these trends have generated a renewed policy focus on ecosystems as opposed to individual species. And the recently endorsed UN Global Biodiversity Framework outlines 3 major targets for all countries to pursue in the coming decades. One is to halt declines of ecosystems, a second is to increase restoration efforts, and a third is to improve protection. And all countries, including ours, are obliged to report on progress against those goals. Now, our approach is essentially a risk-based approach to ecosystem management. It rests on 3 pillars. The first is the concept of risk, which is the probability of an adverse outcome over a specified time frame. In this case, the adverse outcome is ecosystem collapse, and we work with timeframes in the order of 50 years, which is long enough to detect trends, but short enough to plan action. The second pillar is that our overarching goal is to manage ecosystems to reduce those risks of degradation and collapse. And the third is that we can apply a range of strategies to avoid impacts and to reverse degradation through various restoration actions. So the schematic here basically outlines the assessment and diagnosis of risks Understanding their causes is absolutely a critical part of that process. With that knowledge, we're armed to design and implement risk reduction strategies and also to undertake restoration actions for degraded ecosystems in a way that's appropriate to each different kind of ecosystem. Then the strategy involves monitoring both the threats and also the responses of ecosystems so that we can fine-tune our approaches, rerun our risk assessments and tweak the portfolio of actions and strategies that we employ, but also report on our successes and indeed our failures so that we can learn on them, not only within country but internationally. Now, one of the tools that we've developed to facilitate this approach is the Red List of Ecosystems, which is essentially a risk assessment protocol, a tool for assessing and diagnosing the causes of those risks. The Red List of Ecosystems protocol is underpinned by a suite of robust theories. It's based, as I mentioned before, on risk concepts. It builds on notions of population viability analysis, which is a stochastic suite of modelling disciplines that aim to estimate the probability of species extinction. We've extended and expanded that to the ecosystem concept. And it also builds on assembly theory, understanding the drivers and processes that forge the assemblies of different groups of species in different environmental conditions. The protocol's applicable to all kinds of ecosystems, those on the surface of land, those beneath the surface of land, in fresh waters and in the oceans, which is important. We found that much of the existing work before we started was very much siloed in disciplines. We had one set of approaches for terrestrial ecosystems and really quite a different set of approaches for marine ecosystems, for example, and we found that there's a great deal of synergy that would come from bringing those together. Parsimony and versatility are two attributes that we sought in the development of this protocol as well. It works with data that's very varied in quality and also coverage, which is important given that we want it applied in places, parts of the world where there's very limited capacity. And it also leverages broader knowledge, learnings from related ecosystem types that might respond in a similar way. And finally, perhaps the most important attribute of all of the protocol is that it assesses ecosystem-specific pathways of change. And that's very important because different ecosystems behave in very different ways. They have different drivers, different mechanisms of response, and we can't hope to apply the same kind of medicine to resolve all of these different kinds of problems. And one of the conceptual developments or advances that we applied to that was the notion of relative severity, which could take any kind of driver and any kind of response variable and standardise it between a collapsed state and the initial state so that we have a scale that's common across all kinds of ecosystems for comparison. The Red List of Ecosystem Protocol was adopted by the IUCN in 2014 as the global standard for ecosystem risk assessment and by the United Nations Global Biodiversity Framework as a headline indicator to monitor the progress towards the targets in that framework. Uptake and implementation has spread very rapidly around the world. There's action by governments, NGOs and industry. There's environmental laws, regulatory systems, including our own, and investments that are shaped by this notion of risk assessment to ecosystems. And finally, ecosystem management on the ground is beginning to take up this notion of reducing risk in ways that are appropriate to these different ecosystems in their socio-economic contexts. It's also generated a very influential new research agenda where people are starting to think about ecosystems as a whole rather than individual parts of those systems. Now, these are the areas of the world where already there's been applications and risk assessments using this protocol. We're about halfway there on land and still have a way to go in the oceans. There are many countries that are currently coloured white on that map that are beginning to mobilise. India, Bolivia, Indonesia, all continents are engaged. And these are some of the concrete actions and policy actions that are being taken by these different countries in different contexts. South Africa has very strong biodiversity legislation with ecosystems at its core, and that is welded into their protected area planning and design, as well as their regulatory system for planning development. In Finland, it's about national forest management policy. In Colombia, there's priorities for protection and restoration of ecosystems across the country. In places like Mozambique, there's new biodiversity legislation that is encompassing industry development through offsetting. And in Italy, for example, they're implementing their own sort of European Union habitat directive using this kind of approach. So to frame these ecosystem risk assessments, you have to know what an ecosystem is. And unlike species, where we have a very long-established taxonomy of species, we actually don't have one for ecosystems that cuts across the entire biosphere. There's nothing that we had in order to classify, describe and map the units of assessment to assess our risks. So we undertook a global collaboration of about 100 people from different institutions around the world and developed the global ecosystem typology, which has been adopted by the IUCN, and also as the reference classification for ecosystem accounting, a standard developed by the United Nations. It's also framing Australia's very first ecosystem accounts, which are due out at the beginning of next year. The typology is a hierarchical system. The upper levels essentially represent similarities in ecosystem function, whereas the lower levels of that hierarchy represent ecosystems with shared functions but different compositional expressions. We have developed web tools to make it accessible to people around the world to use for their ecosystem planning. And finally, there's a range of different applications that have emerged well beyond risk assessment through global reporting to very local ecosystem management on the ground, such as fire management and restoration. So the ecosystem typology is very much a linchpin framework for diagnosing ecosystem change and designing conservation actions. And in terms of Australia, we're linking that management to international agreements, and going forward we aim to put Australia on that map with 3 strands of activity. Firstly, developing foundational data sets to enable the country to plan and report on its ecosystem management. Secondly, by building capacity for training, and thirdly, by actually implementing the protocol in some real-world applications for proof of concept. Thanks very much.
Truly global. It's just wonderful to hear, isn't it? And I'm sure there are going to be lots of questions. Thank you for your presentation. Hands up. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for that, David. It was a bit shocking to see Australia not on the map yet. And I'm hoping you'll urge it on. I wanted to know, especially considering what other countries are already doing this implementation. So 2 questions. One is, what has made Australia a lagger here? And 2, in all of these countries, is Indigenous knowledge of ecology being drawn upon to help implement? Because you must have to have base systems, and they must have a lot of knowledge of more than 50 years ago, for example.
Yeah, thanks for your questions. Firstly, it's a little strange that Australia should lead the scientific development of this work, and we've been a little slow. In fact, we weren't always slow. Australia was one of the first countries to adopt legislation that protected ecosystems. But we've flatlined in the last couple of decades, I think, resting on the laurels of those early advances. But I think, and perhaps also, the public imagination has been captured by iconic species, which has perhaps distracted the focus a little from the whole. And of course, species depend on ecosystems for their ongoing survival. Now we're certainly working with all governments at state and Commonwealth levels to bring Australia into catch-up mode. And we've got South Africa in our targets because they're essentially the world leaders at this point, and we have very close working relationships, not only with them, but lots of other countries who are advancing their policy infrastructure. To Indigenous knowledge, yes, you're right. One of the important aspects of ecosystem risk assessments and ecosystem dynamics generally is that legacies can be very important in understanding the trajectories of ecosystems right now and their potential right now. And so Indigenous knowledge is an important part of understanding those legacies and also understanding what might be missing from current approaches to management of ecosystems. So we certainly work with Indigenous people at every opportunity we can, and that's certainly the case also at a statutory level where Indigenous people are invited to engage in listing processes, for example, under legislation as well.
Question down here.
Terrific talk, thank you. Where you've got continuing land clearing for beef production in Australia and Latin America, how does that interact with trying to assess what the situation is and how to ameliorate it when it's actually going the other way?
Yeah, look, that's such a complex question, and it's farming is an important part of it, and of course it's not the only human activity that is interacting with ecosystems in a way that's mostly negative but sometimes positive. I think we have to maybe step back and think about what we want for a future. I don't think we're particularly good at that, and a risk assessment protocol where we understand the risks of alternative scenarios of action can perhaps help with that. But I do think it's going to mean a change in the way that we use resources from nature, and also think about the total demand, I guess, on the biosphere. So both of those things together. It's not just how we use those resources, but the total demand. We've got to manage both of those things into the future, and I think thinking broadly about risks to different kinds of assets that we value, which might include, stock values and so on, but certainly includes, much broader socioeconomic and cultural values as well.
Big issues. Yes, one last question because it's such interest.
So I understand that you have this very long time frame, with 50 years that you're monitoring, but could you comment on how fast you've seen ecosystems decline? Does it take really 50 years for? I can imagine it being much faster.
Yes, it can. Thanks very much for that question. It varies a lot, and that's part of the reason why we think an ecosystem-specific approach is very, very important. It depends on the drivers, it depends on the context, and it depends on the inherent characteristics of the ecosystem itself. Some of the drivers involve massive transformational changes. Land use change in particular can happen very rapidly. We're seeing that. I guess the pace of change is relative. In some cases, I was in Canada last year, and there's markers on the ground where glaciers used to be. Now they're kilometres back up the valleys. That's a fairly rapid change, but there are other ecosystems like wetlands and grasslands that change over almost annual timescales. So we have to accommodate that and also be wary that the risks are relative to those timeframes, and therefore the responses need to be as well. That's very important.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful example of going into the environment, studying it carefully, brilliant science, and then working at a really global level. Gosh, wonderful presentations this afternoon, and I'm equally excited to introduce our next speaker, Professor Andrew Wilks. Andrew Wilks has made transformative discoveries in the signal transduction field, as well as in the genesis of nerve cells and of blood vessels. He discovered a number of important drug discovery targets, defined their roles in cytokine signaling, and founded one of Australia's most successful biotech companies, as well as leading the team that delivered a therapeutic JAK inhibitor. Please welcome Professor Andrew Wilks.
Wow, so thanks very much. Had the great good fortune to have a look at the charter book before and see some of the names of my mentors and heroes. Anthony Burgess, Ashley Dunn. I met Jerry and Suzanne at the ice cream queue, in fact, and so these people have had a huge impact on my career, and I would like to express my gratitude to them to make me a better scientist. I'm going to try and cram 35 years of work on this topic into 10 minutes plus 2 minutes question time, so I should crack on. But I would like to thank Michael Parker, who was my nominator for inclusion into this august academy. So thank you. So next. So once upon a time, there was one person I didn't mention, and that's this gentleman. This gentleman is Don Metcalfe. Don is widely recognized as the father of modern hematology. So famous was he that he had his own postage stamp. And it's usually at this point in an undergraduate seminar, I have to explain what a postage stamp is. But I don't have to explain what a hemopoietic stem cell is, because they already know because of Don's work. And this is his masterpiece. This is a kind of cellular molecular description of how blood cells are formed. And we have hemopoietic stem cells that largely reside in the bone marrow, and under the choreography of growth factors and intracellular processes, a number of decisions are made. Cells are differentiated and proliferated into all of those mature cells that we find in our blood cells: white cells, red cells, T cells, B cells. All of them seem to come from a hemopoietic stem cell. When I arrived in Australia, Don was just finished mapping this out, and we were already starting to clone the growth factors that were responsible for the choreography of this process. And my job was to try and define the cellular receptors for these growth factors. And at that time, this was late 1980s, it was becoming understood that there were many receptors were part of a class of enzymes called tyrosine kinase, protein tyrosine kinases. And I figured that if I could try and sample all of the tyrosine kinases in these hemopoietic stem cells, I might be able to find those colony-stimulating factor receptors that were responsible for this transformation of the precursor cells to the more mature cells. So I invented this technique using the polymerase chain reaction, and an absolute bounty of molecules came out. And talk about sliding door moments. One experiment gave me enough new kinases to run a lab of about 30 people within about a year. So it was quite a transformational experiment for me. A number of molecules that looked like receptors came out. We didn't know what they were, but they were subsequently defined as the VEGF receptor and a bunch of other cellular receptors. And then these quirky enzymes, FD17, FD22, came out. They didn't look like receptors, and so I was really in two minds whether to proceed to work on them. And so I call them just another kinase 1 and just another kinase 2, and they became known as JAK1 and JAK2. And ironically, they turned out to be a class of molecules that now $25 billion worth of pharmaceuticals are actually targeted against. So that happened. When I published them, I couldn't actually use, I wanted the acronym, but I couldn't actually use that justification for the acronym. And I was reading a bit of Arthur Koestler, and he was talking about the Janus principle, two faces looking in two directions, and they had two kinase domains. And so, anyway, I kind of pulled it together, and they became known as the Janus kinases, just another kinase in reality. Now, they don't seem to be moving on. There we go. So over the next 7 or 8 years, and this is now compressing a whole bunch of work with essentially a Manhattan project that was around the planet in the Rockefeller Institute and ICRF in London. We pulled together what was called the JAK-STAT pathway, where these enzymes, the JAKs, were found to be adjacent to or associated with a number of these important cytokine receptors, cellular receptors, that were transmitting signals from these growth factors that we were actually looking for. And they combined with a set of transcription factors called the STATs, signal transducers and activators of transcription. And so the JAK-STAT pathway was born. It's incredibly complicated, as you can see from this. There are mixtures and matches of these different enzymes, but somehow the cells pull together an understanding of the fate that they're supposed to take on through a combination of these JAKs and STATs, this JAK-STAT pathway. And it became clear that many of these growth factors, interleukins, cells that regulate the blood system, might actually be, so there are many pathologies that involve those cytokines, and so the notion of developing an inhibitor against those JAK kinases, which are front and central to the actual pathway, might actually lead to a new class of pharmaceutical drugs, therapeutic drugs. And so I had a midlife crisis and decided I would leave academia and start a biotech company. And that biotech company was called Scientia. And this was in the late 1990s. As well as being great candidates for sort of anti-inflammatories and anti-inflammatory therapeutics, there was around about the year 2003, it was found that there was a single point mutation in one of these enzymes, JAK2, in one of those kinase domains that created what's called a hypermorphic allele of JAK2, and that drives the overproliferation of cells of the red blood cell compartment and other compartments, leading to diseases like polycythemia rubra vera and essential thrombocythemia. And so you can see too many red cells, too many platelets. This is polycythemia rubra vera, probably about 100,000 patients on the planet. Far too many red cells driven pathologically by this hyperactive enzyme. It's not essentially fatal, but very uncomfortable. And so the idea was that a molecule like what we had could actually be used for therapy for this. But perhaps more importantly, this disease progresses on to a seriously malignant disease, a cancer of the bone marrow called myelofibrosis. And here, the bone marrow, the medulla of the bone marrow, which is the usual source of cells of the immune system, starts to scar and become inflamed, and you get this extramedullary hematopoiesis going on, largely in the spleen, but other organs as well. And so you get splenomegaly, spleen the size of Tasmania, and the patient ultimately declines and ultimately dies from this condition. And so this is driven by that hypermorphic mutation of JAK2. So if you had an inhibitor of JAK2, this could be a potential therapy. And here is one such molecule, and I'm about to, again, to compress the work of half a dozen years of many people. You can see them on the screen there. Medicinal chemists, biologists. You can see down the bottom, we finally brought in structural biology. So as it was in Jamie Rossjohn's lab, I don't know if Jamie's in the audience, but that deserves a huge amount of recognition because that actually catapulted us into what's called structural drug design. And this molecule may not look much, but to a proper medicinal chemist, it's a thing of beauty. Svelte elegance and efficiency of form. It's an excellent drug. It's a molecule that's almost quantitatively orally available. It's a molecule that has a half-life that allows you to contemplate once-a-day therapy, and surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, in animal models of that myelofibrosis disease, the myeloproliferative neoplasm model, where exactly that point mutations have been installed in hematopoietic cells of the mouse, all of those features, the spleen weight, which rises as caused by that mutation, inhibited by that molecule, now declines, and all of those other symptoms are actually reduced and disappear, which portended well for human trials. Long story short, again, compressing 7 years of work, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. The phase 3 that was run on behalf of the company that had actually acquired Scientia, which is called Sierra Oncology, showed that the molecule was much, much better than the standard of care in that setting. And on the basis of that, the molecule was taken on by GlaxoSmithKline and ultimately was approved last year, September last year, by the FDA for the treatment of patients with myelofibrosis, patients with anemia. I don't know what these guys were smoking. We called it momelotinib. Somehow it's now become known as Ojjaara. And hopefully they'll slightly change that name when it's approved in Australia, hopefully this year, to Omjaara. But finally, patients are actually now benefiting from receiving this molecule and showing significant improvements in their outcomes. Obviously, this was not just me. There was a whole team involved in this from the Ludwig Institute, from Scientia, and for our many collaborators and joint venturers. It's been quite a journey, but finally we got there. Thanks very much.
A sliding door moment to saving lives. It's just a marvellous story. Thank you so much. Looking for questions, please. I'm going to kick off with the very first one, because you moved from straight academe into a different environment. It must have been a big learning curve for you, but it's proved highly successful. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
It wasn't immediately highly successful, I have to say. There were moments, my wife calls them the baked bean years, that we had, where venture capital in Australia is very hard to find, and support for actually translating those initial discoveries was incredibly difficult to achieve. But you plow through and you get on with it and you find a way. And so whilst I perhaps did not enjoy that initial phase of the transition more recently, and it's become very much a feature of what I'm actually doing, trying to promulgate more of these sorts of opportunities. It is terrific to take some really high-class basic research and try and turn that observation, the information we get, into something useful, into a therapeutic drug.
Is it getting easier to pull these worlds together?
No, look at me, I'm only 27 years old. Look what it's done to me.
Yes, please, Francis. I think it's great to see this working in the two worlds and seeing how it can really make a big difference.
Thank you.
So this is my T question, so I'll ask it now. I'm surprised that GSK was interested in something with only about 100,000 people a year, or did I misunderstand? Was that just one particular version?
So that's the first indication. That's the one it's been approved for now. GSK think this will be $1 billion a year for that plus other indications. So it's largely useful for sort of almost any inflammatory condition. And this one is saved by having an additional activity that actually prevents the erythropenia that often happens with some of these JAK inhibitors. It's saved by a miraculous additional activity that it has in it. So it will be rolled out into a whole bunch of different therapeutic indications. They reckon $1 billion a year. So I get nothing of that, by the way, so I just want you to know.
I can see Francis nodding. Thank you so much for a marvellous presentation. I don't know about you, but all these presentations have absolutely taken my breath away. The width, the breadth of the things we've heard about this afternoon, I think just is a wonderful example that the Academy is involving all aspects of science and seeing the potential for a better world and a healthier world. Could we have another round of applause for all the speakers, please? And thank you for all those who have asked questions this afternoon to enrich this session. Now, I have some announcements before we move to afternoon tea break. I'd like to remind all the fellows who are being admitted this year that individual portraits will be taken in the Becker Room, and I encourage you to make your way there, if you haven't done so already, during one of our breaks, because we really do want to get your photograph, please. Thank you all, as I've said, for a great session. Please enjoy afternoon tea in the Jaeger Room, the Dorothy Hill Room, or outside in the marquee, where I'm told there's excellent gelato, but I haven't tried it yet, but I hear it's highly recommended. We will reconvene here at 3:15, please, for another, I'm sure, inspiring session. Thank you so much.
The war in Ukraine has had a devastating impact on the country's people.
We have 9 million displaced people within the country. We have 5 million displaced who are outside of the country.
That includes many scientists working on everything from medical research to the future of space exploration.
So the impact is huge. Imagine you out there, working in a lab, and all of a sudden you have to give up everything and move out.
Thanks to an $800,000 donation from the not-for-profit Breakthrough Prize Foundation, the Australian Academy of Science is now extending a helping hand to Ukrainian scientists.
This opportunity allows Ukrainians who are impacted to collaborate with Australia so that their research effort can continue.
The initiative will sponsor visits to Australia by Ukrainian researchers and make it easy to send data and samples to Australian research facilities with the results returned to Ukraine.
That is really important so that the research capability that's required to help rebuild their nation in the fullness of time is there and is not depleted over the course of the war.
To rebuild Ukraine, we'll need support of the world, and I think these connections which will be built as a result of the program will help us better help Ukraine in the future.
For more information, head to science.org.au/Ukraine research. Deep thinking, where every move counts. That's a skill set Professor Andrew Wilks has refined through chess tournaments like this one.
Chess taught me how to think tactically and strategically. In the sciences, those sorts of skills are incredibly important.
He was amazed in 2017 when Google DeepMind's AlphaZero AI program triumphed at chess against world-leading specialist software within hours of teaching itself the game.
If you could apply these sorts of tools to a similar process. Drug discovery, it's a process that has some rules, many unknown unknowns. Then you might be able to advance your programs that much quicker, that much more effectively.
And that's what brings us here to the Bio21 Institute at the University of Melbourne. Professor Wilks co-founded a company based at the institute called Synthesis MedChem.
There are big machines, big toys, big equipment that can do amazing things here. And the sort of information that comes out of that structural biology, analytical chemistry, those sorts of things are incredibly important for us as we develop our drug discovery programs.
Professor Wilks is a molecular and cancer biologist. During his time at the Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research in the 1980s and 90s, he discovered and named the JAK family of kinases, enzymes that play a critical role in how cells interact with their environment. That discovery significantly advanced our knowledge of immunity, opening new avenues for therapeutics. Professor Wilks is also very much an entrepreneur. Before Synthesis, he founded one of Australia's most successful biotech companies, Cytopia.
Making the connection between the science and cash or investment, that's a little bit of a skill. There's still a translation gap in some way, where the potential value of a piece of science is still somewhat opaque to the people who have cash to invest.
Professor Wilks' mission these days is to generate enough investment for early phase drug discovery before then passing the projects onto larger pharmaceutical companies to complete clinical development. That mission is enhanced by machine learning technology.
The computer will develop an algorithm by which it can improve the way the molecules behave, and you kind of go along for the ride.
It's not all left to the computer. Ultimately, each hypothesis must be subjected to biological validation.
But you can get a long way down the path much more quickly, simply using these AI programs and computational chemistry. We're all cyborgs now, in many respects.
Professor Wilks says becoming a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science is a massive honour, and one he hopes will encourage more investment in the complex chessboard of translational science.
This is where it started, and where you start. This is where you find a top 100 university, world-class research, and these little guys. This is where you study crashes and become cancer smashers. This is where you crush it, cram it, glam it, and this is where you grow food. For space. This is where your time begins. Make history at the University of Adelaide.
These two scientists have something they need you to hear about the world's oceans.
My name's Matthew England. I'm a professor of ocean and climate dynamics at the University of New South Wales. I study how the oceans respond to climate variations and climate change.
My name is Adele Morrison. I study oceanography at the Australian National University in Canberra.
At the centre of their work is how water moves around the planet. Surface currents are powered by wind patterns, but deep underwater currents are driven by different layers of density in a process known as overturning circulation.
The ocean plays a big role in global climate by moving heat and carbon and also nutrients around, which affects ecosystems in the ocean. Changes that happen in one small location, like say near Antarctica, can then have a global influence because those waters move all throughout the whole planet.
And it's the Antarctic overturning circulation that has these scientists worried. They're two of the authors of a landmark study published in Nature that makes a dire projection closely related to the melting of the ice caps.
And what we see in that simulation is that the meltwater rate that we expect to play out over the next few decades is enough to slow down that overturning at a very dramatic rate, about 40% reduction by 2050.
Meltwater is a clear consequence of climate change. As ice caps melt, huge amounts of fresh water enter the oceans. The resulting reduction in salinity makes the water much less dense, meaning it doesn't sink with the same force.
So the dense water is important because it's a major driving factor in the global overturning circulation, which is this conveyor belt of waters that move around the whole ocean. And so this formation of dense water pushes that water down into the abyss, and then throughout the rest of the global ocean, that moves up again in different places around the globe.
A slowdown in the overturning, particularly by 40%, would have a profound impact on marine ecosystems.
The thing about the oceans is that all of the marine life that we have at the surface, when it dies off, it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. So there's a lot of nutrient-rich water in the ocean abyss. If we slow down the overturning circulation that brings that very bottom water back up to the surface, we cut off a way that nutrients get back to the surface to regenerate marine life.
Their projection is based on advanced modelling that doesn't just factor in meltwater, but captures key regions of Antarctica with unprecedented skill.
And this is particularly important around Antarctica because there's a lot of small-scale processes that are important for this dense water formation.
A slowdown of the North Atlantic overturning circulation has already been documented. But this latest study shows that overturning in the Antarctic region could decelerate at twice the rate.
I should also say there's actually evidence in the ocean abyss that the mechanism we've described is already playing out. There's been significant warming of the ocean abyss, and that's exactly what our model projections show, that as the ice melt slows the overturning circulation down, you do get a warming of the ocean abyss. And if anything, our models are a bit behind where the observations are already tracking. So all the evidence we have suggests that we will have a slowdown of this overturning circulation in the next couple of decades.
The average Australian spends at least 90% of their time indoors. But how often do you think about the air you're breathing in? Indoor air pollution is considered a serious risk to public health in societies around the world. Despite that, most countries don't have any indoor air quality standards.
Every drop of water we drink from the tap, its quality is highly regulated. Every piece of food we take to our mouth is highly regulated in quality. Indoor air, which we take into our lungs 12 times a minute, is not regulated at all.
Professor Lydia Moravska from Queensland University of Technology was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people in 2021 for pressuring the World Health Organization into acknowledging that COVID-19 could be spread through the air, particularly indoors. Now she's leading a new push for international action. Professor Moravska and a group of global experts have used the prestigious journal Science to publish a blueprint for mandating indoor air quality in public buildings.
Our paper, which is a consensus of over 40 scientists and experts from many disciplines from around the world, is the best practice, better than anything else which is happening anywhere in the world.
The group proposes standards for 3 key indoor pollutants: carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and PM2.5, which are particles so small they can lodge deep in the lungs and enter the bloodstream.
This is my favorite little monitor. It measures carbon dioxide. Together with carbon dioxide, we emit other things, in particular pathogens, bacteria or viruses if we are infected. So if concentration of carbon dioxide increases, potentially concentration of these pathogens increases as well. And it fits into my handbag, so it goes with me everywhere.
The scientists also want to ensure mechanical ventilation systems remove and dilute pollutants at a higher rate than their production. She points to schools as an obvious place for action, where many classrooms are now being fitted with air conditioning.
One issue with this is that while it provides a good thermal comfort, it does not provide fresh air. It just recirculates the air, so it doesn't do anything to improve air quality.
Outdoor air quality is already regulated in many places in line with the World Health Organization's global air guidelines. Professor Moravska says countries such as Australia can now lead by example for indoor air as well.
We know how to do it. We know how important it is. Why won't we start now?
Distinguished Professor Xin Huoyu is at his happiest when he's making things. He built his first transistor radio at the age of 10.
Little radio, I can hear. I was so excited.
Professor Yu grew up in China during the Cultural Revolution. Universities were closed, so he figured that once he finished school, he'd become a village electrician. But his plans changed after the death of Mao Zedong.
I had the opportunity to enter the university exam. Did pretty well, so I went to this University of Science or Technology of China.
And so began a long and successful career in electrical engineering, one that brought him to Australia in 1989 for a research fellow position at the University of Adelaide with legendary applied mathematician, the late Ren Potts.
I was so surprised. My English was very poor. Written was all right, but English so poor. But I think he probably sees some value in me, which I couldn't see.
Professor Yu was determined to experience everything Australia could offer, so accepted a lecturing position at what was then known as the Capricornia Institute of Advanced Education in Rockhampton. He was there when it became Central Queensland University and was soon named a professor. But Rockhampton was a world apart from his hometown in China, Harbin, known for its ice sculptures and winter days of minus 30 degrees.
That's the reason why I chose Melbourne. I went to Rockhampton so hot, and this is actually just right.
His time here at RMIT has seen him receive international recognition for his contribution to the theory and application of discontinuous control systems. A simple example of these systems would be a light switch, where the control action changes suddenly, as opposed to a dimmer switch where things change more steadily. Discontinuous systems have a central role to play in things such as robotics and smart energy grids. Complex mathematical theories need to be applied to properly understand how each component interacts.
How to ensure the system, because there's so many on and off, like switching, on and off, and how to maintain the systems continue to supply when you need it. That's the challenge.
Professor Yu considers mentoring students to be a major part of his role.
So I always tell them that first thing, when you come here, you think about 10 years later what you want to be. And we design the program for you to reach your potential.
It's clear that many of Professor Yu's students see his success as an inspiration. He's certainly had an incredible journey from making transistor radios as a child in China to being a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science.
The average Australian spends at least 90% of their time indoors. But how often do you think about the air you're breathing in? Indoor air pollution is considered a serious risk to public health in societies around the world. Despite that, most countries don't have any indoor air quality standards.
Every drop of water we drink from the tap, its quality is highly regulated. Every piece of food we take to our mouth is highly regulated in quality. Indoor air, which we take into our lungs 12 times a minute, is not regulated at all.
Professor Lydia Moravska from Queensland University of Technology was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people in 2021 for pressuring the World Health Organization into acknowledging that COVID-19 could be spread through the air, particularly indoors. Now, she's leading a new push for international action. Professor Moravska and a group of global experts have used the prestigious journal Science to publish a blueprint for mandating indoor air quality in public buildings.
Our paper, which is a consensus of over 40 scientists and experts from many disciplines from around the world, is the best practice, better than anything else which is happening anywhere in the world.
The group proposes standards for 3 key indoor pollutants: carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and PM2.5, which are particles so small they can lodge deep in the lungs and enter the bloodstream.
This is my favorite little monitor. It measures carbon dioxide. Together with carbon dioxide, we emit other things, in particular pathogens, bacteria or viruses if we are infected. So if concentration of carbon dioxide increases, potentially concentration of these pathogens increases as well. And it fits into my handbag, so it goes with me everywhere.
The scientists also want to ensure mechanical ventilation systems remove and dilute pollutants at a higher rate than their production. She points to schools as an obvious place for action, where many classrooms are now being fitted with air conditioning.
One issue with this is that while it provides a good thermal comfort, it does not provide fresh air. It just recirculates the air, so it doesn't do anything to improve air quality.
Outdoor air quality is already regulated in many places in line with the World Health Organization's global air guidelines. Professor Moravska says countries such as Australia can now lead by example for indoor air as well.
We know how to do it. We know how important it is. Why won't we start now?
Should a good bottle of wine be sealed with a cork or a cap? There was a time when the high-end wine world scoffed at the mere mention of screw caps.
It might seem a simple thing, but that required an enormous amount of research.
It was in fact industry leaders in Australia who led the push, eager to increase consumer choice. Research has shown that screw caps offer a better seal, meaning oxygen can't sneak into the bottle. The result is a crisper and more well-preserved wine, suited to most varieties of white. Some winemakers insist that fuller reds benefit from a little oxygen in the bottle and therefore age better with corks. But screw caps have another benefit. They prevent the wine from ever being corked, a term used to describe the presence of undesirable chemical compounds almost always transferred from poor cork batches. Corked wine has a characteristic odour that some compare to a wet dog.
We understand so much about the underlying science in Australia that we virtually get it right every time.
Professor Peter Hoy is Vice-Chancellor of the University of Adelaide, but he was also Australia's first Professor of Viticultural Science and then Enology. In other words, an expert in the science of grapes and wine.
This is where science always comes out on top. It enables things because people trust it.
For stargazers, this is the ultimate light show. Auroras are normally only seen in polar latitudes, which is why they're often labelled the Northern and Southern Lights. But this photo was taken in the central New South Wales city of Dubbo. Auroras happen when charged particles from the sun interact with Earth's magnetic field. The southern lights, or aurora australis, are usually photographed from Antarctica or parts of Tasmania. The dancing lights are being spotted over a greater area right now because the solar cycle is nearing its peak. This is a really special time, says Carly Noon from the Australian National University. We're seeing a lot of solar flares and a lot of really high energy wind coming from the sun. The aurora, seen across an unusually large part of southern Australia, was likely caused by a blast of charged plasma from the sun's outer layers, known as a coronal mass ejection. CMEs travel slower than solar flares and often cause particularly beautiful auroras. But if you missed that one, experts say the best time to see aurora australis is typically during winter months, from places with little interference from big city lights.
Professor Pankaj Saar has one of the toughest jobs in science. But he says no matter your job, everyone needs a hobby.
I've got notes on every bread I've made for the last 3 years. I like mucking around with the starter, mixing the dough, kneading. It's kind of fun, it's very relaxing. And then watching it rise, and then cutting it the first time and seeing what it tastes like, that's just great.
When he's not in the kitchen, Professor Saar is studying something far more complex. As director of the Queensland Brain Institute at the University of Queensland, he leads some of the country's top neuroscientists on a mission to unlock the brain's many mysteries. One puzzle Professor Saar's own research has helped solve is around the amygdala. This region of the brain plays a key role in processing emotion, learning, and memory formation.
At the time we entered the field, there was virtually nothing known about it, as to what kind of cells there were, what their electrical properties were, what the local connections were like, and that's what we were initially doing. But then we moved on to thinking about connections to the amygdala with the rest of the brain, and then what it does behaviourally.
These days, Professor Sarr's research group is interested in questions around how memories are formed at the cellular level and what happens once those memories are consolidated.
The world is coming into your brain, and then your amygdala, what it does is assigns what's called emotional valence to your sensory world, saying, oh, that was good, that was bad, that was insignificant, or whatever you like. And things which are significant to you, for whatever reason, are more likely to be remembered, basically.
That's why memories like your first kiss or a breakup tend to stick. It also helps to explain anxiety disorders such as PTSD, where amygdala dysfunction occurs because the memories have a detrimental impact on the person's quality of life. Professor Sarr says fundamental research into brain biology is crucial to developing better therapies for mental health conditions, now one of the leading causes of disability worldwide.
And a lot of these drugs that we have right now, they're not targeted drugs, all right? They just work across the board, and they do a lot of things along with treat the disorder that they're given. Things like Valium for anxiety, sure, they treat those disorders, they sort of help along that way, but they do lots of other things as well. And that's because we don't really understand why is it that you're getting a particular sort of symptom.
Those knowledge gaps were the reason he decided as a medical intern in the 80s to pursue neuroscience.
We used to walk around, as students and as interns, and trying to treat these people during the psychiatry term and then also the neurology term, really. And really, it was just hit and miss is what it felt like to me.
While scientists now know a lot more about the brain, Professor Sarr says there's still work to be done.
We're not at the level of understanding as we have, say, with the liver or the kidney or something like that. But we do have tools now which allow us to interrogate the brain and try to understand its complexity.
As a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, he hopes to advocate for more funding into this fundamental research. In other words, the bread and butter of science.
The discoveries are going to be unbelievable. Things you're going to find in neuroscience you haven't even thought about today.
People think that reconciliation is about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people reconciling with the rest of the population, but it's actually not. Reconciliation is about how non-Indigenous Australians recognise and celebrate that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were here 65,000 years ago. We've had a continual relationship with the country. We are the longest continuing cultures in the world. How do we reconcile in the last 230 years? We've had a dramatic impact since colonisation on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There are people that say, why should Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a say in these matters? And I just point out that whenever we have a natural disaster, be it a flood or a fire, the government might think that they can go in and make changes and redevelop those communities, but they cannot do it without the engagement of those communities. So, if we can see that as being good practice for the rest of the population, we have to see it as good practice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Why should we differentiate?
Distinguished Professor Brajesh Singh says there's a very simple reason why we should all care about soil.
All terrestrial life is dependent upon the soils to sustain it.
A single teaspoon of topsoil can contain up to 6 billion microorganisms. That makes soil one of the most biologically diverse materials on the planet and one that is critical for plants, including most of the world's food crops.
They are entirely dependent on the soil microbes to provide them the nitrogen, the potassiums, the phosphorus and other chemicals the other elements that it needs to grow.
Professor Singh is a world-leading soil ecologist. His work has helped shed light on the highly complex nature of the ecosystem beneath our feet and how that ecosystem is adapting to climate change.
All the data we have today suggests that soil biodiversity is vulnerable to the climate change. If you change the soil biodiversity, if you reduce the soil biodiversity, the service and the functions they provide will be reduced.
Professor Singh helped edit the Global Soil Biodiversity Atlas that brought together the findings of more than 150 researchers across 26 countries. It was a major piece of work, but scientists think they've still only isolated around 1% of soil microorganism species. Professor Singh believes countries, including Australia, should keep track of soil biodiversity as part of their global reporting obligations.
You cannot deliver a solution for a global challenge without high-quality science.
His own high-quality science is helping farmers to implement sustainable approaches and minimise the impacts of climate change. That includes the development of patented technologies to detect a soil problem that becomes more common as the weather warms, food and environmental pathogens.
We need to understand where they are distributed so that our own human health is managed.
Professor Singh believes all soil ecosystems are now facing similar threats.
In the natural ecosystems, you're looking at how naturally planted microbes interact. But the pressures, now we're putting all sort of pressure there as well. We're putting climate change, we're putting pollutions. Not many parts in the world where there is no chemical pollutions.
He says becoming a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science is an unexpected honour and one he hopes will help make a genuine difference.
We need to come together, not just as researchers, as scientists, but as a society, to tackle these issues more vigorously than we are doing at this moment. Because unpredictability of its consequences means we can't plan. And if we can't plan, the repercussions can be more severe.
Defence is a trailblazer for industry innovation. Every day our people are designing, enabling and implementing breakthrough solutions that further the advancement of our force and transforms the ADF into global innovation leaders. The key to industrial growth is collaboration. The idea of teamwork is at the core of our ADF and across Defence. I am very proud of the partnerships and collegiate spirit in which all of Defence engages with industry, academia and research agencies to develop wide-ranging solutions that generate asymmetric advantage for the ADF. ADSTAR is where the best and brightest minds come together to accelerate collaboration and develop the defence innovation, science and technology we need at greater speed.
Just hold it tight.
We're strapping in for a journey to the future.
Wow.
Here among the treetops in Western Sydney, distinguished Professor Belinda Medlyn is getting a preview of what forests could look like in the year 2050.
Humans emit a lot of carbon each year, but about 25% of that at the moment is taken up by forests.
But will forests continue to soak up our increasing emissions, and what impact will all that carbon have? This giant experiment at the Hawkesbury Institute for the Environment at Western Sydney University is trying to find the answers. Elevated levels of carbon dioxide have been pumped into this native eucalyptus forest for more than a decade. The result, published in Nature, shows the trees took in about 12% more carbon, but they didn't grow any faster. Instead, the extra carbon was quickly cycled through the soil and then released into the atmosphere. That means forests may not provide the salvation many have hoped they would.
And so one of the key uncertainties around trying to predict where the future course of temperatures might head is actually knowing how long we've got a forest carbon sink for.
Professor Medlyn is a theoretical ecologist who studies the impacts of climate change on plants. The data she obtains from experiments such as this one is integrated into mathematical models used to predict global environments.
A forest is photosynthesizing, It's respiring, it's taking up nutrients, it's using water. You can measure all of those different processes and understand how they're regulated by the environment and use.
Welcome back, everyone, for the continuation of presentations from the 2023 Fellows. This next session is facilitated by Vice President and Secretary for Biological Sciences, Professor Bob Graham, and by Foreign Secretary, Professor Francis Separovich. Bob was elected in 2002. He's a pioneer in molecular cardiology and straddles the research clinical interface. From Sydney to Texas, Massachusetts, Cleveland, returning to Australia as the inaugural Executive Director of the Victor Chang Cardiac Research Institute. His research has changed therapeutic drug design, helping millions with cardiovascular conditions across the globe. He's the co-founder of Infensa Biosciences Proprietary Limited, and he's behind efforts to use a drug derived from spider venom to treat people who have had heart attacks. Bob also serves on our executive committee as Vice President, and we're joined also by Francis Separovich. Francis doesn't mind me sharing with you that she was born when the Academy was established, so happy milestone birthday, Francis. And Francis is a biophysical chemist. She developed techniques that utilise nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy to study the layer that wraps around our cells. Her discoveries have implications for understanding Alzheimer's disease and antibiotic effectiveness. She's also a serial glass ceiling breaker. In 2005, Francis became the first woman to be appointed as a full Professor of Chemistry in Victoria, and in 2012 was elected to this Academy, becoming the first woman to be elected to the Academy in the field of chemistry. We have indeed come a very long way in the intervening 12 years. Francis serves as our Foreign Secretary, which means we send her off to all parts of the world to represent the Academy and to represent Australian science on our behalf. So to get the presentations going, I'll hand over to Bob to help us out. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna-Marie. I hope everyone's enjoying these sessions as much as I am. And I'm delighted now to introduce our next fellow, Professor David Komander. David's a leader in the field of ubiquitination. He unveiled the complexities and specificity of the ubiquitin code and uncovered fundamental principles in ubiquitin chain assembly, recognition and disassembly by deubiquitinating enzymes. He also determined the molecular basis of PINK1, Parkin-mediated mitophagy, a key ubiquitination pathway derailed in inherited Parkinson's disease. Parenthetically, I'm delighted that he uses the term deubiquitil rather than ubiquitin because Alex Warshawski, who discovered the ubiquitin code, mandated or proposed that we should use ubiquitil just like we use a cereal for serine when it's added to a protein. So he's using the right terminology. David, please. Delighted to have you come up.
Great. It's a fantastic honor to be here, and I'm really grateful to become a fellow of the Academy of Sciences in Australia. I would also like to thank Doug Hilton, who was my boss at Rehigh. Without him, I would not be here, and I would not even be in Australia, I think. So a big shout out to him. So before I tell you about this word that everybody has trouble pronouncing, ubiquitination, I'm going to just go back and tell you about my mentors and acknowledge them. Daria Lessi and Dan van Alten were my PhD supervisors, and they set me on the path of structural biology and molecular biology. David Barfoot at London, with whom I studied ubiquitination for the first time, and then I was hired and tenured by Michael Neuberger at the MRC LMB. Michael unfortunately passed away way too early, just before his 60th birthday in 2013. At Cambridge, I was able to work with a fantastic group of scientists who really have all gone on to become professors themselves, many of them anyway, and this is sort of the competition that we're facing now. But also at Rehigh now, this is really continuing with a fantastic group of scientists who do all the experiments that I might show you, and really that are also fantastic in the academic endeavors, but also, as you can see here, many of them have now come on to actually start biotech companies, which is very exciting and another thing we haven't done at Cambridge. So ubiquitin is this protein that is very small. It's only 76 amino acids, but it is essential in all eukaryotic cells and essential for life. So this protein facilitates a modification of other proteins that is shown here, where one ubiquitin gets attached to a lysine residues of a substrate protein. This can lead to further modification because the ubiquitin has lysine residues itself, so you can attach one ubiquitin to another ubiquitin, and that leads to polyubiquitin chains. So these polyubiquitin chains are enzymatic reactions, and in fact, 1,500 genes, so 5% of all of our genome is not doing anything but recognizes ubiquitin and deals with ubiquitin signaling. And then there's different types of ubiquitin chains, and that really have the ability to form a complex code where these different chain types have different roles. However, when I started in this field, life was really simple. Right? In 2005, there were 3 ubiquitin chains, or 2 ubiquitin chains were known, and there had just been a Nobel Prize to Hershko, Shikhanova, and Rose to really discover that ubiquitin-mediated protein degradation. So the idea is that most proteins in the cell will get ubiquitinated at the end of their life to then get degraded in this machine on the right-hand side here, the 26S proteasome, which effectively is just a cellular trash can. So you can immediately see how important this process is, because you need to be able to degrade proteins in order to remove them from the cell. However, in 2005, ubiquitination was considered just an on-off switch. It's either there or it's not there. And when it's there, proteins get degraded very quickly. And all of the ubiquitin labs at the time, they looked at the proteasome and tried to understand how ubiquitin is leading to proteasomal degradation. There was no need to look at things like specificity in the system. And there's also, maybe there are some other chains, but who cares? And, maybe not all of this is degradative, but again, only the first reports came in this. So when I was a postdoc, I was able to make these different types of known ubiquitin chains, and I could show very clearly that different types of proteins and enzymes can respond very specifically to one type of ubiquitin chains. And this really were some of the first descriptions that we published in small journals to show that there is specificity in the system. And that then became the mission for my lab, to unravel the specificity in the ubiquitin system. The trouble was that only 3 of the 8 possible chain types had ever been made. So, and this is where we started. So in 2009, we had 3 chains. And then these were made enzymatically, and then basically we added the remaining 5 ubiquitin chain types to this list. So we made the whole system much, much more complicated. How did we do this? Chemical biology was a key methodology that we used, but also we identified enzymes, human enzymes that assembled K11-linked ubiquitin chains, K6, and 2933 chains. So at this point, it became then clear that, yes, we had a real code that we're dealing with, because all of these ubiquitin chains coexist in eukaryotic cells, the different types are specifically generated, bound, and hydrolyzed, and really they need to be considered as independent post-translational modifications. So really, rather than a switch, we actually have a whole range of possible outcomes that we can modulate, like with the console of this type here. So, and we were like kids in a sweet shop, right? Because we could now, for the first time, look at all of these new tools that we made, and we could basically see, do they have a different structure? Yes, they all look very differently. Could they be recognized individually? Absolutely. There were readers that could really respond to this code. And how about the deubiquitinases, the ones that are removing these ubiquitin chains? They could be very specific as well. So here is a gel where you see these diubiquitins that we painstakingly made, and now we're putting a protease in there that cleaves these ubiquitins back to the monomeric form. And you could see that enzymes such as this one would cleave all of these different ubiquitin chains very, very quickly, over 30 minutes. But then there were the much more interesting enzymes that really were highly specific. They didn't touch anything but their preferred chain type. And indeed, what we uncovered in human enzymes was that we actually had enzymes for each individual linkage type, just by very simple biochemical experiments. So this really set us up to understand this structurally, to understand this mechanistically. We made a kit out of this so that other people could use these enzymes. I want to highlight one enzyme here because this was really, it's very close to my heart. This is an enzyme that didn't have a name when we discovered it, family of unknown function, 105B, and we named it otolin because it only cleaved these linear ubiquitin chains, and these were very important in inflammation. So we understood how this worked structurally, but also we were able to show that when you knock out this enzyme in a mouse, you get hyperinflammatory phenotypes. And this was even compounded because clinicians had already found mutations in our enzyme. They didn't know what to do with this, but then they realized, okay, this is now an enzyme that we had named, and indeed we could name a disease, otolin-related autoinflammatory syndrome, which is now a disease that kids can be tested for, and this can actually be treated with anti-TNF owing to its very inflammatory nature. And really, it's beautiful to see when you discover something that so many people globally pick it up and write fantastic papers on the protein. Okay, so maybe in 2016, 2018, we realized, okay, we are actually missing whole swaths of the ubiquitin system. The moment you go past 2 ubiquitins, you can make all kinds of different architectures. There's ubiquitin-like proteins. But then really what triggered our attention was the fact that ubiquitin could be further modified by different kinds of modifications. And this was from our idea, from our work on mitophagy. So mitophagy is the idea that you're not degrading a protein, but you're now degrading a whole organelle, like a whole part of the cell. And so and this is also ubiquitin dependent. So what we realized is that phosphorylated ubiquitin, so that ubiquitin could be phosphorylated, meaning that you modify the modifications, right? So it gets really quite crazy here, but we were able to do a lot of structural biology work to really understand this pathway in great detail, and really this has also a lot of, okay, so this has been very consistent with work from many labs worldwide. So for every paper here, you can actually see another paper from another group that basically showed very similar things, which is great because it means that we understand the system and people in different labs get to the same result. This is very important because PINK1 and Parkin are mutated in early onset Parkinson's disease. It's not about whether you get Parkinson's disease, but when in your life do you get it? And typically these are these cases with early 20-year-old patients for Parkinson's disease. And there's now many efforts worldwide to activate PINK1 and Parkin to treat Parkinson's disease. Okay, so where are we going right now? And I can tell you that I'm so excited about the latest work that's going on at the moment in the lab, because we are looking now at the substrates of ubiquitination. The substrates of ubiquitination we know are proteins, but really ubiquitination is a modification that we can only look at proteins. So we have no way to look at this in other things. With new methods, we recently discovered that other biomolecules can be ubiquitinated. And with other molecules, I mean carbohydrates, lipids, LPS, glycans, and potentially DNA and RNA as well. This is the first time we can look at this. We have a new methodology that's currently unpublished, and I'm so excited that we can move ubiquitin from a post-translational modification to actually a cellular modification. So just as a snippet, the glycogen that you have in your cells right now is ubiquitinated, and we can now talk about this for the first time because we can easily detect it for the first time. Okay, with this, I would just like to conclude. The ubiquitin system is an immense realm of modification in all cells. It's a powerful regulator of human health, And it's a very fun area to work in, both academically and also translationally. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, David, for this wonderful talk. Maybe I could just open up and ask you, how does mitophagy lead to Parkinson's, which is a decrease in dopamine, and why is it specific for the basal ganglia?
Yeah, so mitophagy, so Parkinson's disease has many subtypes, and Parkinson's disease is typically, or is often associated with alpha-synuclein aggregation in dopaminergic neurons. It is, however, very clear now, and I think this is a very interesting area because we can now see that mitochondrial maintenance and mitochondrial function is very important, not just in Parkinson's disease, but also in many other diseases, neurodegenerative diseases, Alzheimer's, ALS.
Yes, we had a question there.
Thank you, David. You said already the ubiquitin system in all eukaryotic cells, and that you have a code. Is that code universal? Does the bats have the same code as human? Because we are seeing that ubiquitination has some slight difference, maybe that they regulate inflammation.
So it's a fascinating question, and we are mostly looking at the human system, and the reason for this is that even a process like the cell cycle, which is very heavily dependent on ubiquitination of CDKs and so on, anaphase promoting complex is a very important ligase. It seems to have a different type of ubiquitin code in yeast, and it has evolved to then use a different type of ubiquitination in mammals, in higher eukaryotes. Okay. About bats, I don't know, but what I can tell you is that some viruses, for example, they actually introduce into our cells a ubiquitin that has an extra lysine residue, so they can bypass the system. Viruses and bacteria know everything about the ubiquitin system, and we can learn a lot from them.
Right, we can talk offline.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks very much, David. I think we better move on for your wonderful talk. So our next presenter is Professor Elaine Holmes. Elaine Holmes is a computational biologist who has made pioneering contributions to the development and implementation of metabolic phenotyping in a translational clinical paradigm. She has applied spectroscopy and chemometric modelling to disease diagnosis and prognosis in a number of clinical fields, including cardiometabolic and neurodegenerative diseases, as well as the dialogue between the human host and gut microbiome and their consequences on human health. Please welcome Professor Holmes.
I'd like to start by saying what a great honour it is to be elected to the Australian Academy of Sciences, and to thank Philip Kuchel for nominating me. Apologies, my slides, it's an older version, so I'm going to have to click through some of them, so slightly disjointed. But what I want to talk to you briefly about is metabolic phenotyping and how it can help in personalised medicine. It doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, okay, great. So what we do is, metabolic phenotyping, we take biological samples, urine samples, blood, fecal water, and we put it into one of our high-resolution spectrometers. And we have mainly nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy and mass spectrometry. And we're very lucky to have an amazing lab at Murdoch with I think, over 50 different types of spectrometers. We also use high-throughput sequencing in our genomic lab led by Abha Chopra. And so how we use it in precision medicine? Well, the idea is very much if you have a sample from a healthy person, or maybe one as they come into the GP, the doctors or the hospital, then we can take the sample, profile it, and generate a molecular fingerprint of hundreds of thousands of chemicals. And we can see how this changes over time with intervention. And the idea is very much to monitor people's response in terms of intervention, get the right medicine or the right diet for the right person. So just starting with nutrition, this is a study done back at Imperial College, but we've been working on it at Burdock also. And there were 19 healthy participants. We took them into metabolism suites and we fed them 4 different diets in randomized order, ranging from very healthy, according to the WHO, to unhealthy, like a typical McDonald's diet. And we kept them in there, each diet, 4 days, monitored totally. Everything they ate was monitored, everything they produced, excreted, was taken from them. And bottom line is, if you run the NMR spectra of the urine, you can see that almost all the chemicals are modified differently depending on the good diet, higher in blue, and the bad diet, higher in red. And you can see from the scores plot that you can differentiate the diets quite nicely. So from this, we can model what a 100% healthy diet looks like and follow people over time. So here are 2 different people. Their mother and daughter live in the same house, sort of eat the same things, and if they were healthy over this 6-month sampling period, they would go along the flat line of 100%, much like you can see the mother's doing. However, the daughter isn't quite so healthy, tries hard, but has an odd bad day, but her basal metabolism is not so stable or robust as her mum's. Now, if we take just 2 people, and here is the KEGG pathway, and I've just color-coded according to the difference in response to the good and bad diets. So you can see for the top person that this person responds really well to the dietary intervention, whereas the bottom person, the diet really doesn't do much at all. And we can see this reflected in the blood glucose measurements. But what's really interesting is that the difference between these 2 different people is mainly around the gut microbiome. And when you think you have about 1.5 kilograms of gut bacteria in each and every one of us, and they're highly metabolically active. This is also reflected in the calories. Some people actually excrete more calories than others, and it's the microbes that are helping to break down the calories. And we know that microbes produce a vast array of chemicals, things like bile acids, methylamine, short-chain fatty acids. And these chemicals don't just act locally in the intestine, they signal all over the body, to the heart, to the muscles, to the brain, and so forth. And we can capture the measurement of these. And we can monitor them in populations and look at the effects of various things such as aging. But what I really want to finish off the talk with today is looking at how you can do personalized medicine or nutrition to affect the microbiome. So this is a sample, an experiment done on 12 adults and 6 infants. We took their fecal samples and we incubated them for 24 hours on some media plates. Now this is 96 well plates. Half the plates contained substrates, single carbon substrate, maybe a sugar, maybe amino acid, to see which bacteria from the fecal microbiome would live or thrive. And we ran both the sequencing and the metabolic profiling to see what these bacteria who were thriving produced in terms of chemical. The other half were antimicrobials on the plates. And we used both the NMR profiling and mass spectrometry to profile what the bacteria were doing. We used 16S RNA sequence to find out who was there and who was thriving. And then we used some computational modeling. So this slide just shows that shows the inhibition of the antimicrobials. So here I'm only considering the antimicrobial well plates, and you would expect them to reduce the bacteria, which they generally do. But what you see, the biggest difference or the biggest form of clustering in the data, inherent clustering, is not what goes down, which you can see in blue, but what goes up after the antimicrobial. So an antimicrobial will knock out bacteria, sometimes just gram-positive, sometimes gram-negative, sometimes a wide range of bacteria. And then this gives the opportunity for more bacteria to grow. And it's this that really brings out the differences. And we see in here, we can see some inter-individual differences. For example, each of this colourful barcode is a person. So you can see the pink and the purple are very closely mapped, as is the red. So strong inter-individual differences here. Now, this is a cluster diagram just aligned according to the chemicals in the well plate. So again, blue is going down, yellow is the same, and red is going up. So after the antimicrobial, some chemicals go down. You would hope that if it was a perfect antimicrobial, you would just get nothing happening. But in this, you can see that some chemicals are still going down, some substrates are still being produced in red, going up. And what was really interesting, if I just take 3 of the antimicrobials, aztreonam, sodium bromate, and vancomycin, color-coded differently, Their impact on the community structure, who's there, it's not really compound specific or not really antimicrobial specific. But if you look at the bottom two scores plots, what you're seeing is that these three compounds produce completely different chemical responses, even though the bacterial community hasn't necessarily changed in terms of the structure. Now, moving on to the wells that were substrates or nutrients rather than antimicrobials, one of the first things we noticed, which is kind of expected, I guess, is that infants produce different chemical profiles to the adults given the same substrate. So the infants tend to produce something like 1,2-propionediol, whereas the adults will produce more short-chain fatty acids like propionate. And we can relate these to the microbial structures as well. But what was really nice was we noticed that for each and every well plate seeded with, say, glucose or fructose or glutamate, there'd be at least one person with a very different response. So this is just showing here in the bottom corner the response of one person to glutamate. Most people produce ethanol and acetate, but this one person produces a lot of gamma-aminobutyrates. So some people were producing neuroactive chemicals, and people produce a whole range of weird and wonderful things, many of which we haven't actually identified yet. So we get to the point where you can actually use a bioreactor, and you can seed the bioreactor with a fecal sample, and you can start to feed it different things, probiotics, prebiotics, drugs, and monitor over time to maybe optimize, for example, the butyrate, as butyrate's an anti-inflammatory. So we can sort of do individualized fecal manipulation. And just to finish, what we're aiming to do, or one of the big parts of our research, is to look at biomarkers of microbial or activity, and we can do this using the spectroscopic profiling. So one of the our big hits lately, and this is mainly the work of Jeremy Nicholson and Julian Wisp, but was we discovered a whole new set, I think 12 different endogenous antivirals from the viperin pathway, which increase in response to the COVID-19 vaccine, the COVID-19 virus, but also in response to other viruses like hepatitis B. So we're just in the process of finding out what else they do. It's a very old and age pathway found in stromatolites. We've also identified age-related cyclopropanes, again, microbially produced, but these we found to be an indication of biological aging. So the younger people were biologically, the more of these cyclopropanes they produce. And then just a final example was the cis-3-hexanoic acid, again, has some microbial involvement, but is formed in dietary studies from people who are responding well to ketogenic diets. So this, we think, is a marker of dietary response. So there's a huge array of application areas, but the interaction between the microbiome and the human host is really a fun and exciting area to be in. And just to finally thank everybody in the lab. If it's not my work, it's everybody's work, and particularly my mentors and long-term collaborators, Jeremy Nicholson and John Linden. And thank you for listening.
Thanks, Elaine. So how permanent are these changes after you take an antibiotic, for example? Because we all take antibiotics, we don't change our phenotype from being a mesomorph to an endomorph or something like that.
So in most people, most adults who are relatively healthy, it would take about 3 weeks for the microbiome to come back to its original functionality. But there are people who do change and will put on weight or lose weight after antibiotics, so you can permanently disturb the balance in some cases.
I wish you could make me thin.
I wish I could make myself thin.
All right, I can open this up. Paper's open for discussion, presentation. Yes, Lynn.
So much. It's a very topical area, this one, obviously, and a lot of implications for people who are spending a great deal of money in the local pharmacy for products. But what I particularly wanted to ask you about is the role of fecal transplants, which I gather are used in certain conditions. Your view on that and their usefulness, and is it the microbiome that we're transferring from one person to another?
So absolutely essential in things like Clostridium difficile infection has been shown, again, you know, when the person's totally resistant to antibiotics, and then fecal transplants can be the last line therapy and really do work. However, they're incredibly dangerous because they're not regulated. So for any other conditions, I mean, IBD, they're being looked at, but people have been using them very lightly, and there's been some cases of transfer of antimicrobial resistance and obesity phenotypes as well. So I think there's a long way to go before they are safe.
Thanks very much. I think we should probably move on. Thank you, Elaine. So our next presenter is Jian Li. Jian is an international authority in antimicrobial discovery and development, research programs that have combated the life-threatening bacterial superbugs. His research has also led to the first dosing guidelines for the last defense polymyxin antibiotics and significantly improved clinical antimicrobial practice globally. Please welcome Professor Jian Li.
Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be elected to the Academy, and I would like to start by thanking my nominator, supporters, and referees, and mentors over the years. My research targets bacterial superbugs. And you all know antibiotics are a cornerstone of modern medicine. And you can say it really play a major role in decreasing mortality over the last century by curing infectious diseases, bacterial-infected diseases. But big pharma's left antimicrobial discovery over the last 2 decades, and it become one of the major global medical challenges. And if we don't have enough new antibiotics, we will see a total GDP cost about 100 trillion globally by 2050. And also cost about 10 million deaths every year. In 2017 and 24, WHO highlighted 2 priority patent lists, and on both, these gram-negative superbugs are really on the top, which required new antibiotics urgently. And that's the pathogen I work on. So what's the problem? Actually, I think the economic model of antibiotic discovery is really broken. And you can say, to discover new drug for different categories and general cost is relatively similar, around 1 billion ballpark. That's about 10 years ago, but now about 3 billion. But if you look at revenue, antibiotics is ridiculously low compared to other drugs like anti-cancer drugs. And that's because antibiotics are too successful. You know, we can use antibiotics very safely. People believe antibiotics are safe, can cure infection. So we can use a very high daily dose, like 10 grams a day. And this means we have to meet really high safety bar and conduct intensive clinical trials, phase 1 to phase 3. And also we use antibiotics in a very short period, like 1 or 2 weeks, not like some other drug used for years. So my research really covers 3 different areas. First, like a clinical translation on how to optimize polymyxin use. And second one is really about fundamental research. And third is really about drug discovery and commercialization. So this is the molecule I have been working over the last 25 years. And now using last line therapy against those gram-negative superbugs I just mentioned previously. It's a cyclic peptide with a fatty acid chain. So for the first research stream, so before my PhD started in 1999, there was very limited pharmacological information in the literature, and the doctors probably didn't know really how to use this type of nephrotoxic antibiotics. So we have conducted systematic in vitro animal safety, efficacy, drug disposition studies, and also clinical trials funded by NIH. And now we developed the first international scientific-based dosing guidelines, and which can really help doctors to determine the dose in individual patients. And these guidelines really help improve clinical practice worldwide. But through these clinical studies, we realize toxicities, particularly nephrotoxicity, is a major dosing limiting factor for polymyxins. And another key point is intravenous polymyxin are really not efficacious against pneumonia, and it's really shown using animal models that because the drug molecules after intravenous administration, very little got to lung, and also for the molecule in the lung, they bound to lung surfactant. So this means we got a really narrow therapeutic window for polymyxins. But actually, all the limitations are critical for target product profile if we want to develop a new drug. So for fundamental research, I'll just give you 3 examples. And initially, we developed a simple structure-activity relationship model for polymyxins based on single polymyxin molecules and lipopolysaccharides from gram-negatives than the initial drug target. But over the last few years, we developed a more complicated membrane-based SR model, and we can determine the interaction energy for different amino acid molecules, and then we identified a great correlation between free energy and also the disorganization of the outer membrane molecules. And we are using AI to try to develop novel lipopeptides. And also we investigated new mechanisms of resistance. And this one just shows you a novel mechanism of polymyxin resistance called polymyxin-dependent resistance, which means the LPS deficient apomania can only grow in the presence of polymyxins. And we integrated multi-omics and found the phospholipid compositions of the outer membrane, actually they can be very different in this dependent isolates, and the polymyxin molecules interact with outer membrane like the band-aid to stabilize the outer membrane and then cause resistance to themselves. And for polymyxin nephrotoxicity, through my PhD, I started from animal tissue and single cell studies, and we now know they can accumulated dramatically in human tubular cells and trigger different type of apoptosis pathways. And very recently, we used a genome scale CRISPR screening and found some potential channel even play key roles in polymyxin-induced nephrotoxicity. So there's still lots of exciting questions. From these in vitro, the fundamental studies, we found collided a multiple structure activity relationship model for polymyxins. And if we want to discover new drugs, and chemical synthesis approach also very challenging. If we change the structure, we not only change the activity, but also change a bunch of other pharmacological characteristics, including different type of toxicities and drug disposition. So actually, what we can do is really got a very narrow chemical space here. So that's my third research program. We basically discovered the new drug molecules we call fatty 365 from a concept, this model, and more recently about the membrane-based model to clinical trials, which are funded by 2 large NIH grants. And unlike many other field drug discovery programs by pharma, so our strengths really include, firstly, we have extensive long-term SR studies, including structure, toxicity relationship model study, this kind of research, and also the drug disposition, efficacy, and toxicity relationship in humans. We know there are multiple SR relationships there, and also established a comprehensive, one-stop drug discovery platform in my lab, from drug design, synthesis, in vitro and in vivo small animal models, including safety, pharmacokinetics, and also efficacy studies. So that is critical for the drug discovery program. So we firstly examined the role of each individual amino acid molecules, and cut a long story short, basically we modified the different key positions of molecules. We decreased the nephrotoxicity, increased activity, and also improved the drug disposition in the lung, and decrease the bonding to the lung surfactant, and also decrease acute toxicity. And finally, we got this clinical candidate in the program. And this figure just shows you, because we modified the molecules, got better safety and also better drug disposition in the lungs. And now you can see the molecule is even active, the blue ones, active against the polymyxin-resistant pneumonia caused by all 3 different gram-negative superbugs. And we also use a mass imaging to confirm the much less accumulation in the kidneys for our lead candidate compared to the current use polymyxin B and colistin, and also minimal perturbations in the global gene expression profile in human kidney tubular cells. And after GLP preclinical studies and the phase 1 clinical trials really demonstrate the exceptional safety of the lead compound. And you can see it even those 400 milligram single dose, it's very clear. And compared to the current use polymyxin B, in 10 subjects, 7 healthy subjects, 7 already showed different toxicity, even with 0.75 milligram per kilogram. And that means our lead candidate increased safety at least 9-fold, which was about 1.5-fold when we started the program initially. And finally, based on the pharmacometrics prediction, and we believe the best optimal dosage regimen in humans should be like a 150 gram every 6 hours. This means 600 milligram per day. So to summarize, our clinical translational research has really improved the use of polymyxin in patients, and driven by fundamental research and clinical translation, we develop a drug from concept to clinical trials. And in this process, this one-stop drug discovery platform is really essential. And I strongly believe we academics can play a much important role in the discovery of new antibiotics. And being a fellow academy, I'm looking forward to expediting commercialization and clinical translation of biomedical discoveries. To finish up, I would like to thank my lab members, mentors, collaborators, industrial partners, healthy volunteers, animals, monash, my family, and also funding bodies, and particularly NIH, which are critical for my research. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Jian. So this presentation is open for questions. Yes, Lynn?
Thank you very much. It's such an important field. I had a very general question, and that is the use of antibiotics routinely given to animals that we end up eating, chickens and the like. Has that contributed to human drug resistance? And what's your feeling about dosing up animals just routinely with antibiotics, please?
Thank you for the question. This is a great question. And actually, based on the data, about 2/3 of antibiotic usage is really in agriculture. Only 1/3 from human beings. So I think for long run, I strongly believe we should find alternatives for agricultural use. For example, like a more natural use like bacteriophages, bacterioviruses, more green approach rather than antibiotics in agriculture. But there's a long way to go. You know, when we try to apply for some ground, and I feel there's very strong resistance from the agriculture sector.
David?
So I understand that some of these very old antibiotics that we are still taking, they would never make it through clinical trials with the new rules of clinical trials. So to what degree do you think that has contributed to the lack of antibiotic development in pharma?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, I mean, there's still quite a few old antibiotics now being redeveloped like polymyxins. So the problem is, I guess, you know, if we try to approve, for example, polymyxin nowadays, I don't think FDA or any other regulatory agency would approve it. But there's the potential really benefit from this kind of older molecules. You know, in addition to drug discovery programs, I believe there's certain clinical evidence already in the literature, and by optimizing their use and they're already approved, maybe we can help to treat those really resistant infections. But I totally agree with you. I think there's a long way to go how to really optimally use this kind of old antibiotics. Yeah.
Francis, last question.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the lung surfactant, which is mainly DPPC, right? Dipalmityl phosphatidylcholine and PE. So how is it getting there, and what's the attraction?
Yeah, so this is a great question. We're still working on this. I think in addition to lung surfactant, we believe there are also some kind of proteins also involved. And we measure the bonding affinity between polymyxin and the lung surfactant. Phenotypically, about 80% or 85% bound to that molecules. But interestingly, once we modify the particular position of polymyxin molecules, we can diminish that kind of bonding. I think this really highlights the triangle relationship between the drug molecules, lung surfactant, and pathogens, their bonding affinities. Sometimes maybe the bonding affinities probably lower compared to the pathogen, and that sort of bonding probably not very dramatic. So I think there's still lots of work need to be done in that area.
Thanks very much, Jan, for a wonderful presentation. So look, I'm going to hand over now to Francis to introduce the next group of presentations. Thanks, Francis.
Thank you, Bob. Wouldn't you know it, it went off. Okay. So our next presenter is Professor Belinda Medlyn. Belinda Medlyn is a plant physiological ecologist and mathematical modeller, known for her groundbreaking contributions to understanding and predicting plant responses to climate change. Her work has provided a compelling basis for long-term prediction of plant responses to rising carbon dioxide concentrations, warming temperature, and drought. So please welcome Professor Belinda Medlyn. Thank you, Belinda.
Thank you so much. It is a great honour to be here. It's still kind of a surprise as well, actually, to be here talking about this topic. I started out as a mathematician. One of the entertaining things about today is that I'm followed by another fellow who was one of my undergraduate researchers in mathematics, a very inspiring man called Peter Taylor. At the time, as an undergraduate, I had no idea what you could do with a maths degree. It turns out you can do pretty much anything with a maths degree. In my case, it was working on understanding forests and woodlands in Australia and around the world. So I started a PhD in 1992 when the CO2 concentration was just 350 parts per million in the atmosphere. And I was working with Ross McMurtry at UNSW, and we were very much thinking about the future. What does the future hold? How are rising CO2 concentrations and consequent climate change going to affect forests and woodlands? And the state of the art of the research at the time was this open-top chambers that you see there, built by my future husband, Craig Barton, who's also in the audience. So 30-something years on, the future is now here. We're now over 420 parts per million in the atmosphere. And it is really interesting to take this moment to reflect on the predictions that we've made over the years and how right or how badly wrong we've ended up being. So with respect to atmospheric CO2, which was kind of the thing that we were initially working on, we ended up being, I would say, right-ish. We were not too far wrong with the predictions that we were making in the 1990s. So at that time, it was clear from experimentation that plants did respond quite strongly to elevated CO2, but they could only use that to grow well if they had access to adequate nutrients from the soil. That's the prediction that we were making. We've now been able to test that in large-scale experiments like this one based in Western Sydney on on the Cumberland Plain in a 70-year-old eucalypt woodland, which we've been fumigating with elevated CO2 for the last 12 years. And together with a very large team of collaborators at the Hawkesbury Institute for the Environment, at Western Sydney University, and internationally, one of the things that we've been able to do is to put together a whole ecosystem carbon budget and work out where all the carbon flows have gone through this system. And there's a lot of subtleties and complications in this budget, but fundamentally we were not far wrong with our predictions. We did see an increase in photosynthesis of the order of 11 or 12%. We haven't seen any increase in growth in this experiment. In fact, what happened is much of the extra CO2 that was taken up by the plants was returned to the atmosphere via the soil because there was insufficient phosphorus to support an increase in growth. So we were right-ish on elevated CO2. One of the places where we were badly wrong was in predictions around drought. So in the 1990s, we were using scenarios where rainfall was declining of the order of 10%. And a 10% reduction in rainfall in a predictive model doesn't actually do that much. It doesn't shift the dial very far. But what we started to realise around about 2010 onwards was that we'd missed a really key impact of climate change, which was the increasing extremes. And so around the world and in Australia, what we've started to see is huge impacts of dry extremes. And so what you can see there on the left is a forest, that's not a bushfire, that's a drought. So that was a forest that did not get burnt in 2019, but instead what we've seen is canopy collapse because of the dry and hot conditions. On the right, what you see is a citizen science initiative that we set up to try and track this kind of impact around Australia because it was not being monitored. So we looked long and hard for evidence during the Millennium Drought, if there had been any impacts of that drought on forests, but it wasn't being tracked anywhere. So we set up this citizen science website. As you can see, there's been a lot of contributions to that. The stuff in New South Wales is mostly from 2019. The stuff in WA comes from this most recent summer, where they've had an extreme drought and seen many events like the one you see there. So there's been a very large and largely successful collaborative effort since around about 2010 to understand in a way that allows us to predict the processes that lead up to drought mortality. And in particular, that's been with my colleague Brendan Choate at the Hawkesbury Institute and another fellow, Tim Brodrib, who you'll hear from tomorrow, I believe, working out what are the processes that lead up to drought mortality. How does hydraulic failure occur? What are the thresholds at which hydraulic failure occurs? And therefore, how can we use that to predict mortality risk? So here what you see is a modelled predicted mortality risk during the 2017 to 2019 drought by one of my former postdocs, Martin de Cauw, using this information to predict where we were likely to see drought mortality. Now, I'd say we've made a huge amount of progress there. You're still not going to see me make predictions of future forests just yet, because I'm aware that there are some things that we are still missing. And I think one of the things that we are still really missing is extremes of warming. So again, we've been looking at what the impact of a +2 degree warming is. And +2 degrees just by itself doesn't really do that much to plants, but when it exacerbates heat waves, then it can have a major impact. And so some of the more recent experimentation that our group has been working on is looking at what happens at those really high temperatures and how does that impact on trees. So here is another experiment that my very talented husband built. the whole tree chamber experiment where we've got 10 metre tall trees being exposed to 43 degrees for 4 days in a row. And what we saw in that experiment was that our models were able to predict the photosynthetic uptake of carbon by the trees during these really high temperature conditions. But what we weren't able to predict was the water use of the trees at high temperatures. So what this experiment underlined was that the plants were really relying on additional water to be able to make it through the heat waves. And this is something that we still need to incorporate in our models to be able to make future predictions. The reason why I'm aware that there is an issue with our predictions is not just that I'm aware the experiments aren't completely captured by our models, but also because we've been looking at as many different data sets as we can to try and see if we can see that impact on the landscape already. One thing that I am absolutely reliant on as a mathematician and a modeller is having access to good long-term data sets. And so anyone who knows me knows that I spend half my time going around talking to people saying, have you got data? Getting long-term monitoring is absolutely critical, but also extremely difficult, particularly in Australia. And so here you have an example of what's happening with the forest inventory data, which has been one of the most insightful data sets. But this black line here shows you the number of plots that have been monitored over time. You can see the catastrophic drop-off since the most recent drought. So this is one of the issues that I'm facing at the moment, is having enough data to know what's actually going on to test my models. And with that, I will wrap up. I didn't know how to do the acknowledgements. I was really interested to see what other people did with their acknowledgement slides. I have worked with hundreds of people over my career from all around Australia, all around the world. There are way too many people to thank. Here are some happy photographs of some of them over the years, but a particularly big thank you to all of the people at the Hawkesbury Institute for the Environment at Western Sydney University. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Belinda. It's good to see the importance of maths in almost every branch of everything. Okay, do we have any questions for Belinda? There's one just up the back there. But while they're getting the mic, I'm going to ask, what about nitrates? You said phosphorus. Did you also look if you needed more nitrogen?
Yeah, so on that particular soil, it's the phosphorus that is most limiting.
Type of source.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for a lovely talk. I was interested in, I was interested in the water use and how that was very different to modelled. And I was just wondering, where are the plants getting that extra water from?
Yeah, so those are eucalypts in that experiment, and they had roots down to about 4 metres at least. We had droughted them for a month beforehand, but that's not long enough to dry out the soil profile. So if trees have access to deep water, then they can keep transpiring during heat waves. A lot of the mortality that we saw during that hot drought in 2019 was more on the rocky ridge tops, where there's a lot less access to deep soil water.
Okay, Elaine. Elaine, dear. It's coming.
Amazing talk, thanks. Is there any scope for modifying the soil microbiome to be able to, do you think, to be able to capture more of the carbon?
Now that is a question for my colleague Braj Singh, who is talking tomorrow. Certainly, yes, that is an area of discussion and potential collaboration.
And a quick question from Susan.
Belinda, thank you for your talk. I was just wondering why that precipitous fall in data monitoring happened. Is that lack of funding?
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's two things going on there. One is that the native forest industry is effectively winding up. So there is a lot less investment and perceived need to keep monitoring. what we're seeing is that many of the environmental agencies are now setting up their own monitoring, but the problem with that happening is that you don't have the long-term record. So the fact that we can go back to 1940 is really, really important. If you start monitoring now, it's a lot harder to detect trends.
Okay, let's all thank Belinda for a wonderful talk. So our next presenter is Professor Lewin Moresi. Lewin Moresi has made major advances in the discipline of geodynamics, helping to expand the use of computer modelling into mainstream geology and tectonics. His work combines deep physical insights into the nature of convection in the Earth's lithosphere and mantle with novel approaches to computation. Please welcome Professor Lewin Moresi.
I, too, am greatly honoured to be here in this beautiful building on beautiful Ngunnawal land. And I'm going to tell you something of a story about geodynamics, which is my field, and how it's been a journey that I've witnessed from a very abstract discipline to one that's a lot more practical and has many applications. So I'll start where I started, which is thinking about these two places, the Earth and Venus, which I've labelled for you in case you don't recognise them. So the Earth is very much a sort of tectonically dominated planet, and Venus is probably more volcanically dominated. But there seems little reason why that should be. They're both the same sort of size. They're both in the same solar system. And it's an interesting problem to try to understand why they have sort of turned out so differently from what would appear to be the same sort of thing. And it's made more obvious if you look at this. I've just put some arrows on here. These are the surface motions, and the Earth is continually in motion. The surface of the Earth is moving relatively rapidly, a few centimetres per year. And look at the Pacific plate there is really rocketing across the globe. And if we plotted the vectors on Venus, which we don't really know, but by looking in detail at the surface, we can see that it's not moving very fast, and they're probably to that scale. So Earth is moving, Venus is not. And I always worry that movies don't really work on these things. So here is a map showing what those arrows look like, and the little red bands here are rates of deformation. So only a few places on the planet are actually deforming. So these are the plate boundaries, and so the plates are very strong and they're very broad. The plate boundaries are very narrow. We'd like to understand that, and at the same time understand the difference between these two planets. It's a very abstract problem, actually. One that's quite interesting. And it shouldn't surprise you, seeing how big those plates are and how narrow the boundaries are, that you can't just turn that corner quickly. We expect the surface motions to represent something that's on a very big scale and very deep. So the surface motions represent something that is a whole planet circulation, right? The planet's turning itself inside out. We can't see that directly, but we have these diagrams that sort of show what's happening. So what does convection look like? Well, this is how I spent my early PhD years and my postdoc years trying to understand the difference. I think I have to press this twice. Yeah, trying to understand the difference between sort of lava lamp convection on the left and the kinds of things that we think go on in the inside of planets, which is these two diagrams on the right, where because of the great sensitivity of the material properties, the strength of the rocks at different temperatures, we have very strong plates and very mobile interior, okay? And on the right-hand part of this diagram, it says maybe Venus. If we worry about the strength of these plates, what can they break? Then sometimes we will get evolution of the surface that will eventually, I think I'm not going to wait, come back to that one. Maybe, yeah, eventually the surface may be lost and overturned, okay? But simple convection like that does not really generate plate boundaries, which are the things that we're most interested about the Earth. Where are the plates and where are the plate boundaries in this? Well, the resolution to this problem is to sort of look at them a bit more closely and realize that plate boundaries are operating on very different time and space scales. And they're much shorter time and space scales than the 100 million year or so overturn that we see of the planetary convective system. You can think about why that is, but one of the things to do is to look into how rocks actually behave and realize that solid rocks flow, but they don't flow like water. They have all these interesting properties. They're viscoelastic, they have a yield strength, in other words, they break and they damage, so they remember the deformation. It's sort of hard to go back when you've done that much damage, right? They can be anisotropic, they have variations in composition if you're a whole planet. And one of the things that's characteristic is that they form these localized structures, very fine scale structures out of a broad pattern of deformation. And it's taken a long time to get the methodologies, the computational methodologies to study this, but we managed to do it over the years, and we were able to model, so the diagram on the left here is a computer model of how the lithosphere and crust evolve, and it's basically a frictional material model based on models that we see in sand experiments. Here's a sand experiment that I did with undergraduate students 2 weeks ago, and you can see it's got very many of the same characteristics in very fine structures that form at these interesting angles. And so by understanding some of the fundamental principles of rock mechanics, we can start to introduce plate-like behaviors into planetary scale convection. So we have numerical models that can model both convection and can model the plate boundaries. So we actually have some way towards realistic models of whole planets. All right, and when we do that, we can generate really quite effective models that can model subduction zones and try to lead us into understanding how the geological record records the overall overturn of this interior of the planet. But there's another thing which is becoming increasingly important at the moment, and that is that overturn produces vertical motions. It happens at a much shorter time scale, a few thousands of years rather than hundreds of millions of years, and it's a few hundreds of meters deformation. But it's enough to make a big difference to how we understand things like changes in sea level and so on. So the whole shape of the Earth will change in response to these internal forcings. And so we have to consider those, and that's important to understand sea level, which is something that the Research School of Earth Sciences has been very busy trying to understand for the past 50 years or so. And it's also important in a couple of other situations. This was pointed out by Mike Sanderford. I'm very grateful for sponsoring me for this fellowship. And he pointed out that in a very flat landscape, a few meters can matter to the way the rivers flow. And so the mantle, the dynamics of the mantle can matter in this system. And the same is true for groundwater systems, and he pointed this out too, that ancient water evolves at rates that are also tectonic in nature, hundreds of thousands of years or even shorter. One of the great challenges we face then is the other time scale and length scale, which is the earthquake time scale, because great earthquakes in the Earth produce large offsets both horizontally and vertically, and these also need to be understood if we're trying to use the dynamics of the interior of the Earth to understand what these processes are, this decadal scale processes. We better try and understand this. We better understand this part of the dynamics as well. We're starting to work towards that, so now we have complicated fluid dynamics which have elasticity and inertia and have to be able to resolve things that are on a scale of a few seconds. And we can show that we can do that, but I must admit this is probably the biggest challenge that lies ahead, at least for me. The other thing that for me has been most important is that I'm working in a computational field. And I'm working in an interdisciplinary computational field where there aren't many of us, but we're working with a lot of different people who are not experts in the computational side. So a lot of my work has been trying to make sure that people can use the codes, that they can take the models that I built and reproduce them. And we're starting to get to the point where people need to be able to understand this model is so complicated, what did it actually do? So a lot of my work recently has been trying to make sure that the codes themselves are sort of mathematically able to describe what they're doing and lead to this ideal concept, which is that models can be reused that a publication leads to the reproduction of its own self, and it's a building block on which you can develop. So Isaac Newton famously made this comment about standing on the shoulders of giants in a letter to Robert Hooke, which probably made Robert Hooke feel a little inadequate, I must say. It's not standing on the shoulders of giants that we're interested in, it's standing on the shoulders of normal people, or of normal other scientists. And it's a precarious process that we would like to actively support. And so in my last few seconds, I would like to say, give your code away. Make your software easy for everyone to understand and be really helpful. It's incredibly important. Okay. I would like to thank over 30 years worth of collaborators on geodynamics and on computational algorithms, and make a plea for the support of research software engineers, and thank groups like NCRIS for agreeing to support software infrastructure. And thank you, of course, to my family. Megan is in the audience. No one else could be here, unfortunately. They're all overseas. And friends, for your great support over many, many years. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Do we have some questions for Louis? Ivan. Yvonne. It's coming.
Thank you, great talk. I was just curious, in your simulations, do you model these phenomena by treating it as a granular flow? Or just wondering how you account for dislocations in your constitutive relations.
So our models are based on, it's still continuum theory, but we do have to have a sort of mix of Lagrangian with Eulerian sort of approaches, which is sort of the solid mechanics way of doing things and the fluid dynamics way of doing things. It's not perfect, but it actually does allow us to make these sort of quite large steps across into sort of domains where we'd otherwise be quite uncomfortable.
Thank you, lovely talk. And this idea of coupling between elasticity and friction and fluid mechanics is obviously a real challenge. Do you also couple to atmospheric dynamics? Is that important? And how do you deal with boundary conditions between the substrate and the atmosphere?
Yeah, so the things that I showed where we're looking at rivers and groundwater, we try to couple those in. We haven't coupled the atmosphere in any important way other than perhaps you could compare the difference between something like Venus and Earth, where it's dry and extremely hot. But if you want to do, so the boundary conditions, it is an extremely hard problem because that boundary is not a sharp boundary, it's porous, right? So it's, the groundwater is sometimes above ground and sometimes below ground, sometimes it's considered a river and sometimes it's disappearing. That's particularly important in Australia. So it's not an actual boundary that we can put a boundary condition on. So it's a challenge. I don't think we've got anywhere near solving that.
Okay. I'd like to ask about the water, but we'll have to leave it. I'm sorry.
Next time.
Let's thank Louis for a wonderful presentation again. So, I've broken the iPad. But I know our next presenter is Professor Peter Taylor, but I can't get this to go. I was brought up with a pocket calculator. Okay. So Peter Taylor is a leader in the field of applied probability. He's noted for building mathematical models for real-world systems that are driven by random processes, and applied his theoretical and computational advances to provide solutions to problems across a wide range of areas, such as telecommunications and epidemic modelling. So please welcome Professor Peter Taylor.
So thanks, Francis. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I live and work. That's the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So most people have talked about big picture stuff and massive projects. I'm going to talk about something a little bit more specific, and it's a single project, and I have two collaborators. First on the left is Soumya Mehra. She's a student, a master's student in our coursework masters that we have at the University of Melbourne. She hasn't yet to start a PhD, but she's already got 12 papers in the open literature, so she's a very good student. And the other person is James McCaw, who, like Sharon, you probably got to know through COVID because he was frequently on the media discussing things. So I've got to see if this is going to work. Yes, now I've got to make it go back. Well, so it's about malaria, and I'm sure there are many people in this room that know a lot more about malaria than I do, so I'm just going to tell you what I'm told. Of course, you can't catch malaria from another human being. You catch malaria from a mosquito, and the mosquitoes catch malaria from human beings, so it's sort of swapped backwards and forwards. So here we have a mosquito biting a human, and then when a mosquito bites a human that's already infected, well, an infected mosquito bites a human, and then the human becomes infected, and then an uninfected mosquito bites a human, gets infected. But what can happen with malaria is you can get a second concurrent infection. So if another infected mosquito comes along, maybe a slightly different genetic version of malaria, you have two concurrent blood stage infections. And so during this time, you've got two, and it's superinfection. And to someone like me who works on queuing theory, I look at this and think of this as like people being served, right? Particular infinite server queue. You consider the server as the person, as your immune system trying to remove the malaria, and there's two concurrent, if you like, customers. And the time that the humans actually infected by malaria is the busy period of this queue. So that's a little bit of the intuition. So I'm going to talk about the work in the context of a classical model that goes back to 1957 by Bailey, but you can do this for much more complicated models, and if I've got time at the end, I might just mention that. It's a compartmental model. This is the sort of thing that mathematical biologists use a lot, and these compartments, this is a compartment of human beings that have got no infections. Human beings have got one, human beings have got two, etc., and there's actually no upper bound in this model on how many concurrent infections you can have. And this down here is about the mosquitoes. They're either susceptible, which means they don't have malaria, or they're infectious, which means they do. And there's various transitions that you move from one infection to two, or two infections to three, by getting bitten by a mosquito at some rate alpha, and then the probability that that mosquito that bit you is infected. So you've got the IM, which is a number of infected mosquitoes appearing in the rates up here. And likewise down here, it's about mosquitoes getting infected, and they get infected by biting a human that's got one or more infections, and so you've got all the H's in this. So that's a compartmental model. As I said, an infected mosquito bite means you gain one blood stage infection, but they're getting cleared independently at some rate gamma. So if you've got three, then all three of them are trying to get cleared, and so the total rate of going down by one is 3 gamma. We have this assumption that an infected mosquito gets replaced by an uninfected progeny. We don't have superinfection in the mosquito population because they only live apparently for about a week, so they don't really hang around long enough to get a lot of different infections. So what mathematicians do is take a sort of conceptual model like that and convert them into systems of equations. And this is a system of differential equations. There's actually infinitely many of them because we got infinitely many possible compartments of humans having eye infections, and we've got one for just the infected mosquitoes. You can get it by just writing it down. That's what Bailey did in 1957. That's what a lot of mathematical biologists do now. You can actually write down what I would like to call is a more interesting model. It's the stochastic model, one that involves probability. But then you can actually do some limiting analysis, and you'll find you get back to this compartmental model anyway. So you get it via what's known as the functional law of large numbers. That requires some seriously deep mathematics, which Soumya did do in her master's project. Or you can think of it as a hybrid approximation where you take a stochastic model and look at what happens on average. So either in any of those ways, you get to this system of equations. These equations are nonlinear. And so what most mathematical biologists would do is simulate them, use a computational method. And the way you can tell they're nonlinear is they've got i's multiplied by h's. And that's a quadratic term, and that makes them pretty hard to solve analytically. You've really got no real chance, apart from the fact I'm going to show you how to do it in this case. Because what we do is we recognize these equations. They have the same analytical form as the governing equations for the object that I mentioned before, an infinite server queue. This term IM means something completely different. It doesn't mean anything like the proportion of infected mosquitoes in the infinite server queue context. But if you just think of it as a function, the analytical form is exactly the same. And the thing about infinite server queues is they essentially model a situation where there's a bunch of customers all doing their own thing. They don't actually interact. There's as many servers as you need. They turn up when they want to, they hang around for a time, and they leave. So you can actually analyze infinite server queues by taking advantage of that and using the independence of the various customers' different trajectories, and you can get something. So that's what we did. We use a physical understanding of the infinite server queue. And we derive a complicated mathematical expression. I guess most of you guys will look at that and think, well, we haven't progressed very far. It's looking just as messy as it did before. But as it happens, this thing called a generating function is something that we use a lot in mathematical analysis. And if you can write it down, you can get a fair few things out of it. So what we then do is we really want to be able to do something about this h term here. If you put z equals 0 in that generating function, you actually get it. So you get a, as I say, maybe we're not progressing, a complicated expression with an exponential, an integral, and a whole bunch of stuff. But it actually is a complicated expression for this thing that's in the brackets here. So we put it in, and now we've got an equation. There's no h's at all in that. So it's just a straight single equation. It's called an integral differential equation because you've got a derivative here and an integral over here, but it is a single equation, which if you want to, you can still solve computationally, but you can also do analysis on it to get things like whether the population, whether the disease is going to die out or whether it's going to build up, things like that. So we've got a way of reducing this horrible infinite system of equations to just one which you can analyze. So that's how it worked with the Bailey model. But you can actually do it for a whole bunch of other things. You can do it for superinfection where you got some type of treatment with drugs. Or if you assume that people develop immunity. Or if you've got the other type, but that Bailey model is something called Plasmodium falciparum, which is the sort of malaria that exists in sub-Saharan Africa. Plasmodium vivax has another characteristic that it can actually deposit itself in your liver in the form of hypnozoites and then can relapse. So you can have that model, and this bit in the middle is all about what's going on in your liver. But you can still model it using that infinite server. In this case, it's a network of different infinite server queues, but that's still tractable from the mathematical analysis the same way that I explained before. So that type of technique, it's a framework for being able to analyze these sorts of models. Thank you, everyone.
Now, wasn't it great to see a real mathematical equation? So, have we got some questions for Peter? Thank you, Yvonne. I kept thinking the server was a computer, but after a while I realised it wasn't.
Thank you, Peter. Can I interpret this as, because you have nonlinear equations, can I think of this as a nonlinear dynamical system?
Oh, definitely, yes.
And in which case, is this essentially like a linearized approximation, like a reduced order model that you're trying to work towards?
Yeah, it is, but it's not, it's not actually given the model, right? You can argue about the model, but given the model, it's actually an analytical reduction. So it's not an approximation. That integrated differential equation precisely describes what's going on. Now, you need to have that particular dynamics. It wouldn't work if you didn't have the infinite server queue analog.
So Lynn's got a question at the back there.
Thank you so much. And from hearing the video this morning and what you've presented now, and we've heard this from other speakers, maths is a wonderful grounding to take into so many areas, yet fewer and fewer students in our schools are taking mathematics. In many countries around the world, it will be compulsory until your secondary school education is complete. Do you think we're doing enough to generate the next generation of mathematicians in Australia?
Yes, thanks for the question. I have a slightly different view of this from the Australian Maths Society and the Australian Mathematical Sciences Institute. I don't actually think it's a very good idea to force students to do maths if they're not getting... I've had the experience of seeing my daughter trying to do maths and getting very, very put off by struggling through it. So I do think that what we need to do is inspire the students who do like maths and make sure we don't put them off and try and give them the pathways. So Belinda mentioned that I was one of her lecturers, and in fact the person who nominated me, which I thank, Bill Moran, I first met him when he was my lecturer. So I think that type of recognising someone who might be interested, probably has got the talent to go, and trying to help those people along the way, I think that's really important.
So I'm going to indulge myself. I'm going to ask, when you put those equations up, how do you put in things like the effect of nets or vaccines or something like that?
It's complicated. There was the treatment, right? So, and you sort of, you essentially have to think of that as a way of reducing the various rates that things get transmitted. So those constants I had is A and B, they were sitting in the middle of that. They're made up of the rate that mosquitoes are biting humans, and then the probability that a transmission occurs if a bite occurs. So if you've got some type of, say a vaccine, you could, in a modelling point of view, you would say that's reducing the probability. Well, the nets probably affect the rate of bites. So if you've got a mosquito net, that goes down. But if you've got a vaccine, maybe the rate of bites is the same, but the probability of passing on the infection is less. Or maybe if you've got both effects.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to stop now.
Okay,
Let's thank Peter. I thought that was a great way to end the afternoon with a real maths talk, and it was very mathematical. Most of the speakers were using a lot of mathematics. So I'm going to pass over to Anna Maria to tell us what's happening next. Thank you. Do I ask them to thank all the speakers? Yes. It could be her turn, but...
Thank you. Thank you, Francis, and what brilliant presentations. I look forward to hearing more presentations tomorrow morning. The coffee will be brewing from 9 a.m, but the presentations will start at 9:30. Could I thank everyone in the room for their participation, and also to our guests online. We received a couple of questions from our online viewers, so thank you for bearing with us and participating through the day. Our early and mid-career research and networking function will start shortly, and that's being held over in the marquee on the grounds near Ian Potter House. The Academy of Science always captures the opportunity of science at the Shine Dome to embrace our early and mid-career researchers, and this year they come to us from across the country and from across the region, and they've come in great numbers. I mentioned earlier that we have some 100 early and mid-career researchers with us over the course of the 4 days of Science at the Shine Dome, which is absolutely terrific. Their participation is made possible by universities that have sponsored their attendance, as well as the terrific work of the Academy's Early and Mid-Career Research Forum. That's a network of 6,000 plus EMCRs across the country. In addition, we're able to welcome young delegates who earlier this year travelled to Lindau in Germany to mingle with Nobel laureates from around the world. They described that opportunity as life-changing. We also have with us mentees from the Pacific who are participating in the International Science Council Regional Focal Point for Asia and the Pacific, Asia Pacific Mentoring Program, that's a mouthful, as well as EMCRs from our region who have benefited from the Early Career Scientists International Fund. That fund is made possible because of the generous donation of Professor Cheryl Prager and Dr. John Hendridge. Thank you very much, Cheryl and John. Could I ask you to put your hands together for Cheryl and John? Your generosity really is shaping the future. I'd also like to thank the Department of Industry, Science and Resources and our university EMCR sponsors. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your investment in the future. That brings today's events to a close. Please enjoy your evening and we'll see you here tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.